Welcome. I've got a compilation of 18 true Mafia stories for you to sleep to. Get into a cozy position and relax. Let's get right into it. Summer 1964, Laurel, Mississippi. A television salesman named Lawrence Byrd stood behind the counter of his appliance store. Middle-aged, white, secret member of the Ku Klux Klan. The door opened. A large man walked in, 6 feet tall, dark hair, Brooklyn accent. "You Lawrence Byrd?" Before Byrd could answer, another man entered, FBI credentials. They grabbed Byrd, dragged him to a car, drove him to Camp Shelby, a local army base. Inside a building, the Brooklyn man pistol-whipped Byrd across the face. Blood poured from his nose. Then the man stuck a gun barrel down Byrd's throat. "Where are the bodies?" Byrd tried to lie, said he didn't know what the man was talking about. The man pulled out a straight razor, held it between Byrd's legs. "You're gonna be singing falsetto in about 2 seconds. Where are the bodies?" Byrd broke, told him everything. The location of James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, 3 civil rights workers murdered by the KKK weeks earlier. The FBI got what it needed. The bodies were found buried in an earthen dam. And the Brooklyn man, Gregory Scarpa Sr., went back to New York. The FBI paid him, thanked him for his service. Then he murdered 3 more people that month. This is the story of Gregory the Grim Reaper Scarpa, the Colombo family capo who killed over 100 people while working as an FBI informant for 30 years. How he tortured Klan members to solve civil rights murders. How his handler became his best friend and accomplice. And how the FBI paid him $158,000 while he committed murders they knew about and sometimes helped facilitate. The Bensonhurst Killer. May 8, 1928. Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Gregory Scarpa was born to Salvatore and Mary Scarpa, first-generation Italian immigrants from Lorenzaga near Treviso. Working-class neighborhood, poverty, the Great Depression hit when Gregory was 1 year old. As a child, he helped his father deliver coal throughout Brooklyn. Back-breaking work, dirty, cold winters, but it kept food on the table. His older brother, Salvatore Jr., got involved with the Colombo crime family, then called the Profaci family, in the 1940s. Gregory followed. By the 1950s, he was a made member. Gregory was big, strong, ruthless. He had no conscience about violence. He enjoyed it. He became an enforcer, a hitman, someone the family sent when they needed someone hurt or killed. And he was good at it. Very good. By 1962, Gregory Scarpa had a reputation, the Grim Reaper, a man who smiled while stabbing victims in the throat, who strangled people with piano wire and laughed. He claimed he stopped counting his murders after 50. Law enforcement believed he killed over 100 people. Some estimates put it as high as 120. March 1962. Scarpa was arrested for armed robbery. He faced serious prison time. The FBI made him an offer. "Work as an informant. Give us information on the Colombo family. We'll make the robbery charges go away." Scarpa didn't need much persuasion. He agreed immediately. What the FBI didn't realize, they'd just recruited a serial killer. The Mississippi Assignment. Summer 1964, Mississippi. 3 civil rights workers, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, Michael Schwerner, had disappeared. They'd been registering black voters as part of Freedom Summer. The KKK had murdered them. everyone knew it. But the FBI couldn't find the bodies. J. Edgar Hoover faced massive public pressure. President Lyndon Johnson demanded results. Civil rights advocates protested. The FBI conducted over 1,000 interviews. Got nowhere. Nobody would talk. The local Klan had terrorized the community into silence. Hoover made a decision. Send in Gregory Scarpa. The FBI flew Scarpa and his girlfriend Linda Shiro to Mississippi, gave him a gun, gave him money, pointed him towards suspected Klansmen. Do whatever it takes. Scarpa kidnapped Lawrence Byrd from his appliance store, took him to Camp Shelby, beat him, pistol whipped him, stuck a gun barrel down his throat. Byrd gave up fake information. Scarpa went to the FBI. They confirmed it was false. Scarpa went back to Byrd, this time with a straight razor, held it between his legs, threatened castration. Byrd revealed the real location, buried in an earthen dam on Olin Burridge's farm. August 4th, 1964, the FBI found the bodies. Cheney had been beaten, castrated, shot 3 times. Schwerner and Goodman each shot once in the heart. The discovery led to arrests, convictions, justice, sort of. And Gregory Scarpa became a hero to the FBI, the man who solved the Mississippi burning case when legal methods failed. January 1966, the FBI sent Scarpa back to Mississippi. Another KKK murder. Vernon Dahmer, civil rights leader, killed in a firebombing. Scarpa tortured another Klan member, got the information, solved the case. But after the second trip, Scarpa and the FBI had a disagreement. Payment. Scarpa wanted more money than they offered. The relationship ended. 1960 through 1980, Scarpa wasn't an active FBI informant, but he was still killing, constantly. The Colombo Enforcer. 1970s and 80s, Scarpa became the Colombo family's chief enforcer and hitman. He worked directly for boss Carmine Persico. When Persico wanted someone dead, he called Scarpa. Scarpa ran the Wimpy Boys Social Club in Bensonhurst, a front for his criminal operations. Gambling, loan sharking, extortion, hijacking, narcotics, murder. He killed without hesitation, stabbed people, strangled them, shot them, beat them to death with his bare hands. He murdered his own brother, killed a man he called his second son, Joseph DiDomenico. No remorse. Business was business. Associates described him as a serial killer with a mob card. He didn't just kill for profit. He enjoyed it. The power, the fear in victims' eyes. And the FBI knew. They had files documenting his murders, surveillance reports, intelligence from other informants. They did nothing because in 1980, Gregory Scarpa became an FBI informant again. The Handler. 1980. Special Agent Linley DeVecchio was assigned to the Colombo crime family. He needed informants, inside sources, someone who could provide intelligence on the family's activities. His superiors suggested Gregory Scarpa. DeVecchio reached out. Scarpa agreed to cooperate again. For the next 12 years, DeVecchio and Scarpa formed an unusual relationship. They met regularly, often alone, against FBI policy. sometimes at apartments or hotel rooms the FBI provided, sometimes at Scarpa's house. The Vecchio became a frequent dinner guest at Scarpa's home, ate with his family, socialized with his children. Once, Scarpa gave the Vecchio a Cabbage Patch doll, a hard-to-find toy, as a gift for his daughter. Other FBI agents were disturbed. This wasn't normal handler-informant protocol. It was too close, too friendly. They reported their concerns to supervisors. Nothing changed. Over 10 years, the FBI paid Scarpa $158,000 for his information. He joked about girlfriend, his nickname for the female FBI handler he claimed gave him inside information. But it wasn't a joke. The Vecchio was feeding Scarpa intelligence, telling him about investigations, warning him when other mobsters were cooperating. And Scarpa was using that information to commit murders. The Third Colombo War, 1991. The Colombo family descended into civil war. Boss Carmine Persico was in prison. His son, Little Allie Boy Persico, was supposed to take over, but Victor Little Vic Arena, the acting boss, wanted the position permanently. The family split. Persico loyalists versus Arena loyalists. Shootings, bombings, bodies piling up. Gregory Scarpa was Persico's chief enforcer. His job? Kill Arena's faction. And he had an advantage. Agent De Vecchio was giving him information. Who was cooperating with the FBI? Who was about to get arrested? Where rivals were hiding? According to later investigations, the Vecchio's intelligence helped Scarpa commit multiple murders during the war. Larry Mazza, Scarpa's protege, later testified that Scarpa would receive phone calls, then say, "That was my girlfriend. We have to move tonight." They'd go kill someone. Always the right person, always at the right time. Between 1991 and 1993, at least 12 people died in the Third Colombo War. Several murders were directly attributed to Scarpa and his crew, all while he was an active FBI informant.
The arrest. 1992. Federal prosecutors indicted Scarpa on racketeering and murder charges. They finally built the case. Witnesses, evidence, testimony from Scarpa's own crew members who'd flipped. But Scarpa's body was failing. In 1986, he'd received a blood transfusion during ulcer surgery. The blood was infected with HIV. By 1992, he had full-blown AIDS. He looked like a dying old man, sunken face, frail body, half blind. The judge allowed him to stay under house arrest while awaiting trial. CBS News interviewed him. Reporter Harold Dow asked the Colombo informant if he still feared Scarpa. "Until he's in the ground," the informant said, "and maybe afterwards too." December 29, 1992. Scarpa's son Joey came home, said a rival drug dealer had pulled a gun on him. Scarpa, ignoring his house arrest monitoring device, drove with Joey and a friend to the dealer's house. Bullets flew. Scarpa was shot in the left eye, lost the eye. At 64 years old, dying of AIDS, he was still getting into gunfights. May 1993. Scarpa pleaded guilty to 3 murders: Mary Barry, Joseph DeDomenico, and Patrick Porco. Sentenced to 10 years. With his health, it was a life sentence. June 4th, 1994, Gregory Scarpa Sr. died in the Federal Medical Center in Rochester, Minnesota. AIDS-related complications. Age 66. The scandal. After Scarpa's death, investigators examined his relationship with Agent DeVicchio. What they found was shocking. DeVicchio had violated nearly every FBI protocol, meeting alone with Scarpa, socializing with his family, accepting gifts, and most seriously, providing intelligence that Scarpa used to commit murders. 1994 through 2006, multiple investigations, congressional hearings, lawsuits. Victims' families sued the FBI, claimed the Bureau had facilitated murders by protecting Scarpa and giving him information. In 2006, Brooklyn prosecutors charged DeVicchio with 4 counts of murder, claimed he provided intelligence that led directly to homicides. The case fell apart. Witnesses recanted. Evidence was weak. November 2007, charges were dismissed. DeVicchio retired. Never served prison time. But the scandal exposed how the FBI had operated during the war on organized crime. They used murderers as informants, looked the other way while their sources committed crimes, sometimes actively helped them. Gregory Scarpa killed over 100 people, at least 30 while he was an active FBI informant. The FBI knew, documented it, paid him $158,000 anyway, because the information he provided was valuable. It helped prosecute other mobsters, solve major cases, build RICO cases that destroyed crime families. The FBI made a calculation. Scarpa's murders were acceptable losses if they helped take down bigger targets. One former DEA agent said the FBI uses a member of a violent secret society, the Cosa Nostra, to travel to Mississippi and torture confessions at members of another violent secret society, the Klan. It's insane. But it worked. The civil rights cases got solved. The Colombo family got prosecuted. The FBI got results. And Gregory Scarpa kept killing until AIDS finally stopped them.
March 2nd, 1992. United States District Court, Brooklyn. Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano walked to the witness stand. 46 years old, 5'5", former underboss of the Gambino crime family. He raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth. For 9 days, he testified about 19 murders, about Paul Castellano's assassination outside Spark Steakhouse, about John Gotti's rise to power, about racketeering, extortion, labor unions, construction bids. The courtroom was packed. Gotti sat at the defense table in an expensive suit. His supporters filled the gallery. And Sammy, his trusted underboss since 1986, described every crime in deadpan detail. "I was involved in 19 murders," Gravano said. But he clarified, "Sometimes I was the planner, sometimes I was the shooter. On a hit, there's a lot of different people, positions that you play. So I didn't kill 19 people." In fact, Gravano only pulled the trigger once. Most of his role was planning, coordination, giving orders. But his testimony destroyed the Gambino family's leadership. John Gotti got life in prison without parole. 36 other mobsters were convicted or awaiting trial based on Gravano's cooperation. This is the story of Sammy the Bull Gravano, the highest-ranking mobster ever to break omertà and testify against the mob. How a Brooklyn street kid rose to become Gotti's underboss, how the December 1985 murder of Paul Castellano changed organized crime forever, and how one FBI wiretap convinced Gravano to become the most valuable cooperating witness in Mafia history. For breaking the code of silence, Gravano served just 5 years in prison. Gotti died behind bars. And 30 years later, Gravano is still alive, running a podcast, giving interviews, telling his story. The Bensonhurst Street Kid. March 12, 1945. Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Salvatore Gravano was born to Gelando Jerry Gravano and Caterina K. Gravano, working-class Italian immigrants, strict household, Catholic values. Sammy was a small kid, 5'5" as an adult, bullied constantly in school. He had dyslexia, couldn't read well, dropped out after 8th grade. But what he lacked in size and education, he made up for in toughness. He learned to fight, became a Golden Gloves boxer, earned respect through his fists. By his late teens, Sammy was running with street crews in Bensonhurst, small-time crimes, burglary, theft. He joined the Rampas, a street gang that fed into organized crime. In 1964, at age 19, Sammy shot and killed Joe Colucci, a member of a rival gang. Self-defense, technically. Colucci had been sent to kill Sammy, but Sammy got to him first. The murder brought Sammy to the attention of the Colombo crime family. Tommy Sparrow, a Colombo member, took Sammy under his wing. By 1968, Sammy was a made man in the Colombo family, but the Colombos were in turmoil, internal wars, leadership disputes. It was chaos. Sammy needed something more stable. He transferred to the Gambino family, specifically to the crew run by Salvatore Toto Aurelio. Aurelio became Sammy's mentor, taught him the business, introduced him to the right people, and in 1976, Sammy met John Gotti. The Partnership. 1976, Howard Beach, Queens. John Gotti was a rising capo in the Gambino family, ambitious, charismatic, connected to Enal Della Croce, the underboss and most powerful member of the family after boss Carlo Gambino. Sammy Gravano was making money in construction rackets, drywall businesses, labor unions. He was an earner, someone who brought in steady cash. Gotti and Gravano hit it off. They had different styles. Gotti was flashy, Gravano was quiet, but they complemented each other. When Carlo Gambino died in 1976, Pau Castellano became boss. Castellano was from the white-collar side of the family. He wore three-piece suits, lived in a mansion on Staten Island, focused on construction, unions, and legitimate businesses. He looked down on the street guys, the hijackers, the gamblers, the old-school mobsters like Gotti. Gotti hated Castellano, and Gravano agreed with Gotti's assessment. Castellano was out of touch, arrogant, disrespectful to the men who did the real work. By the early 1980s, tension was building. The Castellano problem. 1983. FBI agents arrested Angelo Ruggiero, John Carneglia, and Gene Gotti, all members of Gotti's crew, for heroin trafficking. Paul Castellano had a strict rule: no drug dealing. Anyone caught trafficking faced death. But Paul Castellano's own son-in-law, Frank Amato, was abusing Castellano's daughter. Gravano and others killed Amato on Castellano's orders, a family matter handled internally. The double standard infuriated Gotti's crow. Castellano could order murders to protect his family, but he'd kill him for making money with drugs? And there was another problem. The FBI had wiretapped Ruggiero's house. The tapes contained conversations implicating Gotti and others in multiple crimes. Castellano demanded to hear the tapes. If Gotti turned over the tapes, Castellano would learn about the drug operation. He'd ordered everyone involved killed. Gotti refused and started planning Castellano's murder. December 16, 1985, 5:30 p.m., Midtown Manhattan. Paul Castellano and his underboss, Thomas Pilato, arrived at Sparks Steakhouse on East 46th Street. They were meeting several capos for dinner. As Castellano stepped out of his black Lincoln, 3 men in trench coats and fur hats approached. They pulled out semi-automatic pistols. 6 shots hit Castellano. He collapsed on the sidewalk. Pilato tried to react. He was shot 5 times, dead before he hit the ground. The gunman walked away calmly, disappeared into the crowd. John Gotti and Sammy Gravano sat in the car 1 block away. They drove past the scene slowly, verified the hits were successful, then left. Within days, Gotti declared himself boss of the Gambino family. No vote, no commission approval, he just took it. And he elevated Gravano, first to captain, then in 1987 to consigliere, then in 1988 to underboss, the number 2 position in the family. The Teflon Don. 1986 through 1990, John Gotti became famous. He wore $1,500 suits, silk ties, cashmere topcoats. He gave interviews, appeared on the news, held court outside the Ravenite Social Club in Little Italy, where supporters gathered. The press called him the Dapper Don and the Teflon Don because criminal charges never stuck. 1986, Gotti was tried for racketeering, acquitted. A juror had been bribed. 1987, another racketeering trial, acquitted again. Witnesses intimidated. 1990, assault and conspiracy charges, acquitted. More jury tampering. Gotti seemed untouchable, and he loved the attention. But Gravano hated it. The publicity drew FBI resources, constant surveillance, wiretaps everywhere. The more famous Gotti became, the more dangerous it was for everyone in the family. And Gravano was doing all the work, running the construction rackets, overseeing labor unions, collecting money, managing crews. While Gotti basked in media attention, Gravano built the actual criminal enterprise that funded everything. The resentment grew. The wiretap. 1989, the FBI bugged the apartment above the Ravenite Social Club. Nettie Cirillo lived there, elderly woman. The FBI convinced her to let them install listening devices. For months, they recorded conversations. Gotti discussed Gambino family business, murders, schemes, and he complained about Gravano. Sammy's got a big mouth, Gotti said on one tape. Called him a junkie because Gravano had used steroids years earlier. Questioned his loyalty. Blamed him for problems. October 1991, FBI agents arrested Gotti and Gravano. Federal racketeering charges, murder, conspiracy. In custody, federal prosecutors played Gravano to tapes. The conversations where Gotti bad-mouthed them, where Gotti seemed to be setting him up to take the fall. Gravano was furious. He'd been loyal to Gotti since 1976, 15 years of partnership, and Gotti had been talking behind his back the entire time. The prosecutors made an offer. Testify against Gotti, we'll drop most of the charges. You'll serve minimal time, we'll protect your family. Gravano had a choice. Stay loyal to a boss who'd betrayed him, face life in prison, or cooperate. He chose cooperation. The testimony. March 1992, the trial began. For the first 2 weeks, prosecutors played wiretap recordings. FBI agents testified. Evidence piled up. Then, on March 2nd, Sammy Gravano took the stand. The courtroom fell silent. Gotti supporters glared. Joey D'Angelo, son of one of Gravano's crew members, sat in the front row. When Gravano began testifying, D'Angelo stood up, shuffled toward the aisle, paused, stared at Gravano, then walked slowly out. A scene straight from The Godfather, Part 2, trying to rattle a witness. It didn't work. Gravano's resolute hardened. For 9 days, he testified. 19 murders, including Paul Castellano's assassination, Thomas Bellotti, Robert DiBernardo, a Gambino captain, Louis Melito, his best friend who'd become a problem, Eddie Garofalo, his brother-in-law. Gravano described his role in each. Sometimes he planned, sometimes he drove, sometimes he recruited the shooters. Only once did he personally pull the trigger. He implicated Gotti in multiple murders, racketeering, extortion, labor union corruption, construction bid rigging. Defense attorneys tried to break him. Albert Krieger, Gotti's lawyer, attacked Gravano's credibility, called him a liar, a murderer, a rat. But Gravano's testimony was consistent, detailed, backed up by the wiretaps. On April 2nd, 1992, the jury returned their verdict, guilty on all counts. John Gotti was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. He died in prison in 2002. Frank Licasio, the consigliere, also got life. And Sammy Gravano, 5 years. He'd already served 4, less than 1 additional year. Then, witness protection.
The aftermath. 1994, Gravano entered the Witness Protection Program. New name, new identity, moved to Arizona with his family, lived as Jimmy Moran, a small-time businessman. But his cooperation didn't stop with Gotti. Over the next 6 years, Gravano testified in multiple trials. Vincent the Chin Gigante, Genovese boss, Victor Little Vic Orena, Colombo boss, dozens of other mobsters. The government stated, as a result of Gravano's testimony, there had been 37 convictions, 9 people awaiting trial, 8 people resigned from unions. He arguably destroyed organized crime in New York more than any other witness in history. But in 2000, Gravano was arrested again. Ecstasy trafficking. He'd left witness protection, started a drug ring in Arizona with a son. In 2001, he pleaded guilty, 20 years in prison. He served 17 years, released in September 2017. Today, Gravano is 79 years old. He runs a podcast, gives interviews, appears on talk shows. He's written books, done documentaries. And despite breaking omerta, despite testifying against 30 dozen mobsters, he's still alive. The mob families that wanted him dead are gone. The bosses he testified against are dead. The new generation doesn't care as much about the old grudges. Sammy the Bull Gravano outlived them all. March 2006, United States District Court, Brooklyn. Burton Kaplan walks slowly to the witness stand. 71 years old, frail, half-blind, one eye staring out from behind oversized glasses. He raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth. For 3 days, he testified about 2 corrupt NYPD detectives who'd murdered 8 people on mob orders, about confidential informants whose names were sold for $4,000 per month, about Israel Greenwald, a diamond dealer whose skeletal remains had just been discovered in a Brooklyn garage after 20 years, Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa, the Mafia cops, sat at the defense table. Both retired detectives, both decorated officers, both accused of being contract killers. The jury listened to Burton Kaplan describe how he'd acted as the middleman, how he'd passed police intelligence from the cops to Anthony Gaspipe Casso on the boss of the Lucchese family, how he delivered $70,000 in cash for a single murder. Kaplan spoke softly, Brooklyn accent thick as concrete, unemotional, matter of fact. "How's your health?" the prosecutor asked.
So-so, Kaplan replied. He mentioned prostate cancer, temporal arteritis that threatened his vision, Raynaud's disease, high blood pressure, a detached retina, 2 minor strokes. But his memory was perfect. He named dates, locations, dollar amounts, the detectives who sold police secrets, the mobsters who bought them, the bodies that resulted. This is the story of Burton Kaplan, the old man of the Jewish Mafia, the garment dealer and marijuana trafficker who never fired a gun, who wasn't even eligible for Mafia membership because he was Jewish, but who spent 40 years as a Lucchese family associate and destroyed more criminal careers than any hitman ever could. His testimony convicted the Mafia cops. His cooperation exposed corrupt NYPD detectives. His information led to dozens of indictments across multiple crime families. And he walked free after serving just 9 years of a 27-year sentence. The Bensonhurst Kid, 1933, Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Burton Kaplan was born to a lower-middle-class Jewish family. Shy kid, bespectacled, brainy. Not the type you'd expect to become a mob associate. But to the Italian mobsters who ran Brooklyn, Kaplan had value. He was smart, reliable, discreet, and Jewish, which meant he fit the mold of Meyer Lansky, the prototypical Jewish gangster who'd made millions working with Italian organized crime. By his 20s, Kaplan was committing fraud. Small schemes at first, testing the waters. 1967, he was convicted on federal fraud charges, granted probation. It should have been a warning, a sign to go legitimate. Instead, Kaplan doubled down. 1973, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison for theft. He served his time in Allenwood Camp, a minimum security federal facility, and that's where everything changed. At Allenwood, Kaplan met real mobsters. Anthony DeLappy, a maid member of the Lucchese family, whose murder Kaplan would later facilitate. Frankie Jr. Santora, loosely associated with the Gambino family, who became Kaplan's best friend. And Santora had a cousin in the NYPD, Louis Eppolito. When Kaplan got out in the mid-1970s, he had connections he'd never had before. Prison had been his graduate school in organized crime.
The garment dealer, 1975. Kaplan entered the garment business. I got in through it by accident, he later testified. A friend from prison returned to the streets. Kaplan took him shopping for leisure suits. The suits were so cheap, almost stolen goods cheap, that Kaplan bought some and resold them at a Connecticut store for profit. One thing led to another. Kaplan rented a storefront in Brooklyn, built racks, sold 3,000 leisure suits in a single weekend. My clothing business was 100% legitimate, Kaplan said, except for the counterfeiting on the side. His business prospered, moved from Brooklyn to warehouses on Staten Island, eventually supplied Macy's and Kmart. Kaplan became successful, wealthy. He threw elaborate events, including his daughter Deborah's wedding in 1985. The guest list bridged his two worlds. Christy Tick Funari, consigliere of the Lucchese family, Anthony Casso and Victor Little Vic Amuso, who later became the Lucchese boss, friends from Allenwood, lawyers, garment executives. Kaplan had the photos to prove it. Shown in court years later, they documented his connections to organized crime's hierarchy. His daughter, Deborah, attended Vassar College, became a lawyer, started at a high-paying firm, then joined legal aid in 1986. In 2002, while his father was serving a 27-year sentence for drug smuggling, Deborah Kaplan was elected a criminal court judge in Manhattan. In 2017, she was appointed administrative judge. Kaplan had built the perfect double life: legitimate businessman, family man, and Lucchese family associate who worked directly for Anthony Casso, one of the most violent underbosses in Mafia history. The hair products scheme. Early 1980s, Kaplan got involved in a scheme to sell hair products. The chemist assured him they could also manufacture Quaaludes illegally in the same facility. The plan failed. Kaplan was arrested and tried. The chemist testified against him. He was convicted, back to prison. But prison kept connecting Kaplan to the right people. He built relationships, made himself valuable, proved he could keep his mouth shut. When he got out, Anthony Casso, now rising through the Lucchese family ranks, took notice. Kaplan was reliable, discreet, smart. Casso made him a trusted associate, someone who can handle sensitive matters, someone who could be a middleman between the family and outsiders, including corrupt cops. The cops. 1986. Kaplan needed a favor. Israel Greenwald, a collaborator in one of Kaplan's criminal schemes, was about to become a government informant. Kaplan couldn't let that happen. He reached out to his old prison friend, Frank Santora. Santora's cousin Louis Eppolito was an NYPD detective. Maybe he could help. Eppolito and his partner, Stephen Caracappa, met with Kaplan. They discussed the problem. The detectives offered a solution. We'll find Greenwald, tell him to pull over, kill him, make it disappear. They did exactly that. Used flashing lights to pull Greenwald over, shot him, buried his body in a garage. His remains wouldn't be found for 20 years. Kaplan paid them. Eppolito and Caracappa had proven themselves, and Anthony Casso was very interested. Casso put the cops on a monthly retainer, $4,000. In exchange, they provided confidential police information, names of informants, details of ongoing investigations, intelligence about who was cooperating with law enforcement. Kaplan became the courier. He met with Eppolito and Caracappa regularly, passed them cash, received police intelligence, delivered it to Casso. And when Casso needed someone killed, the cops handled it. 8 murders over 7 years, $70,000 for a single hit. The arrangement worked perfectly until 1993, when Casso and Lucchese boss Vic Amuso were arrested. Federal prosecutors came after the entire Lucchese hierarchy. Kaplan went into hiding. He fled for about 2 years, only returned after learning that Casso, who'd become a government witness in 1994, couldn't testify because prosecutors found him unreliable. Kaplan thought he was safe.
The marijuana ring. While running his garment business and working with Casso, Kaplan had another operation, a $10 million marijuana smuggling ring. He coordinated shipments, distributed product, moved millions through a sophisticated network. 1996, federal agents arrested Kaplan in connection with the marijuana operation. 27-year sentence, effectively life in prison for a man in his 60s. DEA agents approached him, FBI agents, NYPD detectives investigating the corrupt cops. They all wanted him to cooperate, to testify about Eppolito and Caracappa, to provide information about Casso and the Lucchese family. He refused. For 8 years, he kept his mouth shut. Even though he wasn't Italian, even though he could never be a made man, even though the mob wasn't protecting his family or paying his legal bills, he stayed loyal. But in 2004, Kaplan was 71 years old. He'd served 8 years of his 27-year sentence. He'd never see his granddaughter grow up. He made a deal. The testimony. 2006, the Mafia cops trial. Kaplan took the stand. 3 days of testimony. He described everything. How he'd met Eppolito through Frank Santora, how the cops killed Israel Greenwald in 1986, how Casso put them on retainer, how Kaplan passed $4,000 monthly, sometimes in brown paper bags, sometimes in envelopes, how the cops provided names of confidential informants. Anthony DeLippi, whose location in California the cops discovered through his parole officer. Bruno Facciola, who the cops identified as a likely government cooperator based on an indictment. Both were murdered shortly after. How in May 1990, the cops warned Casso that he and Victor Amuso were about to be arrested. Casso fled. Amuso was captured. The cops' information had been accurate. How the cops committed or assisted in 8 murders total. Not for justice, for money. Kaplan testified that Ippolito once said he liked doing business with Kaplan and Casso because people got taken care of that deserved it. The jury heard it all. The cash payments, the murders, the corruption that had lasted from 1986 to 1993. April 6, 2006, Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa were convicted on all counts: racketeering, murder, kidnapping, conspiracy. Sentenced to life in prison. Ippolito died in prison in 2019. Caracappa died in 2017. And Kaplan's sentence was reduced to 9 years for his cooperation. He was released in 2006.
The aftermath. Burton Kaplan's testimony didn't just convict 2 corrupt cops. It exposed systemic corruption in the NYPD. It revealed how organized crime had infiltrated law enforcement at the highest levels. It led to the discovery of Israel Greenwald's remains after 20 years. It helped prosecutors understand how the Lucchese family had operated during the 1980s and 90s. Kaplan also provided information that led to additional prosecutions. When Ippolito and Caracappa gave Casso intelligence about informants in the Bonanno and Genovese families, Casso forwarded that information to those families. More murders resulted. Kaplan knew the details. He'd been the middleman for all of it. In 2010, New York City paid $9.9 million to a man who'd spent 19 years in prison after Ippolito and Caracappa framed him for the murder of a prostitute. The Mafia cops' corruption had destroyed innocent lives. Kaplan died in July 2009, age 75, prostate cancer. He'd been living in witness protection. He never held a gun, never committed murder, never even qualified for Mafia membership. But his testimony destroyed the careers of 2 NYPD detectives, exposed corruption that had lasted nearly a decade, helped prosecutors understand organized crime's infiltration of law enforcement. All because a 71-year-old garment dealer with one good eye decided that 8 years in prison was enough.
1975, Canarsie, Brooklyn. A car pulled up to the Gemini Lounge on Flatlands Avenue. 3 men got out. One of them was Andre Katz, a member of Roy DeMeo's car theft ring who'd agreed to cooperate with authorities. Katz thought he was attending a business meeting. He was led through his side door, not into the bar, into an apartment behind it. Joseph Guglielmo, nicknamed Dracula, rented the place. The crew called it Horror Hotel. Inside the small apartment, Roy DeMeo waited. 6'2", 230 pounds, former butcher's apprentice. He held a .22 caliber pistol with a silencer and a towel. Katz barely had time to register what was happening. DeMeo shot him in the head, immediately wrapped the towel around the wound like a turban to stanch the blood flow. Another crew member stabbed Katz in the heart to stop the blood from pumping out of the gunshot wound. The body was dragged to the bathtub, hung upside down, all remaining blood drained into the tub. Then came the dismemberment. DeMeo and his crew placed the corpse on plastic sheets spread across the apartment floor. Using knives, saws, and a butcher's precision, they cut off the arms, the legs, the head. They double-bagged each piece, packed them in cardboard boxes, drove to the Fountain Avenue dump in Brooklyn, and tossed them in. 2 days later, a homeless man found a body part while searching for food. Police recovered most of Andre Katz's, minus the crushed head and genitals, but they couldn't identify him. No fingerprints, no dental records, just dismembered pieces of a human being. This is the story of Roy DeMeo, the Gambino family hitman who killed between 150 and 200 people. How a butcher's apprentice became the most prolific contract killer in American Mafia history. How he perfected a method so efficient that it became known as the Gemini method, named after the bar where he committed most of his murders. And how in January 1983, he became a victim of his own system. The Butcher's Apprentice. September 7th, 1940, Flatlands, Brooklyn. Roy Albert DeMeo was born to Antonio Joseph DeMeo, a laundry company delivery man, and Eleanor DeMeo, fourth of 5 children, working-class Italian immigrant family from Formia in the Lazio region. Young Roy was bullied constantly, smaller than the other kids, awkward, picked on. The loss of his older brother in World War II left a deep impact. Roy became withdrawn, angry. By high school, he'd found an outlet: crime. He ran a small-scale loan sharking operation while still a student, lending money to classmates at high interest rates, collecting debts with threats of violence. After graduating in 1959, Roy got a job as an apprentice butcher at a local grocery store. He learned to cut meat, separate joints, remove bones, dismember animal carcasses efficiently, skills that would serve him well later. By the mid-1960s, Roy DeMeo was working for Anthony Nino Gaggi, a made member of the Gambino crime family with ties back to Albert Anastasia in the 1950s. Gaggi ran loan sharking operations, DeMeo collected debts, beat up delinquent borrowers, earned a reputation for ruthlessness. In 1966, Roy married Gladys Rosamond. They moved to Massapequa, Long Island, a quiet suburban neighborhood, had 2 children, Albert and Lisa. To his neighbors, Roy was a successful used car dealer. He drove nice cars, dressed well, coached his son's little league team. At night, he was building the most efficient murder operation in Mafia history. The crew. Late 1960s, DeMeo assembled his crew. Joseph Joey Testa and Anthony Tony Center, inseparable childhood friends. They'd later become known as the Gemini Twins for their partnership in murder. Chris Rosenberg, a young Jewish criminal with connections to drug trafficking. Henry Borelli, Freddie DeNome, and Vito Arena each brought different skills: muscle, connections, willingness to kill. By the early 1970s, the DeMeo crew was operating multiple rackets: car theft, drug trafficking, loan sharking, pornography, prostitution. They ran an international auto theft ring, stealing cars in New York, altering VINs, and selling them overseas or in other states. Massive profits, hundreds of thousands per month. But the crew's reputation came from murder. When someone crossed DeMeo, they disappeared completely. No body, no evidence, no closure for families. That's because DeMeo had perfected his method. The Gemini method. 1977. The apartment behind the Gemini Lounge became the crew's slaughterhouse. DeMeo had bought the bar in the mid-70s, a neighborhood dive, working-class clientele, nothing fancy.
But behind the bar, his cousin, Joseph Guglielmo, lived in a small apartment, silver-haired, paranoid, creepy. The crew called him Dracula. Dracula allowed the crew to use his apartment for their weekly business meetings and for murder. The method was clinical. Step 1. Lure the victim to the apartment. Use a side door outside the bar. Never bring them through the main entrance where customers might see. Step 2. The Mayo, almost always him, according to crew member Frederick the Gnome, would approach with a silenced .22 pistol in one hand and a towel in the other. He'd shoot the victim once in the head, then immediately wrap the towel around the wound like a turban. This staunched blood flow and prevented splattering. Step 3. Another crew member, originally Chris Rosenberg, would stab the victim in the heart. This stopped the heart from pumping blood out of the gunshot wound. Step 4. The body would be stripped and dragged to the bathroom, hung upside down in the bathtub. All remaining blood drained into the tub or congealed in the body. Once drained, the corpse was placed on plastic sheets in the main room. Using knives, saws, ice picks, and butcher tools, the crew dismembered it. Arms, legs, head, everything separated. Step 6. Body parts were double-bagged in plastic, packed into cardboard boxes, and driven to the Fountain Avenue dump or other industrial disposal sites across Brooklyn. Step 7. The head was usually crushed in a trash compactor or the genitals removed to prevent identification through dental records or DNA. The method was horrifyingly efficient. No fingerprints, no witnesses, no evidence. The Mayo's motto: no body, no crime. Between 1973 and 1983, the DeMayo crew murdered an estimated 75 to 200 people using this method. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Walter Mack later said, "I would say somewhere between 150 to 200 is a good number."
The Horror Hotel. Living in the apartment where murders happened, where bodies hung in the bathtub draining blood, was Joseph Dracula Guglielmo. He slept there, showered in the same tub where victims' blood had run down the drain. Crew members found him disturbing, but the Mayo trusted him. Dracula never talked, never complained, just provided the space and stayed quiet. The apartment became known as Horror Hotel, a slaughterhouse masquerading as a residence. And the murders continued, week after week, month after month, year after year. Most victims were criminals, car theft ring members who stole from DeMayo, drug dealers who crossed him, informants who cooperated with authorities. But not all. In 1979, an 18-year-old college student knocked on DeMayo's house. He was selling vacuum cleaners door to door. DeMayo thought he was a Cuban hitman from an ongoing dispute. He fired shots at the kid. The terrified teenager tried to drive away. DeMayo chased him. In broad daylight, in front of horrified witnesses, DeMayo leapt from his car and shot the boy dead. An innocent civilian, murdered because DeMayo was paranoid. His son Albert later wrote that when DeMayo realized the truth, he broke down crying. The murder of an innocent boy affected him deeply, but it also drew massive attention. Nino Gaggi took notice. Paul Castellano, the Gambino boss, was furious. This wasn't the discreet method DeMayo had perfected. This was reckless, public, dangerous. The FBI started investigating harder. The unraveling. By 1982, the FBI was closing in. They'd linked the Mayo to dozens of missing persons. They'd identified the Gemini Lounge as a murder site. They'd placed the crew under constant surveillance. Vito Arena, one of the crew members, was arrested June 4, 1982 for a string of robberies. Facing decades in prison, Arena cooperated. He testified about the murders, the dismemberments, the Gemini method, everything. Other crew members panicked.
If Arena was talking, they'd all be indicted. The Mayo and several associates went into hiding during summer and fall 1982. But the Mayo eventually emerged to consult with lawyers. A grand jury subpoenaed him in late 1982 to testify in a racketeering case. Paul Castellano realized the Mayo had become a liability. The FBI attention, the reckless murder of the vacuum salesman, the crew members turned an informant. The Mayo knew too much about Castellano, about the Gambino family, about murders committed on Castellano's orders, including Frank Amato, Castellano's own son-in-law, who'd abused Castellano's daughter. If the Mayo cooperated to avoid prison, the entire Gambino hierarchy would fall. Castellano allegedly first asked John Gotti and his brother Gene to kill the Mayo. They refused. The Mayo's crew was too dangerous. They'd seek revenge. So Castellano ordered the Mayo's own crew to do it. Joey Testa and Anthony Senta were given the contract. January 10th, 1983, the Mayo disappeared. He'd been driving a new 1983 Cadillac registered in his wife's name. In the trunk was a chandelier from his Long Island home that it had intended to have repaired. He never made it to the repair shop. January 20th, 1983, the Mayo's body was found in the trunk of his car, frozen solid, multiple gunshots to the head. He'd been killed by members of his own crew, men he'd trained, men he'd trusted. The architect of the Gemini method died the same way his victims had, shot in the head, body hidden in a trunk. Richard the Iceman Kuklinski later confessed to killing the Mayo, though investigators doubt the claim. Most believe Testa and Senta did it on Castellano's orders.
The legacy. The DeMeo crew was the most violent murder squad ever prosecuted in federal court. Between 1973 and 1983, they killed an estimated 150 to 200 people. Most bodies were never found. Most victims were never identified. The Gemini method revolutionized organized crime's approach to murder, its efficiency, its clinical precision, its ability to make bodies completely disappear. Other crews copied the technique. Law enforcement had to develop new strategies to investigate cases where no body existed. In 1984, Paul Castellano and 20 other defendants, including surviving DeMeo crew members, faced federal allegations including the car theft ring, 25 related murders, drug trafficking, loan sharking, extortion, fraud, and prostitution. Joey Testa and Anthony Senta were convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Both are still incarcerated. The Gemini Lounge closed. The apartment behind it was eventually demolished. But Roy DeMeo's name still sends chills through the underworld. The butcher's apprentice, who became the Mafia's most prolific killer. The man who turned murder into an assembly line. He killed for business, he killed for pleasure, he killed because someone crossed him, or because someone might talk, or because he was paranoid that an 18-year-old vacuum salesman was actually a Cuban hitman. And in the end, he died the same way he'd killed hundreds of others, shot in the head, body in a trunk, left to be found as a message. December 17th, 1986, Vince Lombardi Service Area, New Jersey Turnpike. Richard Kuklinski pulled his car into the rest stop. He was meeting his new business partner, a guy named Dominic Provenzano. Dom had connections, guns, drugs, and most importantly, cyanide. Kuklinski needed cyanide. He had a contract. An undercover cop needed to die. Cyanide was clean, quick, untraceable if you did it right. Dom handed him a small vial. Kuklinski paid cash. They shook hands. Kuklinski walked to his car, but something felt wrong. Dom seemed nervous, too eager. The transaction had been too easy. He stopped at a hamburger joint, bought a burger, found a stray dog near the parking lot. He broke the burger into pieces, poured the cyanide on it, tossed it to the dog. The dog ate it, then kept walking. Kuklinski's stomach dropped. The cyanide was fake, which meant Dom was a cop. He got in his car and drove home, fast. 2 hours later, unmarked cars surrounded him at a roadblock. Officers pointed guns at his head. They pulled him out of the car, handcuffed him. His wife Barbara sat in the passenger seat, confused and terrified. Detective Pat Kane approached Barbara. He looked her in the eyes and said, "He's a murderer." This is the story of Richard Kuklinski, known as the Iceman, the contract killer who claimed to have murdered over 200 people. How he started killing at 14, how he froze corpses to confuse medical examiners, how he used cyanide, crossbows, guns, knives, and his bare hands to kill for profit. And how after 30 years of avoiding arrest, he walked into an 18-month undercover sting operation and tried to buy poison from an ATF agent.
The boy who never had a chance. April 11th, 1935, Jersey City, New Jersey. Richard Leonard Kuklinski was born to Stanley and Anna Kuklinski, Polish immigrants living in a violent, poverty-stricken household. Stanley was an alcoholic. He beat his children daily, sometimes with his fists, sometimes with a broom handle, sometimes until they couldn't stand. One day, Stanley beat Richard's older brother Florian so severely that the boy died. Stanley told the family and authorities that Florian had fallen down the stairs. Shortly after, Stanley abandoned the family, disappeared, left Anna alone with 4 children. Anna was no better, a devout Catholic who believed children should suffer for their sins. She beat Richard with wooden spoons, belts, whatever was nearby. She told him he was worthless, evil. By age 10, Richard was torturing animals, cats, dogs, birds. He'd tie him up, set him on fire, watch him die. At 14, he committed his first murder. A teenage bully, Charlie Lane, had been tormenting Richard for months, beating him up, humiliating him in front of other kids. One day, Richard followed Charlie into an alley. He'd brought a piece of wood from a broken closet door. He beat Charlie to death, left the body in the alley, walked home like nothing happened. Nobody connected Richard to the murder. Nobody suspected the quiet, awkward kid. And Richard learned something important. He could kill without consequences. The contract killer. 1950s and 60s, Richard Kuklinski became a professional criminal. He started with small crimes, pool hall gambling, pirating pornographic films. He was 6'5", 250 pounds, massive and intimidating. People paid when he demanded payment. In the early 1960s, Kuklinski met Roy the Mayo, a rising member of the Gambino crime family, who ran a car theft ring and murder-for-hire operation out of Brooklyn. The Mayo saw potential in Kuklinski. Big, strong, cold, no conscience. He gave Kuklinski his first contract, kill a man who owed the Gambino family money. Kuklinski shot the target in broad daylight, walked away, collected his payment. He was a natural. Over the next 20 years, Kuklinski became one of the most prolific contract killers in organized crime. He worked for the Gambino family, the Genovese family, the DiCavalcante family in New Jersey, whoever paid. His methods varied. Sometimes he used handguns. His preferred weapon was a snub-nosed .38 revolver. Sometimes sawed-off shotguns. Sometimes crossbows. Quiet, effective, untraceable. He also became an expert with cyanide. He'd spray it on victims' skin, mix it into their food, inject it directly. The poison worked fast, and if the body wasn't found immediately, the cyanide metabolized, making it difficult to detect in an autopsy. That's how he got the nickname the Iceman. One case perfectly illustrated his method. Louis Mazgay, July 29, 1981. Mazgay met Kuklinski to purchase blank videotapes for bootlegging. Kuklinski shot him, wrapped the body in plastic garbage bags, and put it in an industrial freezer. September 1st, 1983, over 2 years later, Kuklinski dumped Mazgay's frozen corpse near a large outdoor freezer in Rockland County, New York. When investigators found the body, they determined Mazgay had died within days because ice crystals were still present in the tissues. But witnesses had seen Mazgay alive 2 years earlier.
The frozen corpse had created a perfect alibi. Kuklinski couldn't have killed him recently if the body was freshly dead. And he couldn't have killed him 2 years ago if the body showed signs of recent death. Law enforcement realized someone was freezing corpses, hence the Iceman. Kuklinski worked constantly. He later claimed he killed over 200 people. Investigators believe the real Mungba is closer to 15 confirmed murders, but even that made him one of the most prolific contract killers in American history. He had no pattern, no signature beyond the freezing, no connections between victims. That made him nearly impossible to catch. He also lived a completely normal suburban life. The Family Man. 1961. Richard Kuklinski married Barbara Pedrici. They moved to Dumont, New Jersey, had 3 children, Merrick, Kristen, and Dwayne. To his neighbors, Richard was the perfect family man. He worked as a film distributor. Technically true, though the films were pirated pornography. He left for work every morning, came home every evening, mowed his lawn, attended his kids' school functions. His daughter Merrick later said, "We had a nice life. My father never raised his voice. He was a good provider." Barbara knew Richard had a temper. She'd seen him explode occasionally, throwing furniture, punching walls, but she didn't know he was a killer. Nobody did. Richard compartmentalized perfectly. When he was home, he was dad. When he was working, he was the Iceman. But by the early 1980s, Richard was getting sloppy. The Mistake. December 27, 1982, North Bergen, New Jersey. A cleaning woman entered room 31 at the York Motel. She smelled something terrible. She lifted the mattress. Gary Smith's decomposing body lay underneath. He'd been dead for several days. Smith was a small-time criminal and drug dealer, an associate of Richard Kuklinski. Investigators determined Smith had been poisoned with cyanide, fed a hamburger laced with the poison. It was the first major mistake. Kuklinski had left the body where it would be found quickly. No freezing, no remote dump site, just the corpse rotting in a motel room. Detective Pat Kane at the New Jersey State Police started investigating. Kane was meticulous. He built files on unsolved homicides. He looked for patterns, connections, and he found them. 5 men had disappeared after last being seen with Richard Kuklinski. Gary Smith, Daniel Dipner, Paul Hoffman, Louis Mazgay, George Maliband. 5 men, 5 unsolved murders or disappearances, one common connection: Richard Kuklinski. He brought his findings to the New Jersey Attorney General's office. They authorized the Joint Task Force with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The operation was called Operation Iceman. The Undercover Agent. 1985. ATF Special Agent Dominic Polifrone got the assignment: get close to Richard Kuklinski, record him discussing murders, catch him attempting to commit a crime.
Polifrone had extensive undercover experience with mafia cases. He'd infiltrated mob crews before. He knew how to talk, how to act, how to earn trust. The problem, getting introduced to Kuklinski. The solution? Phil Salamani. Salamani was a mafia associate who'd known Kuklinski for 20 years. They did business together. Guns, stolen goods, occasional murders. Investigators convinced Salamani to cooperate. Maybe they offered immunity. Maybe they threatened prosecution. Either way, Salamani agreed to introduce an undercover agent to Kuklinski. Polifrone created a new identity, Dominic Provenzano, a criminal from out of town. Connections to drug trafficking and weapons deals. The introduction happened at a storefront where mobsters gathered. Casual, low-key. Salamani vouched for Dom. Said he was reliable, could get things nobody else could. Kuklinski was interested. He needed connections for his various criminal enterprises. Over the next 18 months, Polifrone and Kuklinski met regularly. They discussed weapons deals, drug transactions, potential partnerships. Polifrone wore a wire every time, recording everything. And Kuklinski talked, openly, about murders he'd committed, methods he preferred, how he'd frozen Louis Masgay's body for over 2 years. "Why be messy?" Kuklinski said during one recorded conversation. "You do it nice and calm." He described killing a man with cyanide-laced hamburger. He discussed keeping corpses frozen. He explained his philosophy, "I killed who I wanted, whenever I wanted." Polifrone asked, "Do you feel bad about it?" Kuklinski shrugged. It was business, nothing personal. But Polifrone couldn't arrest Kuklinski just for talking about past murders. He needed evidence of an ongoing crime, an attempt, conspiracy. Then Kuklinski asked for something specific, cyanide. He had a contract. Someone needed to die. He preferred poison. Could Dom get him cyanide? Polifrone said yes. They arranged a meeting for December 17th, 1986, Vince Lombardi service area on the New Jersey Turnpike. The plan? Polifrone would give Kuklinski fake cyanide. Kuklinski would accept it and discuss the planned murder. The wire would capture everything. Then law enforcement would arrest him at a roadblock. End of Operation Iceman. The arrest. December 17th, 1986. The meeting happened exactly as planned. Polifrone handed over a vial of fake cyanide. Kuklinski paid. They discussed the target, supposedly an undercover police officer. Kuklinski took the vial and left, but he tested it on a stray dog. When the dog didn't die, Kuklinski realized the truth. Dom was a cop. He drove home, fast. Maybe planning to flee, maybe planning to destroy evidence. 2 hours later, officers surrounded his car at a roadblock. They arrested him. His wife Barbara, who'd been with him, was also briefly detained. Detective Pat Kane approached Barbara. After 6 years of investigation, he could finally tell her the truth about his husband. He's a murderer.
Officers discovered a firearm in the vehicle. Kuklinski was charged with 5 counts of murder. Gary Smith, Daniel Deppner, Louis Masgay, George Malaband, and Paul Hoffman, plus weapons violations, attempted murder, robbery. Investigators also discovered Kuklinski had substantial funds in Swiss bank accounts and a reservation on a flight to Switzerland. He'd been planning to run. The trial and confession. March 1988. After a lengthy trial, a jury found Richard Kuklinski guilty of murdering Gary Smith and Daniel Deppner. However, the jury determined the deaths were not proven to be by Kuklinski's direct conduct. meaning he couldn't face the death penalty. He was sentenced to a minimum of 60 years. After the initial trial, Kuklinski entered plea agreements for killing Louis Mazgay and George Malaband, 2 additional life sentences, consecutive. He would not be eligible for parole until 2046. He'd be 111 years old. In prison, Kuklinski became a celebrity. He gave interviews to anyone who asked. HBO filmed 3 documentaries with him in 1992, 2001, and 2003. He claimed he'd killed over 200 people. He described methods in graphic detail: crossbows, cyanide, beatings. He said he'd killed his first victim at age 14. He claimed he'd worked as a hitman for all 5 New York crime families. He said he'd participated in famous mob murders, including Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance. Law enforcement officials were skeptical. Paul Smith, a member of the task force that arrested Kuklinski, said, "I checked every one of the murders Kuklinski said he committed, and not one was true." Dominic Polifrone agreed. "I don't believe he killed 100 people. I don't believe he killed 200 people. I'll go as high as 15, maybe." Kuklinski was a liar, a narcissist who exaggerated his body count for attention. But even if the real number was only 15 confirmed murders, that made him one of America's most prolific contract killers. March 5th, 2006, Richard Kuklinski died in prison, heart failure, age 70. His death was labeled suspicious. He'd been scheduled to testify against a former mobster being tried for murder. Some speculated he'd been poisoned, ironic given his preferred method. An autopsy determined he died of natural causes, heart disease, decades of smoking and poor health. The Iceman melted away quietly. January 17th, 1920, midnight. Across America, the 18th Amendment took effect. The manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages became illegal. Prohibition had begun. Within hours, the first bootlegger made his first sale. Within days, illegal bars were operating in basements across major cities. Within weeks, ships loaded with Caribbean rum sat just outside U.S. territorial waters, waiting for smaller boats to ferry their cargo ashore. And within months, a new industry was born. An industry that would generate billions of dollars, create America's organized crime syndicates, and fundamentally change how criminal enterprises operated. This is the story of bootlegging. Not the famous names, not the gangsters, but the actual operation, how it worked, the techniques, the methods, the infrastructure that turned illegal alcohol into the foundation of modern organized crime. The legal framework that created an industry. Prohibition didn't happen overnight. The temperance movement had fought for decades to ban alcohol. By the late 1800s, Americans consumed an average of 7.1 gallons of alcohol per year, over 3 times today's consumption. Religious groups blamed alcohol for societal problems: violence, poverty, disease, inability to hold jobs. The movement gained power through the early 1900s. In 1919, Congress passed the 18th Amendment. Ratified by the states, it banned the production and sale of intoxicating beverages. The Volstead Act, passed in 1920, defined enforcement rules and specified what counted as intoxicating: anything over 0.5% alcohol. January 17, 1920, Prohibition began. Thousands of legal saloons closed. Breweries shut down. Distilleries went out of business. But demand for alcohol didn't disappear. Millions of Americans still wanted to drink. And where demand exists without legal supply, illegal supply fills the gap. Bootlegging was born from this economic reality. The government had created a commodity that was illegal to produce but highly desired. The profit margins were enormous. The risks in those early months seemed manageable. Anyone willing to break the law could become wealthy. The supply chain, where bootleggers got their product. Bootleggers needed alcohol. They had four main sources. Foreign imports. The most profitable source was smuggling liquor from countries where it remained legal. Canada, the Bahamas, Cuba, Mexico, the French islands of St. Pierre and the Kilian off Newfoundland's coast. 75% of all liquor smuggled into America during Prohibition came through Detroit from Windsor, Ontario, across the Canadian border. The Detroit River became a highway for illegal alcohol. Ships would load quality whiskey, rum, gin, and champagne in foreign ports. They'd sail to positions just outside U.S. territorial waters, originally 3 miles from shore, later extended to 12 miles by international agreement. These ships anchored in what became known as Rum Row, a line of vessels sitting offshore waiting for American bootleggers to pick up their cargo. Contact boats, small, fast vessels operated by smugglers, would race out to Rum Row, load cases of liquor, then speed back to shore before Coast Guard cutters could intercept them. One ship could carry $200,000 worth of contraband in a single trip. The profit margins were staggering. A case of whiskey bought for $40 in the Bahamas sold for $90 wholesale in New York City, then $200 retail in speakeasies.
Medicinal whiskey. Prohibition included exemptions. Doctors could prescribe medicinal whiskey for various ailments. Pharmacies could dispense it with legitimate prescriptions. Within months, bootleggers exploited this loophole. They forged prescriptions. They bribed doctors to write them. They created fake prescription pads and distributed them to accomplices. Millions of bottles of medicinal whiskey that should have gone to sick patients ended up in speakeasies instead. Drugstores became fronts for bootlegging operations. Some pharmacists made more money from illegal sales than from legitimate prescriptions. Industrial alcohol. American industries required alcohol for various legitimate purposes: manufacturing, chemical production, fuel. The government allowed companies to produce and use denatured industrial alcohol, mixed with poisonous additives to make it unfit for drinking. Bootleggers found chemists who could wash the poisonous additives out of industrial alcohol. They'd redistill it, mix it with water, add flavoring, sell it as whiskey or gin. But the process was imperfect. The government deliberately made industrial alcohol dangerous. Wood alcohol was added, poisonous if consumed, causing blindness, paralysis, and death. By 1927, the government doubled the wood alcohol content and added kerosene and pyridine to make removal nearly impossible. Bootleggers tried anyway. Their chemists removed some of the additives, but traces remained. This rot-gut liquor poisoned thousands. As many as 50,000 people died from tainted alcohol during Prohibition. Homemade production. The fourth source was domestic production. Moonshiners operated illegal stills, producing whiskey from corn. These operations ranged from small family operations making a few gallons per day to large-scale distilleries producing thousands of gallons per week. the Bureau of Prohibition seized almost 700,000 stills nationwide from 1921 to 1925. From mid-1928 to mid-1929 alone, federal agents confiscated 11,416 stills, 15,700 distilleries, and 1.1 million gallons of alcohol. But for every still they found, 10 more operated undetected. The transportation network, getting product to market. Getting alcohol from source to customer required sophisticated logistics. Bootleggers developed multiple transportation methods. Maritime smuggling. Rum running by sea was the most profitable method. Ships would anchor on Rum Row just outside U.S. jurisdiction. Contact boats would ferry cargo ashore. The early 1920s were the golden years for rum runners. The Coast Guard and the Bureau of Prohibition hadn't yet developed effective countermeasures. Bootleggers operated with relative impunity. Ships were modified for speed and stealth. False bottoms hid liquor. Concealed machine guns protected cargo from pirates and hijackers. Crews developed elaborate codes to communicate with shore contacts. But by 1923, the Coast Guard requested 200 more cruisers and 90 speedboats. Eventually, they deployed 36 World War I naval vessels and 11,000 officers specifically for prohibition enforcement. The Coast Guard obtained fast patrol boats called six-bitters that could match bootlegger speeds. By 1926, they could intercept most contact boats trying to reach shore. Bootleggers started dumping liquor overboard to avoid arrest. In 1927, the Supreme Court ruled that American flag ships carrying illegal liquor could be seized up to 34 miles offshore. This pushed Rum Row further out, making profitable runs increasingly difficult. Land transportation. Bootleggers smuggling liquor overland from Canada or Mexico modified vehicles extensively. They installed false floorboards with felt padding to muffle the sound of bottles clinking. They created fake gas tanks that held liquor instead of fuel. Some smugglers even mixed whiskey with the air inside tire tubes. As automobile mass production made cars more affordable, bootleggers souped up their vehicles. They adjusted axles and shocks and tires for better performance on dirt roads. They modified engines for more speed and power. These modifications were necessary for outrunning law enforcement. High-speed chases on rural roads became commonplace. Bootleggers needed cars that could handle heavy loads while moving fast enough to escape pursuing police. This arms race between bootleggers and law enforcement is considered the birth of auto racing in America. Bootleggers developed driving skills and mechanical knowledge that would later translate into stock car racing. Many early NASCAR drivers had bootlegging backgrounds.
Urban distribution. Once alcohol reached cities, it had to be distributed to speakeasies, restaurants, and individual customers. This required an organized network. Bootleggers established territories. In large cities, different gangs controlled different neighborhoods. Trying to sell in another gang's territory led to violence. Trucks with reinforced springs to handle the weight of hundreds of cases made regular deliveries to speakeasies. Drivers paid off police to avoid harassment. Lookouts watched for federal agents who might conduct raids. Some bootleggers operated more brazenly. They'd walk into speakeasies carrying bottles in their coat pockets. They'd sell to individuals on street corners. They'd deliver directly to customers' homes. The distribution system became so sophisticated that it resembled legitimate wholesale operations, just without tax stamps or government oversight. The retail operation, speakeasies. Speakeasies were illegal bars that sold bootlegged alcohol. The name came from patrons having to speak quietly, almost whisper, passwords to gain entry without alerting law enforcement. By the mid-1920s, an estimated 32,000 speakeasies operated in New York City alone, twice the number of legal bars before Prohibition. Speakeasies varied widely in quality. Some were fancy clubs with jazz bands, ballroom dance floors, and table service. Others were dingy basement rooms with a few bottles of rock gut gin and no ventilation. The better establishments disguised themselves as legitimate businesses: soda shops, ice cream parlors, social clubs. Secret doors, hidden staircases, and basement entrances prevented casual observation by law enforcement. Entry required passwords, membership cards, or vouching by trusted patrons. This system protected owners from undercover police while allowing regular customers easy access. Speakeasies changed American drinking culture fundamentally. Before Prohibition, saloons were male-only spaces. Respectable women didn't frequent them, but speakeasies welcomed women and couples. Mixed-gender drinking became socially acceptable. Restaurants started offering alcohol alongside food, targeting women who were uncomfortable sitting at bars. Italian restaurants gained popularity by serving wine with meals. The speakeasy era normalized women drinking in public, a social change that outlasted Prohibition itself. The quality problem: what was actually being sold? Not all bootlegged alcohol was equal quality, varied dramatically based on source and production method. The best: imported liquor, authentic Scottish whiskey, Canadian whiskey, Caribbean rum, and French champagne smuggled from legitimate foreign distilleries represented the highest quality. These products were made professionally, aged properly, and safe to drink. But they were expensive. Only wealthy patrons at high-end speakeasies could afford imported liquor regularly. The term, the real McCoy, meaning authentic, high-quality goods, originated during Prohibition from a rum runner whose imported liquor was consistently genuine. The middle, medicinal and diverted alcohol. Whiskey diverted from pharmacies and breweries offered reasonable quality. It was produced legally before being sold illegally. While not as aged or refined as imported spirits, it was drinkable and relatively safe. The worst: rock gut and bathtub gin. The cheapest speakeasies served terrible alcohol, industrial alcohol that hadn't been properly washed of chemicals, moonshine distilled poorly, grain alcohol mixed with water and flavoring. Bathtub gin got its name from bootleggers mixing ingredients in bathtubs because they were the only containers large enough. They'd combine industrial alcohol with juniper extract, glycerin, and water. The result tasted awful and could be dangerous. Few customers tolerated the taste of bathtub gin on its own. Bartenders mixed it with bitters, soda pop, fruit juices, and garnishes to mask the flavor. While mixed drinks existed before Prohibition, the need to hide bad alcohol's taste made cocktails fashionable. The worst products, nicknamed smoke, when made from pure wood alcohol, killed or maimed thousands of drinkers. Blindness, paralysis, death. Consuming poorly made alcohol carried serious health risks. Bootleggers who sold dangerous liquor didn't care. The profit margins justified any risk to customers.
The financial structure, how money flowed. Bootlegging generated enormous profits. Understanding the financial structure explains why organized crime exploded during this era. Markup economics. A case of quality whiskey purchased in the Bahamas for $40, sold wholesale in New York for $90. Speakeasies then sold individual drinks, marking up the retail price to $200 per case equivalent. A single successful rum running trip could net tens of thousands in profit. Larger operators made hundreds of thousands monthly. The most successful bootleggers cleared over $1 million annually. Enormous wealth in 1920s dollars. One documented bootlegger was clearing $200,000 a month before getting arrested. That's equivalent to over $3 million monthly in today's money. The distribution of profits. Money flowed through multiple hands. Foreign suppliers got paid for the alcohol. Ship captains and crews received wages. Contact boat operators took their cut. The wholesalers who coordinated operations kept the largest percentage. Speakeasy owners bought inventory and marked it up for retail customers. Bribes represented a significant expense. Police officers needed payments to ignore illegal activity. Federal agents could be bought off. Judges received money to dismiss charges. Politicians protected bootleggers in exchange for cash. One speakeasy owner estimated he paid 30% of his revenue in bribes. But even after bribes, the profit margins remained enormous. Territorial control. As bootlegging became more profitable, gangs fought for control of territories. Whoever controlled the distribution in a neighborhood controlled the money. This led to violence. Gangs hijacked each other's shipments. They murdered rivals. They bombed competing speakeasies. Eventually, the gangs established boundaries. Each syndicate controlled specific areas. They negotiated wholesale prices. They settled disputes through intermediaries rather than violence, when possible. This territorial organization became the foundation for organized crime syndicates. The infrastructure built for bootlegging continued after Prohibition ended, redirected into gambling, narcotics, prostitution, and labor racketeering. The law enforcement problem: why Prohibition failed. The government couldn't enforce Prohibition effectively. Multiple factors undermined enforcement. Insufficient resources. The Bureau of Prohibition and Coast Guard didn't have enough agents. Even with 11,000 Coast Guard personnel dedicated to maritime enforcement, they couldn't patrol the entire coastline. Federal agents conducted raids constantly. They seized stills, arrested bootleggers, and shut down speakeasies. But for every operation they closed, 3 more opened. Corruption. Low-paid police officers accepted bribes. Federal agents looked the other way for cash. Politicians protected bootleggers who funded their campaigns. Corruption was systematic. Speakeasy owners exploited this, paying regular protection money to ensure they received tips about planned raids. Public support. Many Americans didn't support Prohibition. They viewed drinking as a personal choice, not a criminal act. This made enforcement difficult because the public, including jury members, often sympathized with bootleggers rather than law enforcement. Speakeasies operated openly in many cities. Everyone knew where they were. The public's willingness to patronize illegal establishments made enforcement nearly impossible.
Legal exemptions. The exemptions for medicinal and religious alcohol created massive loopholes. Bootleggers exploited these constantly. Forged prescriptions, fake clergy credentials, shell companies claiming industrial needs. Each exemption required government oversight, but the bureaucracy couldn't keep up with the fraud. The violence. How bootlegging became bloody. Bootlegging generated violence on multiple levels. Gang wars. Rival gangs fought for control of profitable territories. They hijacked each other's shipments. They murdered competitors. They bombed speakeasies. These gang wars escalated throughout the 1920s. The violence became so brazen that law enforcement couldn't ignore it, even when they wanted to. The most infamous incident was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, February 14, 1929, Chicago. 7 gang members were lined up against a wall and shot. The murders were ordered by a rival gang fighting for control of bootlegging operations. Enforcement violence. Law enforcement used violence too. Federal agents shot bootleggers during chases, Coast Guard cutters fired on rum-running boats, police conducted violent raids on speakeasies. In some cases, this violence was justified. Bootleggers fired at first. In other cases, it was excessive force against people whose only crime was transporting alcohol. Consumer deaths. The violence of poison alcohol killed more people than gang wars. 50,000 deaths from tainted liquor during 13 years of prohibition. Bootleggers who sold industrial alcohol that hadn't been properly washed. Moonshiners who distilled poorly. Suppliers who deliberately used poisonous ingredients to increase volume. These weren't accidental deaths. They were preventable homicides committed for profit. The technology. Innovations driven by bootlegging. Bootlegging drove technological innovation in multiple areas. Automotive engineering. Bootleggers needed faster cars with better handling. They developed mechanical modifications that improved performance, reinforced suspension systems, modified engines, better tires for dirt road traction. These innovations eventually transferred to legitimate automotive racing. Many techniques developed by bootleggers became standard in performance vehicles. Communications. Bootleggers developed coded communication systems, radio broadcasts with hidden messages, code words for products and locations, elaborate signals to warn of law enforcement presence. One bootlegger owned a radio station and had his wife read children's bedtime stories on air. The stories contained coded messages to rum runners about pickup times and locations. Chemistry. The need to wash industrial alcohol drove advances in distillation techniques. Bootleggers hired chemists to develop methods for removing poisonous additives. While often unsuccessful at making the alcohol safe, these techniques represented genuine chemical innovation, just applied to illegal purposes. The social impact, how bootlegging changed America. Bootlegging fundamentally changed American society in ways that lasted long after Prohibition ended. Organized crime. Before Prohibition, criminals operated in small, local groups. Bootlegging required large-scale organization, supply chains, distribution networks, territorial control, financial management. This organizational structure persisted after Prohibition. The syndicates that formed to distribute bootlegged alcohol expanded into gambling, narcotics, prostitution, labor racketeering, and extortion. The American Mafia arose directly from bootlegging. The infrastructure was already built. The territories were already established. The enforcement mechanisms were already in place. When Prohibition ended, these organizations simply redirected their resources into other criminal enterprises. Gender relations. Speakeasies normalized mixed-gender drinking. Before Prohibition, men drank in saloons while women stayed home. After Prohibition, couples drank together at speakeasies and restaurants. This social change outlasted Prohibition itself. Women drinking in public became socially acceptable. Restaurants serving alcohol to female customers became normal. Cocktail culture. The need to mask bad alcohol's taste made mixed drinks fashionable. Bartenders developed elaborate cocktails. The speakeasy era created cocktail culture that continues today. Many classic cocktails were invented during Prohibition specifically to make bathtub gin drinkable. Government credibility.
Prohibition failed so spectacularly that it damaged public trust in government. People saw corruption, they saw ineffective enforcement, they saw politicians breaking the same laws they had passed. This cynicism towards government regulation persisted. Americans became more skeptical of prohibition-style laws. The lesson learned: you can't legislate morality successfully if the public doesn't support the law.
The end. Why prohibition was repealed. By the early 1930s, support for prohibition had collapsed. Economic reality. The Great Depression began in 1929. Suddenly, the tax revenue from legal alcohol sales looked attractive. The jobs that legal breweries and distilleries could provide seemed valuable. Prohibition was costing the government enforcement money while eliminating tax revenue. That equation didn't make sense anymore. Social failure. Prohibition hadn't stopped drinking, it had simply made drinking illegal. Speakeasies outnumbered the legal saloons they'd replaced. The violence associated with bootlegging, the gang wars, the poisoned alcohol, convinced many Americans that legalization was safer than prohibition. Political shift. Politicians who'd supported prohibition changed their positions. The public had turned against it. Continuing to support an unpopular law became politically dangerous. On December 5, 1933, the 21st Amendment repealed the 18th Amendment. Prohibition ended after 13 years. Breweries reopened. Distilleries resumed legal production. Speakeasies could operate openly as legitimate bars. Bootleggers lost their market overnight. Some transitioned to legal alcohol businesses. Others moved into gambling, narcotics, and other criminal enterprises. The infrastructure they'd built during Prohibition continued generating profits, just from different sources. Bootlegging during Prohibition was more than criminals breaking the law. It was an industry, a business with supply chains, distribution networks, retail operations, and financial structures. The techniques developed during those 13 years, smuggling methods, corruption systems, territorial organization, enforcement mechanisms, became the foundation for organized crime in America. When Prohibition ended, the bootleggers didn't disappear. They redirected their operations. The same networks that distributed illegal alcohol started distributing illegal drugs. The same corruption that protected speakeasies protected gambling operations. The same violence that settled bootlegging disputes continued in narcotics trafficking. Prohibition tried to eliminate alcohol from American society. Instead, it created the organized crime syndicates that would dominate American criminal enterprise for the next century. The irony is perfect. A law intended to improve society gave criminals the infrastructure they needed to build permanent, powerful organizations. Bootlegging made organized crime rich. Prohibition made organized crime possible. And neither alcohol consumption nor criminal enterprise ever went away. They just changed forms.
June 1983, East Harlem, Manhattan. FBI agents crept into a small social club at 416 East 115th Street, the Palmer Boys Social Club. 990 square feet, owned by Anthony Fat Tony Solano, acting boss of the Genovese crime family. The agents carried electronic surveillance equipment, microphones, transmitters, battery packs. They planted bugs throughout the club, behind the bar, near the back table where Solano sat every day with his trademark fedora and cigar. Then they left before sunrise. Nobody noticed. For the next 2 years, Solano conducted business as usual.
He held meetings with his capos, discussed gambling operations, settled disputes between mobsters from other families. He talked about the Concrete Club, the scheme where all 5 New York families controlled construction bids worth over $2 million. He complained about lack of respect from younger mobsters. He argued with other bosses about money. He spoke freely. This was his headquarters, his territory. The FBI listened to everything, and what they heard became the foundation for the most significant organized crime prosecution in American history, the Mafia Commission Trial. 8 bosses and underbosses convicted, 7 sentenced to 100 years each. The entire leadership of the New York Mafia destroyed in a single case. The Commission, how 5 families ruled New York. 1931, New York City. Lucky Luciano organized the meeting of the most powerful gangsters in America. The old bosses, the mustache Petes, were being pushed out. Younger, more business-minded mobsters were taken over. Luciano proposed a new system, the Commission, a ruling body made up of the bosses of New York's 5 families, Bonanno, Colombo, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese. They'd meet regularly to resolve disputes, approve major decisions, and coordinate criminal activities. No more mob wars, no more families fighting over territory. Everything would be organized, controlled, professional. For over 50 years, the Commission operated in the shadows. Law enforcement knew it existed, but proving it was impossible. The bosses were careful. They rarely met all together. When they did, they spoke in code. They never put anything in writing. By the 1980s, the Commission controlled billions of dollars in illegal operations. Construction rackets, labor unions, gambling, loan sharking, drug trafficking. They owned New York, but they'd gotten comfortable. Fat Tony Solano held regular meetings at the Palmer Boys Club. Paul Castellano, boss of the Gambino family, discussed business in his Staten Island mansion. Tony Two Ducks Corallo, boss of the Lucchese family, conducted meetings in his Jaguar while his driver, Salvatore Avellino, chauffeured him around. The FBI saw their opportunity.
The bugs, 5 devices that captured everything. The FBI didn't just bug one location, they bugged 5. First, Castellano's home on Todd Hill, Staten Island. The bug captured discussions about the Concrete Club, the construction bid-ridden scheme that became central to the prosecution's case. Second, Corallo's Jaguar. The car bug recorded thousands of conversations as Corallo conducted business while being driven around New York. He discussed labor racketeering, construction rackets, and commission decisions. Third, the Palmer Boys Social Club in East Harlem, Solano's headquarters. The bug captured him meeting with other bosses, discussing family business, and complaining about everything, from respect to money. Fourth, Casa Stort, the restaurant in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Gennaro, or Jerry Langella, acting boss of the Colombo family, conducted business at his favorite table. The FBI planted a bug in the ceiling directly above. Fifth, Ralph Scopo's union office. Scopo was a Colombo soldier who controlled construction unions. The bug captured him discussing the Concrete Club with construction executives. 5 bugs, thousands of hours of recordings. The bosses had no idea. The Concrete Club, 5 devices that captured everything. The most lucrative racket of the Commission was concrete. In New York City during the 1980s, construction was booming. Office towers, apartment buildings, hotels.
every major project required concrete. The 5 families created the Concrete Club. Here's how it worked. Any construction project requiring more than $2 million worth of concrete had to pay tribute to the mob. The construction companies would bid on projects, but the mob decided who won. The winning company would add a percentage to their bid, usually around 10%, and that money went to the families. The construction companies didn't complain. If they refused to participate, the mob-controlled unions would strike. Projects would stop. Delays would cost millions. So they paid. Castellano coordinated the scheme. Solano had hidden ownership in S&A Concrete Company and Transit Mix Concrete Corporation. Ralph Scopo controlled the Cement and Concrete Workers District Council, Local 6A. Between 1980 and 1985, the Concrete Club generated an estimated $50 million for the 5 families. The FBI bugs captured it all. Conversations about which companies would win bids, discussions about how to divide the money, arguments about percentages. The bosses thought they were untouchable. They'd been running these schemes for decades. Law enforcement couldn't prove anything. Then, Rudolph Giuliani became U.S. Attorney for the Southern New York District. The indictment, February 25, 1985. Giuliani announced indictments against 11 defendants. From the Genovese family, Anthony or Fat Tony Solano, 75 years old, acting boss. Gennaro or Jerry Lang, Langella, underboss. From the Gambino family, Paul or Big Paul Castellano, 70 years old, boss and commission chairman. Agnello or Neil Della Croce, 70 years old, underboss. From the Lucchese family, Anthony or Tony Dux Corallo, 73 years old, boss. Salvatore or Tom Mix Santoro, 72 years old, underboss. Christopher or Christy Tick Fernari, 62 years old, consigliere. From the Colombo family, Carmine or Junior Persico, 53 years old, boss. Ralph or Little Ralphie Scopo, 57 years old, soldier and union leader. From the Bonanno family, Philip or Rusty Ristelli, 65 years old, boss. Anthony or Bruno Indelicato, 38 years old, soldier. The charges: racketeering, extortion, labor racketeering, conspiracy, and in Indelicato's case, the 1979 murder of Carmine Galante. Giuliani told reporters, "This case charges that these bosses run a single criminal organization that is a major corrupter of our economic system." He called it the case of cases. Time magazine wrote, "Possibly the most significant assault on the infrastructure of organized crime since the high command of the Chicago Mafia was swept away in 1943. The mob bosses weren't worried. They'd beaten federal cases before. They had the best lawyers money could buy. They'd never talk, never cooperate. They didn't realize the FBI had recordings of their own voices discussing their crimes."
The trial, September through November 1986. Before trial, 2 defendants were eliminated. Agnello Della Croce died of brain cancer on December 2, 1985. Paul Castellano was murdered outside Spark Steakhouse in Manhattan on December 16, 1985, shot dead on orders from John Gotti, who wanted control of the Gambino family. Philip Rostelli was severed from the case to be tried separately on different RICO charges. 8 defendants remained: Salerno, Corallo, Persico, Santoro, Fernari, Langella, Scopo, and Indelicato. The trial began in September 1986 at the United States District Court in Manhattan. Judge Richard Owen presided. U.S. Attorney Michael Chertoff led the prosecution. He called 207 witnesses. The courtroom was packed every day, standing room only. This was the biggest mob trial in history. Persico decided to represent himself. He had legal advisor Frank Lopez assisting him, but Persico questioned witnesses and addressed the jury directly. In his opening statement, Persico spoke to the jury like they were his friends. Be wary of prosecution witnesses. They are being paid with your money and my freedom. They are powerful, not me. I'm sure after you hear all the evidence, you will acquit me. The jury listened politely. Then the tapes started playing. The evidence. Voices convicting themselves. The government played 150 tape recordings. Salerno and Corallo discussing construction rackets. Langella coordinating labor union control. The bosses dividing money from concrete contracts. One tape captured Salerno and Corallo complaining about younger mobsters who didn't show proper respect. I know you'll retire, Corallo told Salerno sympathetically. Salerno vented about an underling who called him fat too, not even using his full nickname. Corallo's solution? Shoot him. Get rid of him. Shoot him. Kill him. It's disgusting. Another recording caught Salerno reviewing a list of candidates to be made men in another family. When he noticed the list didn't include their nicknames, Salerno said, "I'll leave this up to the boss." Prosecutors seized on that line. Salerno referred to someone else as the boss. He wasn't really in charge, but it didn't matter. He was still running criminal operations. The defense attorneys had reviewed the evidence before trial. They knew their clients were doomed, so they tried a new strategy. They admitted the Mafia existed. They admitted the commission existed, but they argued that membership alone wasn't criminal. This was shocking. For decades, mobsters had denied the Mafia's existence under oath. Now, in open court, defense lawyers were acknowledging it. The defendants were furious. They believed it violated omerta, the code of silence. But their lawyers explained you can't credibly deny the Mafia exists when the jury is listening to you discuss it on tape. The defendants agreed, as long as they didn't have to personally admit anything on the stand. The star witness was Angelo Leonardo, underboss of the Cleveland crime family. He'd become a cooperating witness. He testified about commission meetings, how decisions were made, how the families operated. This was unprecedented. The highest-ranking mobster ever to testify against the commission. Under cross-examination, defense attorneys attacked his credibility. They pointed out his previous perjury convictions. Leonardo acknowledged his past lies. Right now, I'm telling the truth. The jury believed them. After 6 days of deliberation, they returned their verdict on November 19, 1986. Guilty on all 151 counts. All 8 defendants convicted. The sentences: January 13, 1987. Judge Richard Owen scheduled sentencing for January 13, 1987. The courtroom was packed again. Defendants, lawyers, prosecution, FBI agents, reporters, family members. Owen addressed the defendants one by one. Anthony Fat Tony Salerno, you have essentially spent a lifetime terrorizing the community for your financial advantage. 100 years. Carmine Jr. Persico, you are an upper member of the Mafia echelon that lives and succeeds on murder and violence. 100 years. Antonio Tony Ducks Corallo, 100 years. Gennaro Jerry Langa, 100 years. Salvatore Tom Mix, 100 years.
Christopher Christie Tixfanari, 100 years. Ralph Little Ralphie Scopo, 100 years. Anthony Bruno Indelicato, 40 years for murder. 7 100-year sentences, 1 40-year sentence. Total 740 years. Judge Owen recommended all be denied parole. The mob bosses sat stone-faced, no emotion, no reaction. After sentencing, the defendants were taken to a holding area. Their lawyers had arranged the final meal, Italian food and wine. They sat together one last time, eating, drinking, toasting. Tony Corallo raised his glass. Cent'anni, 100 years, the traditional Italian toast, meaning, may we live 100 years. Salvatore Santoro laughed. I think it's time to get a new toast. Everyone laughed. Dark humor. They'd each just been sentenced to 100 years. Fat Tony Salerno raised his glass. Maybe I should tell him where the $5 million is buried. More laughter. Then silence. They finished their meal. The guards came. The bosses were taken to federal prison. None would ever be free again.
The aftermath. What one bug destroyed. The commission trial broke the New York Mafia. Fat Tony Salerno died in prison in 1992 at age 81, 6 years into his sentence. Corallo died in prison in 2000, age 87, 14 years into his sentence. Junior Persico died in prison in 2019, age 85, 32 years into his sentence. Santoro died in prison in 1997. Fernari died in 2015 after being released on medical grounds. Scopo died in 1993. Langella was released in 2014 after serving 28 years. Only Indelicato, with the shortest sentence, was eventually released and is still alive. The 5 families never recovered. The commission stopped meeting. The organizational structure that Lucky Luciano created in 1931 was finished. John Gotti tried to revive Gambino family power, but was himself convicted under RICO in 1992. He died in prison. The Chicago outfit, Philadelphia mob, New England families all faced similar RICO prosecutions through the 1980s and 90s. The FBI had proven that electronic surveillance could destroy even the most careful criminal organizations. The mob had operated with near impunity for 60 years. The commission trial ended that in one case. 740 years in sentences, based primarily on bugs the FBI planted starting in June 1983. Vincent the Fish Cafaro, Salerno's right-hand man, turned informant shortly after the conviction. He revealed that Salerno had never been the real boss. Vincent the Chin Gigante had been running the Genovese family since 1969, using Salerno as a front. The FBI had been wrong about Salerno, but it didn't matter. He'd still committed the crimes. The sentence stood. Rudolph Giuliani used the commission trial to launch his political career. He became mayor in New York, then ran for president. The prosecutors, FBI agents, and investigators involved became legends in law enforcement. But the real breakthrough wasn't the lawyers or the agents. It was technology. Why the commission failed? For 50 years, the commission operated successfully. They resolved disputes, coordinated crimes, made billions. Their system worked because the bosses were careful. They spoke in code, they avoided paper trails, they never admitted anything. But they made one fatal assumption. They thought their regular meeting places were safe. The Palmer Boys Social Club was Salerno's headquarters for over 20 years. He felt comfortable there. He spoke freely. Corallo thought his Jaguar was secure. Nobody could bug a moving car. He discussed business during rides around the city. Castellano thought his home was private. He held commission meetings in his dining room. they were wrong about all of it. By the early 1980s, the FBI had sophisticated electronic surveillance technology, microphones small enough to hide anywhere, transmitters that could broadcast conversations blocks away, recording equipment that captured thousands of hours. The mob was still operating like it was 1950. The FBI was operating in 1985. That gap destroyed them. The commission trial proved that traditional mob caution, speaking in code, avoiding phone calls, meeting in person, was no longer enough. If the FBI could plant bugs in your social club, your car, your home, your union office, nowhere was safe. The bosses learned this too late. June 1983, the FBI planted a bug in the Palmer Boys Social Club. January 13, 1987, 7 mob bosses received 100-year sentences. 3 years and 6 months. That's how long it took for electronic surveillance to destroy the most powerful criminal organization in American history. The commission had ruled New York for over 50 years. They survived law enforcement crackdowns, internal wars, and federal investigations. But they couldn't survive technology. Fat Tony Salerno sat at his back table in East Harlem for 20 years, conducting business, settling disputes, running a multi-million-dollar gambling empire. He never knew the FBI was listening. When the tapes played in court, Salerno heard his own voice discussing concrete rackets, complaining about disrespectful soldiers, dividing illegal profits. His own words convicted him. That's what the commission trial proved. In the modern age, there were no safe spaces. The places you feel most comfortable, your headquarters, your car, your home, those are exactly where you're most vulnerable. The FBI understood that. The mob bosses didn't. And that's why one bug in a 990-square-foot social club generated 740 years in prison sentences and destroyed the New York Mafia forever.
March 23, 2023, Charlotte, North Carolina. Terry Rozier, starting guard for the Charlotte Hornets, walked onto the court at Spectrum Center. His team was playing in the New Orleans Pelicans. Rozier was averaging 18 points per game that season. The betting public had action on his performance, over-under on points, assists, minutes played. 9 minutes into the first quarter, Rozier grabbed his head, signaled to the bench. He was done for the night. Head injury, out of the game. The bets on Rozier's unders, wages that he'd performed below expectations, paid out handsomely. Over $200,000 in wages, tens of thousands in profit. Hours later, a childhood friend drove through the night from the arena to Rozier's house, carrying cash. They counted the money together. What Terry Rozier didn't know, the FBI was already watching, building a case, documenting everything. And what they found wasn't just one player faking an injury for gambling profits. It was a nationwide conspiracy involving NBA stars, Hall of Fame coaches, 4 mafia families, and tens of millions of dollars in rigged games and underground poker operations. This is the story of Operation Royal Flush, how the FBI spent years tracking NBA insiders who sold game information to gamblers. How Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups helped the Mafia rig poker games with X-ray tables and mock cards. And how 34 people across 11 states were arrested in October 2025 in one of the biggest sports corruption cases since sports betting became legal. The FBI called it insider trading for the NBA. And it all started with one player who couldn't resist easy money. The beginning, when sports betting became legal. 2018, United States Supreme Court. The court struck down the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, the federal law that had banned sports betting in most states since 1992. Suddenly, states could legalize sports gambling. Within months, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and others launched legal sports books. You could walk into a casino or open an app on your phone and bet on NBA games, NFL games, baseball, hockey, everything. The sports leagues had fought against legalization for years. They argued it would lead to corruption, game fixing, insider betting, but the money was too good to resist. By 2025, 38 states plus Washington, D.C. had legalized some form of sports betting. The industry generated over $10 billion in annual revenue. The NBA embraced it. They partnered with sportsbook companies, FanDuel, DraftKings, MGM. Advertisements during games, odds displayed during broadcasts. It was everywhere. But legalizing sports betting created a mess of vulnerability. Inside information. If you knew a player was injured before it was publicly announced, you could bet accordingly and win big. If you knew a star would sit out, you could bet the other team to cover the spread. If you knew someone would leave a game early, you could bet the under on their statistics. The sports books prohibited betting based on non-public information, but how would they know? And that's where players, coaches, and associates saw an opportunity.
Jontay Porter, the first domino. January 26, 2024, Los Angeles, California. The Toronto Raptors played the Los Angeles Clippers. Jontay Porter, a 24-year-old center for the Raptors, was on the injury report as questionable, but he was expected to play. Before the game, Porter told his associate, Long Fi Pham, "I'm going to leave early. Fake an injury, exit in the first half." Pham passed the information to Shane Hannon, known in gambling circles as Sugar. Hannon ran a network of straw bettors, people who place bets on behalf of others to avoid detection. The bettors placed massive wagers on Porter's unders. He'd score fewer points than expected, fewer rebounds, fewer assists. Porter played 4 minutes, then he left the game claiming illness. The bets paid out. 2 months later, he did it again. March 20th, 2024, the Raptors played Sacramento. Porter, again, told his associates he'd leave early. They placed bets on his underperformance. Porter played 3 minutes, left the game claiming eye injury. The bets paid out again. But there was a problem. The sports books noticed. When a player suddenly exits a game early and massive bets on their underperformance win, it raises red flags, especially when it happens twice. The sportsbooks reported suspicious activity to the NBA. The NBA launched an investigation. Within weeks, the NBA banned Jontay Porter for life, permanent removal from professional basketball. The FBI opened a criminal investigation. Porter was arrested, charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud. In July 2024, he pleaded guilty. He admitted in federal court that he'd manipulated his performance to benefit gamblers. He admitted he'd done it to pay off his own gambling debts. Porter had been betting on NBA games himself, including betting against his own team. Porter is scheduled to be sentenced in December 2025. He faces up to 4 years in federal prison. But Porter was just the beginning. The FBI investigation, dubbed Nothing But Net, expanded. They discovered Porter wasn't working alone, and the conspiracy went far beyond one player faking injuries. Terry Rozier, the star player. 2022 through 2024, multiple NBA cities. Terry Rozier had a problem. Not on the court, he was a successful NBA guard, 11th year in the league. He'd averaged nearly 14 points per game over 665 career games. He'd been a key contributor to Boston Celtics playoff runs. He'd earned millions in salary. But he had childhood friends, associates from his old neighborhood, people he'd known since growing up. One was De Niro Lasta, known as Nero or Peso. According to the FBI, Lasta approached Roja with a proposition. Give us inside information about when you leave games early, we'll bet your unders. When the bets pay, we'll share the profits. Easy money. Roja agreed. Between December 2022 and March 2024, Roja allegedly provided inside information about at least 7 NBA games. The scheme worked like this. Before the game, Roja would tell Lasta or another associate that he planned to leave early, fake an injury, limit his playing time. The associates would pass the information to bettors. Eric Ernest, known as Spook, Marvis Fairley, known as Vez or Vezino Lax, and Shane Hannon, the same sugar who'd worked with Jonte Porter. The bettors would place massive wagers through online sports books or retail betting outlets, hundreds of thousands of dollars on Roja's underperformance. Roja would execute the plan, leave the game early with a supposed injury or just play poorly. The bets would pay out. The associates would collect the winnings, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars per game. Then they'd drive to Roja's house, count the cash together, split the profits. The most egregious example? March 23, 2023. Charlotte Hornets versus New Orleans Pelicans. Roja told Lasta before the game, "I'm leaving in the first quarter, head injury." Lasta and the betting network placed over $200,000 in wagers on Roja's unders. Roja played exactly 9 minutes, then he signaled to the bench, grabbed his head, and left the game. The bets paid off, tens of thousands in profit. Lasta collected the cash and drove through the night to Roja's home. They counted the money together. Sportsbooks had already flagged that game for irregular betting activity. The volume of underbets on Roja was suspicious. The timing, placed just before the game, was suspicious. But proving fraud was difficult until the FBI investigation expanded.
Then information broker, 1998 through 2009, NBA career. Damon Jones was a role player, 11 years in the league, multiple teams. Most notably, he was part of the Cleveland Cavaliers' 2016 championship team. After retiring, Jones stayed connected to the NBA. He worked as a coach, an unofficial advisor. He maintained relationships with players, coaches, and team personnel. And he used those relationships to gather insider information. February 9th, 2023, Los Angeles Lakers game. Jones allegedly obtained non-public information about Lakers players and sold it to co-conspirators. Lineup decisions, medical information not yet released publicly. The bettors used the information to place significant wagers. January 15th, 2024, Lakers versus Oklahoma City Thunder. Jones sold information about a Lakers player identified in court documents only as Player 4 being injured before the game. The information wasn't public yet. The injury wouldn't appear on the official NBA injury report for hours. A bettor placed a $100,000 wager against the Lakers based on Jones's tip. But there was a problem. Player 4, widely believed to be Anthony Davis based on the injury report from that date, played anyway. He performed well. The Lakers won. The bettor was furious. He'd paid $2,500 for the tip, then placed a massive bet that lost. He demanded a refund from Jones. Jones refused. The bettor kept records of everything. Those records would later become evidence in the FBI investigation.
Jones allegedly sold insider information on numerous occasions. Every time he learned something valuable, an injury, a lineup change, a player's availability, he'd pass it to his network of bettors. He wasn't playing in the games. He wasn't faking injuries. He was an information broker, using his NBA connections to gather intelligence, then selling it for profit. Chauncey Billups, the face card. 2019 through 2024 Underground Poker Games. Chauncey Billups had a Hall of Fame career, 17 years as an NBA player, 5-time All-Star, NBA Finals MVP in 2004 when the Detroit Pistons defeated the Lakers. After retiring, Billups became a coach. He was named head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers in 2021. But Billups had another side business, underground poker. According to federal prosecutors, Billups was what the Mafia calls a face card, a celebrity used to attract fish to rigged poker games. Here's how it worked. The Mafia, specifically members and associates of the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese crime families, organized high-stakes poker games in Manhattan, Las Vegas, Miami, and the Hamptons. They recruited celebrities to sit at the table, famous athletes, recognizable names, people that wealthy marks would want to play against. Chauncey Billups was one of those celebrities. Damon Jones, the same former NBA player who was selling insider betting information, was another. The games looked legitimate. You'd sit down to play poker with an NBA Hall of Famer. How could that be rigged? But the games were elaborately rigged. The conspirators used sophisticated cheating technology, shuffling machines that could read cards in the deck and transmit information about who had the best hand, poker chip tray analyzers with hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read pre-marked cards, X-ray tables that revealed cards placed face down. Someone sitting at the table, working with the cheaters, would receive signals about other players' hands. They'd know exactly when to bet, fold, or raise. The marks, the victims, never had a chance. According to prosecutors, victims lost at least $7.15 million in these rigged games since 2019. April 9th, 2019, Vegas poker game. Billups was playing at a rigged table. The organizers had arranged for Billups to win, to make the game look legitimate and keep him involved. But Billups started winning too much, too many improbable hands. The organizers panicked. If Billups kept winning, the marks would get suspicious. The game would fall apart. They signaled to Billups to ease off, let some hands go, make it look more realistic. Billups wasn't just a celebrity lure. According to prosecutors, he was part of the cheating team, actively participating in defrauding the victims.
The aftermath, immediate consequences. Within hours of the arrests, the NBA acted. Terry Rozier, placed on immediate leave from the Miami Heat. He did not play in the team's season opener on October 23rd. Chauncey Billups, placed on immediate leave from the Portland Trail Blazers. Assistant coach Thiago Splitter assumed interim head coaching duties. The NBA released a statement. We are in the process of reviewing the federal indictments announced today. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups are being placed on immediate leave from their teams, and we will continue to cooperate with the relevant authorities. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch called the joint indictment extraordinarily rare, highlighting that 4 of the 5 New York Mafia families were involved. NYFBI Assistant Director Christopher Raya said this alleged collusion resulted in the defendants secretly pocketing their lavish winnings and corrupting NBA games. Rozier's attorney issued a statement denying wrongdoing. Terry was cleared by the NBA, and these prosecutors revived that non-case. Terry's not a gambler, but he's not afraid of a fight, and he looks forward to winning this fight. Billups has not publicly commented.
His attorneys have not released statements. Old defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Trials are expected to begin in 2026, but the damage is already done. The pattern: sports betting corruption. The NBA gambling arrests are part of a larger pattern. Since the Supreme Court legalized sports betting in 2018, at least 23 professional players and coaches have been suspended or permanently banned from their leagues for gambling violations. Jonte Porter, banned for life by the NBA in 2024. Two Cleveland Guardians pitchers, Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz, have been on paid leave since July 2025 due to a Major League Baseball probe of sports betting. Multiple NFL players have faced suspensions for betting violations. College athletes have been caught betting on games, including their own teams. Former NBA player and New York Knicks star turned Senator Bill Bradley, a key architect of the 1992 law that banned sports betting, warned in 2024, "I just don't think it will be controlled. I think there will be a scandal." He was right. The problem is simple. Inside information is incredibly valuable in sports betting. If you know a star player is injured, you can bet accordingly. If you know someone will sit out, you can beat the spread. If you know a player will underperform, you can win big on underbets. And the temptation is enormous. Players earn millions in salary, but they have friends from childhood, associates who need money, family members who want a piece. It's easy to rationalize. I'm just giving my boy some info. It's not like I'm shaving points at throwing games. But it is illegal. Wire fraud, money laundering, conspiracy. And when the FBI gets involved, careers end.
The Mafia connection, why the Cosa Nostra still matters. The poker rigging scheme reveals something important. The Mafia is still operational. For decades, law enforcement has claimed organized crime is dying. The commission trial in the 1980s, RICO prosecutions through the 90s and 2000s, informants flipping, bosses dying in prison. The New York families were supposedly finished. But the 2025 indictments prove otherwise. 4 families, Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, Lucchese, backed a multi-million-dollar poker fraud operation. They recruited celebrities. They used sophisticated technology. They laundered millions. This wasn't a bunch of old men running small-time rackets. This was an organized, profitable criminal enterprise. NBC News reported, a string of federal operations decades ago nearly decimated New York's major crime families, but they haven't completely gone away. Prosecutors said 12 Mafia associates played roles in the poker scam. The fact that the Mafia could partner with NBA celebrities shows they still have reach, still have connections, still have the infrastructure to run complex fraud schemes. They've adapted. They're not running casinos in Las Vegas anymore. They're not hijacking trucks or controlling unions. They're rigging poker games with X-ray tables, using celebrities as bait, laundering money through gambling operations. It's a modern mob, smaller than the glory days, but still operational, still making millions. The irony: legalization created the crime. Here's the ironic part. The sports betting corruption only exists because gambling became legal. When sports betting was illegal before 2018, players couldn't openly share inside information. There were no legal sports books, no apps, no casinos caking NBA bets. Sure, underground bookies existed, but the market was limited. The betting volumes were smaller. Legalization changed everything. Suddenly, anyone with a smartphone could bet on NBA games. Betting ads were everywhere.
The leagues partnered with sports books. The market exploded. Billions of dollars in annual bets. That created massive incentive for inside information. If you knew something others didn't, you could make a fortune. Players and coaches had that information, and they realized we could monetize this. Terry Rozier, looking at $200,000 in bets on his underperformance, knowing tens of thousands in profit would be driven to his house that night, that temptation only existed because legal sports books made it possible. The Mafia's poker operation, using celebrities as bait, that only worked because the celebrities were gambling legally and had connections to wealthy marks who wanted to play. Legalization was supposed to end corruption by bringing gambling into the light, regulated, monitored, controlled. Instead, it created new opportunities for crime. The illegal part isn't the gambling anymore. It's the fraud, the inside information, the rigged games. And as Senator Bradley predicted, I don't think it will be controlled.
The lesson: why nobody wins. Terry Rozier is 30 years old. He'd earned approximately $60 million in NBA salary over his career. He had endorsement deals. He was set for life financially. Why risk it all for tens of thousands in betting profits? Chauncey Billups is 49, Hall of Fame player, successful coach, multi-million-dollar contracts. Why participate in rigged poker games for a share of fraudulent winnings? The answer: they thought they wouldn't get caught. Rozier probably believed the sports books couldn't prove anything. He had a head injury, he left the game, it happens. Billups probably thought the poker games were untraceable, underground games, cash only, no paper trail. They were wrong. The FBI spent years building these cases. They tracked betting patterns, they interviewed witnesses, they followed the money, and in the end, both men faced decades in federal prison. Even if they avoid conviction, if their lawyers can create reasonable doubt, if juries acquit, their careers are over. The NBA has placed them on immediate leave. Even if criminal charges fail, league discipline will follow. Suspensions, fines, possible lifetime bans. Rozier will likely never play another NBA game. Billups will likely never coach again. For what? Some extra cash they didn't need? The Mafia associates who organized the poker games face similar fates. Multi-year federal sentences, asset forfeitures, the end of their criminal enterprises. The bettors who placed the fraudulent wagers, facing money laundering charges, wire fraud charges, years in prison for winning bets based on inside information. Nobody wins, except maybe the sports books, who can now point to these arrests and say, see, we're vigilant, we catch cheaters, sports betting is safe. But the fundamental problem remains. As long as sports betting is legal and profitable, there will always be temptation to use inside information for profit. And as long as that temptation exists, some players, coaches, and associates will try to exploit it. October 23, 2025, the day Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, and 32 others were arrested. The NBA called it a dark day for the league. Commissioner Adam Silver said, "We will cooperate fully with federal authorities to ensure the integrity of our game." But the arrests revealed something the league didn't want to admit. The integrity of the game was already compromised. When a starting NBA guard fakes an injury in the first quarter so his childhood friends can win bets on his underperformance, the game is tainted. When a Hall of Fame coach helps the Mafia rig poker games with X-ray tables and marked cards, the sport's reputation is damaged. When former players sell inside medical information about the Lakers stars for profit, trust is broken.
The FBI spent years documenting all of it, building their case, waiting for the right moment to strike. And when they finally moved, 34 arrests across 11 states, the message was clear. If you're using inside information to profit from sports betting, the FBI is watching. If you're helping the Mafia rig games, you will be caught. If you think you're too famous, too connected, too careful to face consequences, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups thought the same thing. They were wrong. The sports betting explosion created billions in legal revenue, but it also created billions in temptation. And as Operation Royal Flush proved, when billions are at stake, someone will always try to cheat. The only question is whether they get caught before they destroy their careers. For Terry Rozier, who faked an injury in the first quarter of a meaningless regular season game, the answer is now clear. The FBI heard everything, they documented everything. And on October 23, 2025, his career ended not with a championship or a farewell tour, but with federal agents knocking on his door. That's what happens when you bet against your own integrity. You lose everything. Spring 1978, Kansas City, Missouri. FBI agents crept into the Villa Capri restaurant after closing time. They carried electronic equipment, microphones, transmitters, batteries, small enough to hide, sensitive enough to pick up conversations from across the room. The agents knew exactly where to plant them, the back table, the one reserved every night for Kansas City mob boss Nick Savella and his associates. That table was where business happened, where orders were given, where money changed hands. The FBI planted their bugs and left before sunrise. Nobody noticed. The next night, Nick Savella sat at his usual table. He talked freely about murders, about casino operations, about problems with their Vegas operations. The FBI listened, and what they heard had nothing to do with the murders they were investigating. They heard something bigger, much bigger. They heard mob bosses from 4 cities, Kansas City, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Cleveland, conspiring to steal millions from Las Vegas casinos. This is the story of Operation Strawman, how the FBI bugged 2 mob restaurants, one in Kansas City, one in Milwaukee, how those bugs recorded thousands of hours of conversations, and how 15 mob bosses across the Midwest went to prison for decades based on what the FBI heard at restaurant tables. The mob thought they were untouchable. They ran their businesses from their favorite restaurants for years, until the FBI learned how to listen. The setup, how the mob owned Las Vegas. 1974, Las Vegas, Nevada. The mob had a problem. How do you own a casino when Nevada law says mob figures can't hold gambling licenses? They'd solved this problem years earlier with a simple system. Frontmen. Find someone with a clean record. Give them money to buy a casino, usually millions from the Teamsters Union pension fund. Put them on paper as the owner. But the mob controlled everything. They placed their people in key positions. They made the decisions. They took the profits. And most importantly, they skimmed. Skimming was the bloodline of mob casino operations. Every night, before the official count, trusted operatives removed cash from the counting rooms. Thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands. The money never appeared on official books, never got taxed by Nevada, never reported to the IRS. It went straight to the mob bosses in Kansas City, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Cleveland. Alan Glick was the perfect frontman. Glick was 32 years old, Vietnam veteran, real estate developer from San Diego. Clean record, no mob connections, on paper. In 1974, Glick bought the Stardust and Fremont casinos in Las Vegas. The purchase price, $62.7 million. He borrowed the money from the Teamsters Central States Pension Fund, the same fund that had been financing mob operations for decades. But Glick wasn't really in charge. Frank "Lefty" Rosenthal ran the casinos for the mob. Rosenthal was brilliant with numbers, a professional sports handicapper from Chicago with deep mob connections. He couldn't get a gaming license because his mob ties were too obvious. So his official title was Entertainment Director. But everyone knew he ran the operations. And Rosenthal reported to the bosses, Nick Savella in Kansas City, Joey Aiuppa in Chicago, Frank Balistreri in Milwaukee, Milton Rockman in Cleveland. These men controlled the skim. They decided how much came out. They divided the profits. From 1974 to 1978, over $2 million was skimmed from the Stardust Casino alone. The FBI suspected this was happening, but they couldn't prove it. Then they got lucky.
The Kansas City bug, when a murder investigation found something bigger. 1978, Kansas City FBI office. Special Agent Bill Owsley ran the organized crime squad. His team was investigating a string of local murders, multiple victims, all connected to the Kansas City mob. Owsley knew Nick Savella, boss of the Kansas City crime family, was involved, but proving it required evidence. Owsley's team decided to plant the bug. The target, Villa Capri Restaurant in northeast Kansas City, a mob hangout. Savella ate there constantly, always at the same back table. Spring 1978, FBI agents executed their plan. They entered Villa Capri after hours, planted microphones at the back table where Savella sat, installed transmitters, set up receivers nearby. The next night, they started listening. Nick Savella sat at his table with his brother Carl Savella and other associates. They talked freely, thinking they were safe in their regular spot. The FBI agents put on their headphones, expecting to hear about the murders. Instead, they heard something else. Las Vegas was the last thing on our minds, Bill Owsley later recalled. But when they sat down that night, they talked about Las Vegas. Savella and his associates discussed casino operations, skimming money, problems with Frank Rosenthal, frustrations with how Las Vegas was being run. The FBI agents looked at each other. They'd stumbled onto something much bigger than murder. The Milwaukee connection, Mr. Big at his table. 1960s through early 1980s, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Frank Balistreri ran the Milwaukee mob from a table at Snuggs' restaurant. Snuggs was located in the Shorecrest Hotel on the east side. Nothing fancy, just a neighborhood restaurant. But it was Balistreri's office. Every day, Frankie Bow sat at his back table. Associates came to him. They discussed business, gambling operations, loan sharking, vending machine rackets, and their cut from the Las Vegas casinos. Balistreri had become boss of the Milwaukee family in 1961 after his father-in-law, John Aliotta, retired. By the late 1970s, Balistreri controlled illegal gambling across Wisconsin. He had a monopoly on sports betting. He dominated the vending machine business. And he had a piece of the Vegas skim. Balistreri had helped arrange the Teamsters loan for Alan Glick, $62.7 million to buy the Stardust and Fremont. In return, Balistreri got a cut of the skim. His sons worked with him, Joseph and John Balistreri, both lawyers. They handled the business side, kept things looking legitimate. The FBI had been watching Balistreri for years. They knew he was running criminal operations, but proving it was hard.
Then, in 1978, they made their move. The FBI planted bugs at Snug's restaurant, at Balistreri's back table. They also wiretapped the Shorecrest Hotel, owned by Joseph Balistreri. Suddenly, the FBI could hear everything. Balistreri's conversations with his sons, discussions about their vending machine extortion racket, arguments about money from Las Vegas. One recorded conversation from February 1980 became legendary. John Balistreri talked to his mother about the IRS. 3 years ago, we ran a bunch of strip clubs and none of them was successful. Today, we're worth $15 million, and you think that sticks in their throat? The family couldn't explain their sudden wealth. The IRS know it, the FBI know it, and now they had it on tape. The sting. Donnie Brasco comes to Milwaukee. 1978. New York City. FBI agent Joseph Pistone was deep undercover as Donnie Brasco, a jewel thief who'd infiltrated the Bonanno crime family. Pistone had spent 5 years building his cover. He'd become friends with wise guys, participated in criminal activity, earned their trust. The FBI decided to use Pistone's credibility for another operation, Milwaukee. The plan was simple. Pistone would introduce an undercover agent working as Tony Conti to Frank Balistreri's operation. Conti would set up a vending machine company. Balistreri would try to extort him, and the FBI would catch it all. On tape. Pistone flew to Milwaukee. He vouched for Tony Conti to Balistreri's crew, said Conti was connected, trustworthy, good for business. The Milwaukee mob took the bait. Conti set up his vending machine company. Balistreri's people approached him, told him he needed to pay a street tax, protection money, to operate in Milwaukee. He refused. Balistreri's associates became more aggressive. They threatened them, made it clear, pay up or face consequences. The FBI recorded everything. On April 10, 1984, Frank Balistreri and his 2 sons were convicted of extortion for trying to take control of the FBI's dummy vending machine company. Frank got 13 years. Joseph and John each got 8 years, later reduced to 5. But that was just the beginning.
Operation Strawman, connecting all the pieces. While the Milwaukee vending machine case proceeded, something bigger was developing. The FBI bugs in Kansas City and Milwaukee had captured thousands of hours of conversations about the Las Vegas skim. The Justice Department's organized crime strike force coordinated with FBI officers across multiple states: Kansas City, Milwaukee, Chicago, Cleveland, Las Vegas. They called it Operation Strawman, named after the frontmen like Alan Glick, who pretended to own the casinos while the mob ran everything behind the scenes. The investigation revealed the full scope of the conspiracy. Nick Savella in Kansas City coordinated with Joey Aiuppa in Chicago, the top boss of the Chicago outfit. Frank Balistreri in Milwaukee got his cut. Milton Rockman in Cleveland represented his family's interests. They all answered to one man in Las Vegas, Joe Agosto. Agosto was the entertainment director of the Tropicana Hotel and Casino. He ran the Foley's Bergère show, the famous Showgirl Review. But Agosto's real job was overseeing the skim. He controlled how money came out of the counting rooms at the Tropicana. He ensured cash went to Kansas City, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Cleveland. He kept the books. Called the Luna, the number 2 man in Kansas City kept meticulous records of who got what, every dollar accounted for. Those records would destroy them.
The FBI compiled evidence from multiple sources. Thousands of hours of wiretapped restaurant conversations, called the Luna's detailed financial records, testimony from informants, physical surveillance of cash couriers, bank records showing suspicious transactions, the Nevada Gaming Control Board investigations. By 1983, they were ready to move. The indictments, when the hammer fell. September 1983, federal grand jury. 15 major crime figures were indicted for conspiring to skim over $2 million from the Stardust and Fremont casinos. The defendants included, from Chicago, Joey Iopa, 75 years old, boss of the Chicago outfit. Jackie Cerrone, 69, underboss. Angelo LaPietra, 62, a capo. Tony Spilatro, 45, the mob's enforcer in Las Vegas. Joseph Lombardo, 54, a high-ranking member. From Milwaukee, Frank Balistieri, 65, the boss. Joseph Balistieri, 43, his lawyer's son. John Balistieri, 34, his other lawyer's son, the family's business manager. From Kansas City, Carl Sazella, 72, the boss. Carl the Luna, 55, the underboss. Peter Tamburello, 51, a soldier. From Cleveland, Milton Rockman, 75, the mob's representative. From Las Vegas, Carl Thomas, 51, a casino operator who facilitated the skim. These weren't street thugs. These were the top bosses and underbosses of 4 major crime families, the leadership of organized crime across the Midwest. Some observers called it the most significant organized crime prosecution in Justice Department history. The charges were serious: conspiracy to skim casino profits, interstate transportation of stolen property, racketeering. If convicted on all counts, each defendant faced up to 40 years in prison and $80,000 in fines. The mob had operated with near impunity for decades. Now, their entire leadership was facing prison, and it all came from conversations at restaurant tables.
The trial, 4 months in Kansas City, September 23, 1985. United States District Court, Kansas City. 9 defendants sat in the courtroom. Some had pleaded guilty or been severed from the main trial. Others were still fighting. Judge Joseph Stevens, Jr. presided. The trial lasted 4 months. Chief Prosecutor David Helfrey led the Justice Department's organized crime strike force. His team presented overwhelming evidence: 1,000 documents, over 30 hours of secretly recorded telephone conversations and bugs, testimony from 400 witnesses, mostly FBI agents and police authenticating wiretaps and records. Called the Luna's meticulous financial records showing exactly how the skim money was divided. The wiretap conversations from the Kansas City and Milwaukee restaurants were particularly damning. Jurors heard Nick Savella discussing Vegas operations, Frank Balistieri arguing about his cut, associates complaining about Frank Rosenthal's management of the Stardust. The recordings captured the mob bosses in their own words discussing their criminal enterprise. Some recordings were almost comical. The FBI played tapes of Frank, Joe, and John Balistieri trying to figure out how to explain $200,000 in cash the FBI had seized from the Shorecrest Hotel. The defense argued the government's case was based on circumstantial evidence and flawed interpretations of casual conversations. But the evidence was overwhelming. January 1986, the jury reached its verdict. 5 defendants were convicted: Joey Iopa, Jackie Cerrone, Frank Balistieri, Angelo LaPietra, and Carl the Luna. The others were either acquitted or had already pleaded guilty to lesser charges. The convictions were major victories, but the sentences were even more significant.
Joey Aiuppa, 28 years in prison. The 77-year-old boss to the Chicago outfit would die in prison. Jackie Cherone, 28 years. The Chicago underboss, age 71, also died while incarcerated. Frank Balistieri, 10 years to run concurrently with his previous 13-year sentence for the vending machine extortion. He served 7 years total and was released in 1991. He died in 1993, 2 years after release. The other defendants received similar sentences, decades in federal prison. But the impact went far beyond these 5 convictions. The Tropicana case, the other half of straw man. While the Stardust case proceeded, the FBI had been building a parallel case. The Tropicana Hotel and Casino was also being skimmed. Joe Agosto controlled that operation. In 1981, a Kansas City grand jury indicted Agosto, Nick Savella, Carl DeLuna, and Carl Thomas for skimming $280,000 from the Tropicana. The defendants went to trial in 1983. All were convicted. Nick Savella, the boss of Kansas City, died of cancer in 1983, just after his conviction. He never served his prison sentence. But the Tropicana convictions, combined with the Stardust convictions, effectively destroyed the Kansas City mob. In total, Operation Strawman resulted in 19 convictions of senior mobsters across 4 crime families: Kansas City, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Cleveland. The investigation virtually eliminated the leadership of organized crime across the Midwest. The aftermath, how Strawman changed everything. The impact of Operation Strawman went far beyond the convictions. First, it broke the mob's control of Las Vegas. Alan Glick, the frontman who'd bought the Stardust, was forced out by Nevada gaming officials. The Stardust and other mob-connected casinos were sold to religious owners. The skimming operations that had funneled millions to mob families for decades were finished. Second, it demonstrated the power of electronic surveillance. The bugs planted at Villa Capri in Kansas City and Snugs in Milwaukee captured thousands of hours of incriminating conversations. The wiretaps on hotels and businesses provided additional evidence. This was the first time the FBI had so successfully used long-term electronic surveillance to dismantle multiple organized crime families simultaneously. The straw man investigation became the model for future RICO cases. Third, it proved that mob bosses could be prosecuted. For decades, the top bosses had insulated themselves from prosecution. They gave orders indirectly, they never got their hands dirty, they maintained plausible deniability. But the bugs captured them speaking freely, planning crimes, discussing the skim, dividing profits. Their own voices convicted them. Fourth, it ended an era. The mob families that controlled the Midwest for decades were gutted. The Kansas City family never recovered. After Nick Savella's death and the strawman convictions, the family essentially ceased to exist as an independent organization. The Chicago outfit survived, but diminished. Joey Aiuppa and Jackie Cherone, their top leaders, died in prison. The outfit never regained its Las Vegas operations. The Milwaukee family was absorbed by Chicago after Frank Balistieri's death in 1993. It no longer exists as an independent organization. The Cleveland family faced similar prosecution and decline. Operation Strawman, more than any other case, broke the back of Midwest organized crime.
The irony, when safe spaces became traps. For decades, mob bosses conducted business in restaurants. It made sense. Restaurants were public spaces. Hard to prove anything criminal was happening. They were social. Eating together looked innocent. They provided privacy, a back table away from other diners. Nick Savella felt safe at Villa Capri. He went there every night, always sat at the same table, discussed business freely. Frank Balistieri felt safe at Snugs. It was his office, his territory. He'd been conducting business from that back table for years without problems. These restaurants were where they felt most comfortable, most in control. That comfort made them careless. They spoke openly, discussed specific dollar amounts, named names, detailed exactly how the skim worked. They never imagined the FBI was listening. The bugs were small, invisible. The technology was sophisticated enough to pick up conversations across the room. By the time the mob bosses realized they'd been compromised, it was too late. Thousands of hours recorded, evidence enough to convict dozens of people. The places where they felt safest became the evidence that destroyed them. The lesson: why the mob lost Vegas. The mob controlled Las Vegas for over 30 years. They built the casinos, they ran the operations, they skimmed millions in untaxed profits. But they lost it all because they couldn't adapt. First, they relied on old methods: restaurant meetings, in-person conversations, face-to-face business. The FBI adapted faster. They developed electronic surveillance technology. They learned how to bug restaurants without being detected. They built cases using the mob's own words against them. Second, the mob couldn't operate legally. Once Nevada started enforcing gaming regulations, banning known mobsters, investigating casino ownership, auditing finances, the mob couldn't compete. They needed frontmen, hidden ownership, skimming operations, all of which created vulnerabilities. Frontmen who could flip, financial records that could be subpoenaed, evidence trails that investigators could follow. And third, the mob attracted law enforcement attention. The FBI dedicated enormous resources to Operation Strawman, multiple field offices, years of surveillance, coordination with the Justice Department's organized crime strike force. Why? Because taking down mob control of Vegas was a priority. The mob's infiltration of legitimate businesses, casinos, unions, even pension funds threatened the entire Nevada economy. Once law enforcement committed to ending mob control, it was only a matter of time. And fourth, the mob's own structure betrayed them. They kept detailed records, like Carl DeLuna's meticulous book showing who got what from the skim. They held regular meetings, making it easy for the FBI to know where and when to plant bugs. They trusted too many people, creating opportunities for informants and flipped associates. The very things that made the mob successful, organization, record keeping, hierarchy, became the tools that destroyed them.
Operation Strawman stands as one of the most successful organized crime investigations in FBI history. 2 restaurant bugs, one in Kansas City at Villa Capri, one in Milwaukee at Snugs, captured thousands of hours of mob conversations. Those conversations revealed a massive conspiracy to skim over $2 million from Las Vegas casinos. 19 senior mobsters were convicted. The leadership of 4 crime families was destroyed. The mob's control of Las Vegas ended. All because the FBI learned to listen. Nick Savella thought his back table at Villa Capri was safe. Frank Balistrieri thought his table at Snugs was secure. They were wrong. The FBI proved that in the modern age, there's no such thing as a safe space for criminals. Not when technology allows law enforcement to hear everything. The mob bosses spent decades building their Vegas empire. They perfected the skim. They made millions. But they lost it all because they talked too freely at their favorite restaurants. If you want to understand how the FBI dismantled organized crime's control of Las Vegas, how electronic surveillance revolutionized law enforcement, Operation Strawman is where you start, because it proves a simple truth. Your safe space is only safe until someone's listening. And in 1978,
When the FBI planted bugs at 2 mob restaurants, the Midwest Mafia's days were numbered. They just didn't know it yet.
1936, Jacksonville, Florida. A well-dressed man stepped off a plane from New York. He wore an expensive suit. His hair was perfectly styled. He'd spent an hour at the barber that morning. He carried a small suitcase with a clean shirt. Local mobsters met him at the airport. Easy job, they said. Guy leaves his house same time every day, 11 a.m. You can't miss. The man from New York, they called him Pittsburgh Phil, nodded, but he wasn't happy. Because Pittsburgh Phil was a professional, the most feared contract killer in America. A man who'd murdered over 100 people across a dozen states. And these local guys had no idea how he worked. Phil never carried a gun, never brought weapons on planes, never walked around armed. If cops picked him up, they'd find nothing. No gun, no knife, no rope, no ice pick. Just a well-dressed man with a suitcase. But that didn't matter, because when Pittsburgh Phil arrived in your city, someone was gonna die. He'd just use whatever he found. This is the story of Harry Strauss, the man they called Pittsburgh Phil. How a Brooklyn kid became Murder Incorporated's top hitman. How he killed more people than any contract killer in American history. And how he did it all without ever carrying a weapon. Until one of his own friends decided he'd rather talk than die. The Brooklyn Kid Who Loved Murder. 1909, Brooklyn, New York. Harry Strauss was born July 28th in the Brownsville section, a neighborhood packed with Jewish and Italian immigrants, tenement buildings, and grinding poverty. His friends called him Pep, short for Peppy. Always energetic, always moving, always looking for action. By age 12, Strauss was committing petty crimes, shoplifting, pickpocketing, small-time stuff. By his teens, he'd graduated to serious crime, assault, larceny, drug dealing. Between 1926 and 1939, Strauss was arrested 18 times. Assault, burglary, possession of stolen goods, carrying concealed weapons. 18 arrests, 0 convictions. Years later, prosecutor Burton Turkis, the man who finally sent Strauss to the electric chair, would say Strauss had never been convicted of so much as smoking on a subway platform. How did he avoid conviction? Simple. Strauss was smart, careful. He never got caught with evidence, and he developed a personal rule that would define his entire career. Never carry a weapon unless you're about to use it. If cops stopped him on the street, searched him, brought him in, they find nothing. Clean suit, clean record, technically. No proof. This philosophy made Strauss nearly untouchable, and it made him valuable to a new kind of criminal organization taking shape in Brooklyn. Murder Incorporated, the Mafia's firing squad. 1930, Brooklyn. The American Mafia was changing. The old ways, territorial wars, constant violence, disorganized chaos were giving way to something new. Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and other mob bosses created the Commission, a ruling body that would oversee organized crime across America. The families would stop fighting each other. They'd divide territories, cooperate, build a national crime syndicate. But the commission needed enforcers. When a boss ordered a hit, who would carry it out?
That's where Murder Incorporated was born. Based in Brownsville, Brooklyn, Murder Inc. was essentially the enforcement arm of the National Crime Syndicate, a group of contract killers who would murder anyone, anywhere, on orders from the bosses. The operation was run by Louis Lepke Balcolta, Albert Anastasia, and other top mobsters. They recruited killers from the streets of Brooklyn, men who'd proven they could kill without hesitation or remorse. Harry Strauss was exactly what they were looking for. By the early 1930s, Strauss had joined Murder Inc., and he quickly became their star. Why? Because Strauss loved killing. Most hitmen saw murder as business, a job, something you did because the boss ordered it. Strauss saw it as art. He once stole the friend. Like a ball player, that's me. I figure I get seasoning doing these jobs here. Somebody from one of the big mobs spots me. Then, up to the big leagues. Strauss viewed himself as a professional athlete, practicing his craft, getting better with each kill, working his way up to the major leagues of murder. And he was good. Very good.
The method: killing without weapons. Here's how Pittsburgh Phil worked. When Murder Inc. got a contract, in order to kill someone, they'd assign it to their killers. Sometimes multiple guys, sometimes just one. Strauss preferred working alone or with one partner. Less people meant less risk of mistakes. The bosses would give him a name, a location, maybe a description. That's all he needed. Strauss would pack his suitcase, one clean shirt, socks, underwear, nothing suspicious. No gun, no knife, no weapons of any kind. He'd hop on a train, a plane, to wherever the target was. Detroit, Florida, Connecticut, California. Murder Inc. sent killers all over the country. When Strauss arrived, he'd scout the location, watch the target, learn their routine, find the right moment. And then he'd look for a weapon. Whatever was available, whatever fit the situation. An ice pick left on a bar, a rope in a garage, a fire axe on a theater wall. Anything could become a murder weapon in Pittsburgh Phil's hands. This method had huge advantages. First, the cops couldn't connect the weapon to Strauss. He never touched it before the murder. No fingerprints, no purchase records, no way to trace it back to him. Second, if police stopped him before the hit, they'd find nothing. He wasn't breaking any laws, just a well-dressed man visiting the city. Third, the randomness made his kills harder to solve. Different methods, different weapons, no pattern. Each murder looked unconnected to the others. Strauss reportedly killed over 100 men. Some historians put the number as high as 500, using this exact approach. And for years, he never got caught. The kills, a professional at work. 1932, Brooklyn. Murder Inc. wanted a man named Puggy Feinstein dead. Feinstein was a small-time hood who'd become a problem. Maybe he was skimming. Maybe he knew too much. The reason didn't matter. Strauss and a few associates lured Feinstein to a house in Brooklyn, told him they had business to discuss. When Feinstein walked in, Strauss shoved him onto a couch. Then Strauss grabbed an ice pick, just sitting there on a table, and went to work. He stabbed Feinstein in the chest, the neck, the face, over and over. The medical examiner's report documented 63 stab wounds, 13 on the neck between the jaw and collarbone, 50 on the right chest, every single one from an ice pick. But Feinstein fought back. He bit down hard on Strauss's pinky finger, almost severing it.
Strauss was furious. "Give me a rope," he said. "I'll fix this bum." Someone found clothesline. Strauss wrapped it around Feinstein's neck, tied the other end to his feet, trussing him up like a turkey. They watched as Feinstein struggled, slowly strangling himself to death. When he finally stopped moving, they dragged the body to a vacant lot and set it on fire. The medical examiner concluded death was caused by multiple stab wounds and asphyxia due to strangulation. Strauss's pinky never fully healed. For the rest of his life, that mangled finger reminded him of the one time a victim fought back. Another time, Strauss was sent to Florida to kill a local mobster causing problems. When Strauss arrived, the local hoods told him it would be easy. Guy leaves his house same time every day. But Strauss wasn't impressed. The house was on a busy street, 11 in the morning, broad daylight, lots of witnesses, no escape route. Strauss followed the target all day, watched him eat lunch, shadowed him everywhere. Finally, the guy went into a crowded movie theater. Strauss followed him inside. No weapon on him, he never carried one. He looked around for something he could use. There, mounted on the wall, a fire axe. Perfect. Strauss planned it out. He'd grab the axe, sink it into his head in a dark theater. In the chaos, he'd run out with the panicked crowd. Nobody would notice him, just another frightened moviegoer fleeing the violence. Classic Pittsburgh Phil brilliance. But then, the target did something unexpected. He jumped up and moved to a different seat, a seat hopper. Strauss waited. The guy moved again. For Strauss, that was it. The job was bad, too unpredictable. He left the theater, flew back to Brooklyn, and told his bosses he couldn't do it. This was remarkable. Strauss, who loved killing, who volunteered for hits, walked away from a job because the conditions weren't right. That's what made him a professional. He didn't just kill recklessly, he killed when he could do it right. The method: killing without weapons. Here's how Pittsburgh Phil worked. When Murder Inc. got a contract, in order to kill someone, they'd assign it to their killers. Sometimes multiple guys, sometimes just one. Strauss preferred working alone or with one partner. Less people meant less risk of mistakes. The bosses would give him a name, a location, maybe a description. That's all he needed. Strauss would pack his suitcase, one clean shirt, socks, underwear, nothing suspicious. No gun, no knife, no weapons of any kind. He'd hop on a train, a plane, to wherever the target was. Detroit, Florida, Connecticut, California. Murder Inc. sent killers all over the country. When Strauss arrived, he'd scout the location, watch the target, learn their routine, find the right moment. And then he'd look for a weapon. Whatever was available, whatever fit the situation. An ice pick left on a bar, a rope in a garage, a fire axe on a theater wall. Anything could become a murder weapon in Pittsburgh Phil's hands. This method had huge advantages. First, the cops couldn't connect the weapon to Strauss. He never touched it before the murder. No fingerprints, no purchase records, no way to trace it back to him. Second, if police stopped him before the hit, they'd find nothing. He wasn't breaking any laws, just a well-dressed man visiting the city. Third, the randomness made his kills harder to solve. Different methods, different weapons, no pattern. Each murder looked unconnected to the others. Strauss reportedly killed over 100 men. Some historians put the number as high as 500. Using this exact approach. And for years, he never got caught. The kills, a professional at work.
1932, Brooklyn. Murder Inc. wanted a man named Puggy Feinstein dead. Feinstein was a small-time hood who'd become a problem. Maybe he was skimming. Maybe he knew too much. The reason didn't matter. Strauss and a few associates lured Feinstein to a house in Brooklyn, told him they had business to discuss. When Feinstein walked in, Strauss shoved him onto a couch. Then Strauss grabbed an ice pick, just sitting there on a table, and went to work. He stabbed Feinstein in the chest, the neck, the face, over and over. The medical examiner's report documented 63 stab wounds, 13 on the neck between the jaw and collarbone, 50 on the right chest, every single one from an ice pick. But Feinstein fought back. He bit down hard on Strauss's pinky finger, almost severing it. Strauss was furious. "Give me a rope," he said. "I'll fix this bum." Someone found clothesline. Strauss wrapped it around Feinstein's neck, tied the other end to his feet, trussing him up like a turkey. They watched as Feinstein struggled, slowly strangling himself to death. When he finally stopped moving, they dragged the body to a vacant lot and set it on fire. The medical examiner concluded death was caused by multiple stab wounds and asphyxia due to strangulation. Strauss's pinky never fully healed. For the rest of his life, that mangled finger reminded him of the one time a victim fought back. Another time, Strauss was sent to Florida to kill a local mobster causing problems. When Strauss arrived, the local hoods told him it would be easy. Guy leaves his house same time every day. But Strauss wasn't impressed. The house was on a busy street, 11 in the morning, broad daylight, lots of witnesses, no escape route. Strauss followed the target all day, watched him eat lunch, shadowed him everywhere. Finally, the guy went into a crowded movie theater. Strauss followed him inside. No weapon on him, he never carried one. He looked around for something he could use. There, mounted on the wall, a fire axe. Perfect. Strauss planned it out. He'd grab the axe, sink it into his head in a dark theater. In the chaos, he'd run out with the panicked crowd. Nobody would notice him, just another frightened moviegoer fleeing the violence. Classic Pittsburgh Phil brilliance. But then, the target did something unexpected. He jumped up and moved to a different seat, a seat hopper. Strauss waited. The guy moved again. For Strauss, that was it. The job was bad, too unpredictable. He left the theater, flew back to Brooklyn, and told his bosses he couldn't do it. This was remarkable. Strauss, who loved killing, who volunteered for hits, walked away from a job because the conditions weren't right. That's what made him a professional. He didn't just kill recklessly, he killed when he could do it right.
The reputation. Most feared man in the underworld. By the mid-1930s, Pittsburgh Phil's reputation was legendary. When an out-of-town mob needed a contract killer, they asked for Strauss by name. Detroit's Purple Gang couldn't handle a cunning mobster named Harry Millman. They called Murder Inc. Murder Inc. sent Pittsburgh Phil. A Connecticut mob boss needed someone eliminated. They requested Phil. California gangsters had a problem. Phil got on a plane. Strauss traveled the country executing contracts. He didn't know most of his victims' names, didn't care to find out. When prosecutors finally cracked Murder Inc. in 1940, they developed solid evidence tying Strauss to 28 murders. Law enforcement from Connecticut to California identified at least that many more where Strauss was positively ID'd.
But most sources agree the real number was much higher, probably over 100, possibly as many as 500. Strauss was the most prolific contract killer the American Mafia ever produced, and he'd done it all without ever carrying a weapon. The fall, when one rat destroyed Murder Inc. November 1940, Brooklyn. Abe Kid Twist Rellis sat in a police interrogation room. Rellis was a Murder Inc. hitman, one of Strauss's colleagues. He'd participated in dozens of murders himself. But Rellis had been arrested, and he was facing the electric chair. So Rellis made a deal. He'd testify against his fellow killers in exchange for protection. He'd tell prosecutors everything, every murder, every method, every detail of Murder Inc.'s operations. Rellis was the perfect witness. He had first-hand knowledge of hundreds of murders. He knew the organizational structure. He could identify who ordered the hits, who carried them out, where the bodies were buried. Prosecutors couldn't believe their luck. For years, Murder Inc. had operated with near impunity. Dozens of unsolved murders, no witnesses willing to talk, no evidence connecting the killers to the crimes. Now, Rellis was giving them everything. Prosecutor Burton Turkis asked Rellis how he could kill so easily. "Did your conscience ever bother you?" Rellis asked how Turkis felt trying his first case as a lawyer. "I was rather nervous," Turkis admitted. "And how about your second case?" Rellis said. The point was clear. The first time was hard. After that, it was just a job. Based on Rellis's testimony, prosecutors arrested multiple Murder Inc. members, including Harry Strauss. They charged him with murdering Irvin Puggy Feinstein, the ice pick and rope kill from 1932, plus at least 5 other known murders. Strauss knew he was in trouble. For the first time in his career, there was a witness, someone who'd been there, someone who could testify about what happened in that Brooklyn house. Strauss tried every trick he knew. He feigned insanity in the courtroom, acted crazy, bizarre behavior, hoping for an insanity defense. The jury didn't buy it.
The end. Old Sparky. June 12, 1941. Sing Sing Prison, New York. Harry Pittsburgh Phil Strauss was strapped into Old Sparky, the prison's electric chair. He'd been convicted of first-degree murder. The jury deliberated just 2 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Strauss had tried everything to avoid this moment. The insanity defense, appeals, delays, nothing worked. At 11 p.m., the executioner pulled the switch. 2,000 volts surged through Strauss's body. Pittsburgh Phil, the most prolific contract killer in American history, was dead at age 31. Fellow Murder Inc. hitman Martin Bugsy Goldstein was executed the same night, just minutes after Strauss. In the months that followed, prosecutors used Rellis's testimony to convict multiple Murder Inc. members. Louis Lepke Buchholter, the boss of Murder Inc., went to the electric chair in 1944. Albert Anastasia avoided prosecution, but the investigation effectively destroyed Murder Inc. The Mafia's national enforcement arm was finished. All because Abe Rellis decided to talk. The irony. What killed Pittsburgh Phil? Here's the thing about Harry Strauss's career. For over a decade, he'd murdered at least 100 people, probably many more. He traveled the country executing contracts. He used ice picks, ropes, axes, knives, drowning, live burial, strangulation, and he'd never gotten caught. Why? Because of his personal rule. Never carry a weapon. If cops stopped them, they found nothing. No evidence, no proof, just a well-dressed man with a suitcase. His method made him nearly impossible to prosecute. Police might suspect him, but they couldn't prove anything. What finally destroyed Harry Strauss wasn't evidence, wasn't forensics, wasn't police work. It was betrayal. One of his own, Abe Relis, decided saving his own life was more important than keeping the code of silence. Relis gave prosecutors everything they needed: eyewitness testimony, details about the murders, information that could only come from someone who'd been there. And just like that, Pittsburgh Phil's brilliant system collapsed. All the precautions, the refusal to carry weapons, the careful methods, the professional approach didn't matter when your own partner testified against you. The Mafia has a saying: 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead. Pittsburgh Phil should have remembered that. The legacy: a new kind of killer. Harry Strauss changed how the Mafia viewed contract killing. Before Pittsburgh fell, mob hits were often messy. Hot-headed gangsters shooting rivals in public, drive-by killings, obvious mob murders that drew police attention. Strauss brought professionalism to murder. He traveled clean, no weapons. He scouted locations carefully. He adapted to each situation. He used whatever was available. And most importantly, he left no evidence connecting him to the crime. This approach became the model for future mob hitmen. Roy DeMeo, the Gambino family killer who murdered over 200 people in the 1970s, studied methods like Strauss's. Different technique, same principle. Make it hard to prove. Richard Kuklinski, the so-called Iceman, claimed he learned from studying famous killers like Pittsburgh Phil. Used different methods, no patterns, no signatures. Even today, when organized crime historians discuss contract killing, Harry Strauss is considered the standard, the prototype, the first true professional hitman in American organized crime. He killed over 100 people and was only convicted because one of his partners broke the code of silence. That's how good he was.
The question: why refuse to carry a gun? People always ask, why didn't Pittsburgh Phil just carry a gun? Guns were a standard mob weapon. Quick, effective, reliable. But Strauss understood something other killers didn't. The real danger wasn't the murder itself. It was getting caught before or after. If you carry a gun, you're vulnerable every moment you're not actively using it. Cops can stop you for anything. Traffic violation, suspicious behavior, wrong place at the wrong time. If they search you and find a gun, you're arrested. Maybe they can't prove you killed anyone with it, but you're off the streets, in jail, unable to work. And if the gun is ever connected to a murder, ballistics, witnesses, anything, you're done. Strauss eliminated all those risks by refusing to carry weapons. The police could stop him anytime, search his hotel room, go through his suitcase. They'd find nothing illegal, just a man with nice clothes and a clean shirt. This gave Strauss something other hitmen didn't have: freedom of movement. He could fly on planes without worry, walk through train stations, check into hotels, eat at restaurants, all while planning murders. And when the moment came to kill, he just grabbed whatever was nearby: an ice pick from a bar counter, a rope from a garage, an axe from a theater wall. The weapon didn't matter. What mattered was never getting caught with it before you used it. That philosophy kept Pittsburgh Phil free for over a decade while he committed over 100 murders. Only when one of his own partners testified against him did the system fail. The message: how the Mafia learned from Pittsburgh Phil.
Murder Inc.'s destruction in 1940 taught the Mafia important lessons. First, professional killers are valuable, but they're also dangerous. If one decides to cooperate with prosecutors, the entire organization is vulnerable. That's why future mob families became more compartmentalized. Killers didn't know the big picture. They got orders from their immediate boss. They didn't meet the top bosses. They didn't know what to cruise. If they were arrested and decided to talk, they could only damage their small piece of the organization. Second, the refusal to carry weapons, Pittsburgh Phil's signature approach, became standard practice for careful mobsters. Don't walk around armed unless you're about to commit a crime. Don't give cops a reason to arrest you. Stay clean until the moment you need to act. This principle extended beyond murder. Smart mobsters avoided attracting attention. They dressed well, drove nice cars, but not too flashy, paid taxes on legitimate income, acted like successful businessmen. The Mafia learned the biggest threat isn't law enforcement investigation. It's giving them a reason to investigate in the first place. Third, the Witness Protection Program, created largely in response to informants like Abe Raylis, changed the game forever. Before Raylis, witnesses who testified against the mob usually ended up dead. That fear kept most people quiet. But Raylis survived. He was protected by police, and even though he eventually died under mysterious circumstances, fell from a hotel window while under police guard, his testimony had already destroyed Murder Inc. Future witnesses realized they could testify and live. The code of silence started cracking. Harry Hay Pittsburgh Phil Strauss was the most successful contract killer in American organized crime history. He murdered over 100 people across a dozen states. He used ice picks, ropes, knives, axes, drowning, and strangulation. He was arrested 18 times and never convicted until his own partner testified against him. And he did it all without ever carrying a weapon. His method was simple. Stay clean until the moment you act. Use whatever's available. Leave no evidence. For over a decade, it worked perfectly. But Pittsburgh Phil forgot one thing. In the mob, your greatest weapon is also your greatest vulnerability, the people you work with. Guns can't testify against you. Ice picks can't take the stand. Ropes can't make deals with prosecutors. But your partners can. And when Abe Raylis decided his life was worth more than the code of silence, all of Pittsburgh Phil's careful planning, all his professional methods, all his brilliance as a killer, none of it mattered. On June 12, 1941, at age 31, Harry Strauss walked into Sing Sing's execution chamber. They strapped him into Old Sparky. The man who'd killed over 100 people without ever carrying a weapon died with 2,000 volts of electricity. And the Mafia learned the lesson they never forget. The hitman who refuses to carry a gun can still be the most dangerous man in the room. Just make sure he never has a reason to talk.
1943, FBI Headquarters, Washington, D.C. J. Edgar Hoover opened a new file. Subject: Francis Albert Sinatra. Singer, age 27. The FBI director had received reports that the young crooner who was driving teenage girls crazy across America had suspicious connections. Communist sympathizers, mob bosses, draft dodgers. Hoover assigned agents to watch him, document his movements, record his associations. The file would grow for the next 40 years, page after page. Surveillance reports, wiretapped conversations, informant tips. By the time Sinatra died in 1998, the FBI had compiled 2,400 403 pages on him, one of the longest celebrity surveillance files in Bureau history. And despite 4 decades of investigation, thousands of documented mob contacts, and overwhelming evidence of criminal associations, Frank Sinatra was never charged with a single crime. This is the story of how the FBI tracked America's most famous singer, how they documented his friendships with murder-for-hire mob bosses, how they watched him introduce gangsters to a sitting president, and how Sinatra became so powerful, so connected, so influential that he became untouchable, even to the FBI. The beginning, when a skinny kid became a star. 1915, Hoboken, New Jersey. Frank Sinatra was born December 12th to Italian immigrant parents. His father, Anthony, was a bantamweight boxer turned tavern owner. His mother, Dolly, was a Democratic Party ward boss, a tough, connected woman who knew how to work the political machine. Young Frank grew up in a rough neighborhood. Irish and Italian immigrants, dock workers, street gangs, poverty. Sinatra later said, "If it had not been for my interest in music, I would have likely ended up in a life of crime." He wasn't exaggerating. The neighborhood produced its share of mobsters, and Sinatra's godfather was one of them. Guarino Willie Moretti, born in Bari, Italy in 1994, underboss of the Genovese family crime family, based in Bergen County, New Jersey, just across the river from Manhattan. Moretti controlled illegal gambling dens across New Jersey and upstate New York. He ran bookmaking operations in major factories. He worked with Lucky Luciano, Joe Adonis, the biggest names in organized crime. And he took a liking to young Frank Sinatra. By the late 1930s, Sinatra was singing in local clubs, small venues, roadhouses, places Moretti owned or frequented. Moretti gave him gigs, paid him to perform at his illegal gambling casinos, dice barns they called them, the Riviera on the Jersey Palisades, places where high rollers gambled and needed entertainment. Sinatra's popularity grew. In 1939, he signed with trumpeter Harry James's big band. Then later that year, the big break. Tommy Dorsey wanted Sinatra to front his band. Dorsey was huge. His mellow trombone sound was nationally known. Singing with Dorsey meant exposure, radio time, recording contracts. Sinatra signed. The contract gave Sinatra $125 a week, a princely sum in 1939. But the contract had a catch. By its terms, 43% of Frank Sinatra's earnings would belong to Tommy Dorsey and his agent forever. Forever.
By 1943, Sinatra was a national sensation. Teenage girls, Bobby Soxes, fainted at his concerts. He was making hits, selling out shows. His earning potential was enormous. But Dorsey owned 43% for life. Sinatra wanted out. His representatives offered Dorsey $60,000 to tear up the contract. Dorsey refused. Then Willie Moretti got involved. According to multiple accounts, Moretti and a few associates paid an unannounced visit to Dorsey in Los Angeles. Moretti allegedly jammed a barrel of a gun into Dorsey's mouth and told him he'd pull the trigger if he didn't release Sinatra. Dorsey sold Sinatra's contract for $1. Sinatra consistently denied that Moretti had anything to do with it. He claimed hard negotiations convinced Dorsey. But Moretti bragged privately about the gun incident,
And years later, when Mario Puzo wrote The Godfather, the scene where Vito Corleone gets Johnny Fontaine out of his contract, the one involving a horse's head in the bed, was reportedly inspired by the Moretti-Dorsey story. The FBI started watching Sinatra around this time. 1943, the draft. Sinatra was classified 4F, not acceptable for military service. The official reason? Perforated left eardrum. But rumors spread. Columnist Walter Winchell reported that Sinatra paid $40,000 to avoid service, that a doctor was bribed to declare him unfit. The FBI investigated. They found no evidence of bribery. The perforated eardrum was real. Sinatra also had psychological issues, emotional instability that made him unacceptable from a psychiatric viewpoint. The allegations were baseless, but the investigation opened Sinatra's FBI file, and once opened, it never closed. The surveillance, 40 years of watching. J. Edgar Hoover didn't trust Frank Sinatra. The FBI director had two major concerns: communism and organized crime. Sinatra fit both profiles. First, Sinatra held liberal political views. He supported the Democratic Party. He championed civil rights at a time that was considered radical. In 1945, he made a short film called The House I Live In, where he told kids that all people are equal regardless of race, color, or creed. In McCarthy-era America, that kind of talk raised suspicions. The FBI investigated whether Sinatra was a Communist Party member. In 1955, Philadelphia FBI agents wrote, "We have received reliable and confidential information that Sinatra, famous star of cinema and radio, is a member of the Communist Party." Another memorandum from Detroit showed the FBI was seriously interested in verifying his membership of the Communist Party of Michigan. The investigation never found evidence. Sinatra wasn't a communist, but the suspicion remained in his file. Second, and more seriously, Sinatra associated with mobsters constantly, publicly, unapologetically. The FBI documented it all. Sinatra's file contains sections with headings like associations with criminals and hoodlums and accusations of being a dope racketeer. There's accounts of gifts from Joseph and Charles Fischetti, brothers in the Chicago outfit who ran illegal gambling operations. There's documentation of Sinatra attending the wedding of Philadelphia mobster Angelo Bruno's daughter, making a Godfather-style appearance as a favor. There were FBI surveillance reports of Sinatra carousing with Detroit mobsters Anthony and Vito Giacalone. It was like clockwork, Sammarfino later said. A few times a year, we trailed the Giacalones to the airport to pick up Sinatra. And most prominently, there's Sam Giancana. Sam Giancana was the Chicago outfit boss, successor to Al Capone, the most powerful mob figure in America during the 1960s. He'd been arrested over 70 times. He was suspected of ordering the murders of more than 200 men. He controlled organized crime across the Chicago area: gambling, extortion, labor racketeering, murder for hire. And he was Frank Sinatra's close friend. The FBI wiretapped Giancana's conversations. They documented regular contact with Sinatra, meetings in Las Vegas, calls between them, social gatherings. Giancana trusted Sinatra, and Sinatra used that trust to expand his own power and influence. The FBI watched, documented, built the file. But they couldn't prove Sinatra was involved in criminal activity. Associating with mobsters wasn't illegal.
Accepting gifts wasn't a crime. Being friends with murderers didn't violate any law. Sinatra flaunted his mob connections. He took photographs with known gangsters. He performed at mob-owned venues. He vacationed at mob hangouts. And when asked about it, Sinatra said, "Any report that I fraternized with goons or racketeers is a vicious lie." The FBI knew it wasn't a lie, but they couldn't prove crimes. Then, in 1950, Sinatra made an unexpected offer. He sent an associate to J. Edgar Hoover. The message? Sinatra was willing to work as an FBI informant. Perhaps Sinatra thought it would protect him from the swirling rumors, or maybe he genuinely wanted to help. Either way, he offered his services. The FBI declined. One of Hoover's aides wrote on the report, "We want nothing to do with him." The FBI didn't want Sinatra as an informant. They wanted him as a target.
The president when mob and politics collided. 1960, presidential campaign. John F. Kennedy was running for president. Young, charismatic, Catholic. He needed every advantage. Frank Sinatra wanted to help. Kennedy was his friend. They'd met through Peter Lawford, the actor who'd married Kennedy's sister, Patricia. Sinatra drew himself into the campaign. He organized fundraisers. He performed at rallies. He got his Rat Pack friends, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., to campaign for JFK. And, according to FBI files, Sinatra did something else. He allegedly introduced Sam Giancana to Kennedy's campaign team. The idea was simple. Giancana controlled Chicago. The Chicago outfit controlled unions, especially the Teamsters. Unions meant votes. If Giancana delivered Chicago's union votes, Kennedy might win Illinois. And Illinois was critical to winning the presidency. The FBI documented this connection. Surveillance reports, wiretaps, informant tips. Whether Giancana actually delivered votes is disputed. What's not disputed, Sinatra facilitated meetings between Kennedy's people and mob bosses. Kennedy won the 1960 election. Illinois went to Kennedy by fewer than 9,000 votes. Some historians believe union votes, delivered by mob-controlled unions, made the difference. After the inauguration, Sinatra remained close to JFK. He organized the inaugural gala in Washington, D.C., on January 10, 1961, the night before Kennedy was sworn in. Kennedy visited Sinatra in Palm Springs. They partied together, womanized together. The President of the United States and the singer were documented mob connections. The FBI watched nervously. Then, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, JFK's younger brother, started a major crackdown on organized crime. He went after the Teamsters, he targeted mob bosses, and he saw Sinatra's FBI file. RFK was horrified. The president's friend was consorting with Chicago's top mobster, the same mobster RFK was trying to put in prison. In 1962, JFK was scheduled to visit Palm Springs. Sinatra had spared no expense preparing. He built a helipad at his compound specifically for the president's helicopter, renovated guest quarters, made everything perfect. Days before the visit, RFK intervened. He told JFK, "You cannot stay at Sinatra's house. The FBI has documented his mob ties. It looks terrible." JFK canceled. Instead, he stayed at Bing Crosby's house, the Republican crooner, but one without mob connections. Sinatra was devastated, furious. According to witnesses, he grabbed a sledgehammer and destroyed the helipad he'd built for Kennedy, smashed it to pieces. The friendship was over, but the FBI kept watching.
because Sinatra's most public mob connection was about to cost him everything. The casino, when everything fell apart. 1960, Lake Tahoe, Nevada. Sinatra bought a share in the Cal Neva Lodge and Casino, a resort straddling the California-Nevada border on the shores of Lake Tahoe. He renovated it extensively. He built a celebrity showroom for big-name entertainment. He constructed a helipad on the roof. He had tunnels excavated underground, carpeted, brick-lined tunnels so celebrities could move between the showroom and lakeside bungalows without being seen by fans of paparazzi. By 1962, Sinatra reportedly held a 50% share in the hotel. Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., and Peter Lawford performed there. The Rat Pack made it one of Nevada's hottest casinos. Marilyn Monroe visited, Joe DiMaggio, Juliet Prowse. Everyone wanted to be at Sinatra's Cal Neva. But Sinatra had a problem. Sam Giancana. Giancana was on Nevada's Black Book, the list of excluded persons. This was a list of known mobsters who were banned from EULA entering any Nevada casino. Casino owners who willingly allowed Black Book members on their premises risked losing their gambling license. Giancana was one of the original 11 men on that list. And he was visiting the Cal Neva regularly. Giancana's girlfriend, Phyllis McGuire, one of the famous McGuire Sisters singing group, performed at the Cal Neva. Giancana came to see her, stayed in one of the lakeside cottages, used the underground tunnels to move around unseen. Sinatra allowed it. Maybe he thought the tunnels would keep Giancana hidden. Maybe he didn't care. The FBI, no. They had surveillance on Giancana. They knew every time he visited Lake Tahoe. July 13th, 1963. Giancana was at the Cal Neva from July 17th to 28th. He stayed with Phyllis McGuire while she performed. On one of those nights, Giancana got into a heated argument with McGuire's manager, Victor Collins. Words turned to fists. A full brawl erupted. The fight drew attention. Undercover FBI agents happened to be in the area. They identified Giancana.
The FBI immediately alerted the Nevada Gaming Control Board. August 1963. Ed Olson, chairman of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, launched an investigation. He issued subpoenas for Sinatra to provide evidence that he didn't knowingly allow Giancana on the premises. Sinatra called Olson and made a fatal mistake. He threatened him. "Just you try and find me with a subpoena," Sinatra told Olson, according to official Gaming Commission records. "And if you do, you can look for a big fat surprise." Olson was unimpressed. He'd stood up to plenty of tough guys. He wasn't backing down to a singer, no matter how famous. The Gaming Commission gave Sinatra a deadline, October 7, 1963. Provide evidence or face consequences. The deadline came and went. Sinatra provided no evidence. October 22, 1963. The Nevada Gaming Control Board revoked Frank Sinatra's gambling license. The decision was final. Sinatra was permanently banned from holding a gaming license in Nevada. He was forced to sell his interests in the Cal Neva and his stake in the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas, where he'd been performing for as much as $100,000 per week. It was a massive financial blow and a public humiliation. The FBI documented it all in Sinatra's file. They noted that Giancana was furious with Sinatra. According to wiretaps, Giancana blamed Sinatra for the ordeal, for not being more careful, for drawing FBI attention. The friendship between Sinatra and Giancana deteriorated. According to FBI surveillance, Giancana no longer trusted Sinatra after he'd been spotted with Kennedy.
The mob decided Sinatra was a liability. Too much attention, too many FBI agents watching. But Sinatra's troubles with Nevada weren't over, because 18 years later, he would do the impossible. The comeback, when power trumped everything. 1980, Las Vegas, Nevada. Frank Sinatra was 65 years old. He'd been banned from Nevada casinos for 17 years. But times had changed. The Reagan era was beginning. Corporate interests were taking over Las Vegas. The mob's influence was waning. And Sinatra wanted his gaming license back. Caesar's Palace wanted to hire him as an entertainment and public relations consultant. Big salary, high profile. But it required a gaming license. Sinatra applied. The Nevada Gaming Control Board held hearings. 6 hours of testimony in February 1981. Sinatra denied everything. He claimed the reports that organized crime had aided his career were ridiculous. He testified on oath that he did not invite Giancana to the club and wasn't aware he was there, despite Phyllis McGuire testifying on oath that Giancana was at the club 5 or 6 nights and Sinatra was present. Sinatra's lawyer explained away the 1963 incident. Sinatra was making a movie at the time. He was traveling between California and Nevada. It was all a misunderstanding. The FBI refused to turn over Sinatra's file to the Gaming Control Board, stating the board was not a bona fide law enforcement agency. So the board couldn't see the 2,403 pages documenting 4 decades of mob associations. During the hearing, character witnesses testified for Sinatra. Actor Kirk Douglas, Gregory Peck, Los Angeles County Sheriff Peter Pitches, and Sinatra listed President Ronald Reagan as a reference on his application. Reagan, who Sinatra had campaigned for, raised money for, and supported publicly. February 11, 1981. The Nevada Gaming Control Board voted unanimously to give Sinatra a 6-month license as entertainment and public relations consultant at Caesar's Palace. Chairman Richard Bunker said, "In the gaming business, we are not going to have a group of choir boys. I'm not suggesting Sinatra is a saint, but in the areas we have investigated, we have not found a reason to deny the license." The Gaming Commission approved the decision February 19, 1981. Frank Sinatra had his license back after 17 years, despite the FBI file, despite documented mob connections, despite everything. Richard Bunker told reporters, "I'm tired of hearing that whatever happens in Nevada is wired." But many observers believed it was wired. Sinatra had friends in high places, political connections, powerful allies. He'd become untouchable. The FBI kept Sinatra's file open until 1985. 2 more years of surveillance reports. Then they finally closed it. 42 years of investigation, 2,403 pages, thousands of documented mob contacts, 0 criminal charges.
The mystery. Why was he never charged? The question everyone asks, how did Sinatra avoid prosecution? The FBI had overwhelming evidence of his mob associations. They documented his friendship with Sam Giancana. They recorded his contacts with the Giacalone brothers, the Fischetti brothers, Carlo Gambino, Lucky Luciano, and dozens of other mobsters. They knew about the Tommy Borsi contract. They suspected Willie Moretti's involvement. They watched him introduce mob bosses to a president of the United States. Why was he never charged? There are several answers. First, associating with criminals isn't illegal. Sinatra never participated in criminal activity, at least not that the FBI could prove. He attended mob weddings, performed in mob casinos, accepted mob gifts.
But he didn't kill anyone, didn't run gambling operations, didn't deal drugs or extort businesses. He was a celebrity who knew gangsters. That's not a crime. Second, Sinatra was careful. He never discussed business where the FBI could hear. He didn't participate in criminal meetings. The mob bosses kept him separate from their illegal operations. Giancana liked Sinatra, but Giancana didn't involve him in Chicago outfit business. Sinatra was a friend, an entertainer, a connection to celebrities and politicians, not a criminal partner. Then third, Sinatra had power of his own. Political connections, wealthy friends, Hollywood influence, media access. When the FBI investigated him, Sinatra could call powerful people, senators, governors, studio executives. They'd vouch for him, defend him, pressure the FBI to back off. And fourth, J. Edgar Hoover was pragmatic. The FBI director maintained files on everyone powerful. Celebrities, politicians, civil rights leaders. The files were leverage, information, control. But prosecuting Sinatra would have been difficult, expensive, public, a media circus. For what? Prove any new mobsters? Everyone already knew that. Sinatra didn't hide it. Hoover preferred to document and watch, keep the file, maintain surveillance, use the information when needed, but never prosecute. By the 1980s, when Sinatra got his gaming license back, the calculation had shifted. The mob's power was declining. Corporate Vegas was rising. Sinatra was old, less relevant to organized crime. And he had friends at the highest levels, including the President of the United States. The gaming board gave him the license because denying it would have been more trouble than it was worth. The legacy. What Sinatra's file reveals. Frank Sinatra died May 14, 1998, at age 82. The FBI released his file later that year in response to Freedom of Information Act requests. Most of the 2,403 pages became public, though 25 pages remain redacted to this day. The file revealed what everyone suspected but couldn't prove. Sinatra had deep, long-time connections to organized crime. He socialized with mob bosses, he accepted their help, he repaid favors. But the file also revealed what prosecutors could never prove. Sinatra was involved in criminal activity. He walked the line perfectly, close enough to the mob to benefit from their power, far enough away to avoid prosecution. The file shows a man who understood power, who used connections, both legitimate and criminal, to build an empire, who refused to be constrained by conventional rules. It shows a man who lived truly his way. But it also shows the limits of law enforcement. The FBI watched Sinatra for 40 years. They documented everything. They built one of the most extensive celebrity surveillance files in American history, and they never charged him with anything. That's not because Sinatra was innocent. It's because he was smart, connected, and powerful enough to stay just beyond reach. The FBI file proves Sinatra knew mobsters. What it doesn't prove, what it could never prove, was whether he was one of them. Sinatra always denied it. Any report that I fraternized with goons or racketeers is a vicious lie.
The 2,403 pages in his FBI file tell a different story. But ultimately, it doesn't matter, because Frank Sinatra became something the mob bosses never could. Legitimately powerful, socially acceptable, untouchable by law enforcement. The mobsters went to prison. Giancana was murdered in 1975. Willie Moretti was executed in 1951. The Giacalones spent years in federal prison. Frank Sinatra got his gaming license back and performed at Reagan's inaugural. He received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1985. He died wealthy, famous, beloved by millions.
The FBI watched for 40 years, documented it all, filed 2,403 pages, and in the end, they couldn't touch him. That's the real lesson of Sinatra's FBI file. In America, if you're powerful enough, connected enough, if you know how to work the system, you can be friends with murderers, consort with mobsters, facilitate meetings between organized crime and the President of the United States, and walk away untouched. Frank Sinatra did it his way, and the FBI could only watch and write it down. If you want to understand how power really works in America, how celebrity, politics, and organized crime intersect, study Frank Sinatra's FBI file. Because it's not a story about a singer who knew some bad guys. It's a story about how someone can be surrounded by criminal activity, documented by federal law enforcement for 4 decades, and never face consequences. The FBI had 2,403 pages of evidence, and it wasn't enough. That tells you everything you need to know about power in America, and about the man who sang, "I did it my way." He really did.
January 6, 1978, River Forest, Illinois. A crew of professional burglars crept up to a ranch-style mansion at 1407 Ashland Avenue. The house belonged to Anthony Accardo, known in Chicago as Big Tuna or Joe Batters, 71 years old, supposedly retired from the Chicago outfit. Accardo was in California with his wife, escaping the harsh Chicago winter. The burglars knew the house alarm system. One of them, John Mendel, was the best bypass man in Chicago. He could disable any alarm. They broke in, ransacked the place, stole jewelry, cash, valuables. Then they left before sunrise. 9 days later, John Mendel disappeared. His body turned up 6 weeks after that, in the trunk of his car. Arms bound, throat slashed, a rope tied next to the wound to slow the blood flow. They'd forced him to watch himself bleed to death. By April, all 6 members of the burglary crew were dead. Stabbed, shot in the back of the head, throat slit. Bodies in trunks, alleys, parking lots. Then the hitmen who'd executed the burglars turned up dead too. 10 murders in 4 months, all connected to one burglary. The FBI had assumed Tony Accardo was retired, a harmless old man spending winters in Palm Springs. They were wrong. This is the story of Anthony Accardo, the mobster who led the Chicago outfit for nearly 50 years. How he started as Al Capone's bodyguard and became the most successful mob boss in American history. How he survived when every other boss went to prison or got murdered. And how the FBI finally realized the old man in River Forest wasn't retired at all. He was still calling every shot. The Kid from Cicero. April 28, 1906, Chicago, Illinois. Antonio Leonardo Accardo was born to Sicilian immigrants. His father was a shoemaker. The family lived near Grand and Ashland on the near west side, a poor Italian neighborhood packed with recent immigrants. At 14, Accardo dropped out of school. He started hanging around pool halls, committing petty crimes, theft, burglary, the usual path for poor kids in his neighborhood. He joined the Circus Cafe gang, one of many small street gangs operating in Chicago during the 1920s. These gangs were talent pools for the larger organizations. Jack Machine Gun McGurn noticed Accardo. McGurn was a hitman for Capone's organization. He recruited the young Accardo into his crew. During Prohibition, Accardo became Capone's bodyguard and driver. He sat in the lobby at a Lexington hotel, protecting Capone's suite. He accompanied Capone everywhere, and he earned the reputation as Capone's enforcer. The story, possibly exaggerated, but repeated enough to become a legend, goes like this. 3 mobsters had betrayed the outfit. Capone ordered them killed. Accardo beat all 3 to death with a baseball bat. Capone watched and said, "Boy, this kid's a real Joe Badass." The nickname stuck. In 1932, Capone went to federal prison for tax evasion. Frank Nitti took over as boss. Accardo continued rising through the ranks. By the 1940s, Accardo ran his own crew. He controlled gambling, loan sharking, bookmaking, extortion. He earned millions for the outfit and took his percentage off the top. When Nitti committed suicide in 1943, Paul Ricca officially became boss, but Ricca named Accardo as underboss. They would run the Chicago outfit for the next 30 years together.
The businessman boss. Accardo understood something other my bosses didn't. Violence attracts attention. His contemporary, Sam Giancana, was flashy. Giancana dated celebrities. He frequented nightclubs. He drove expensive cars. The FBI followed him constantly. Accardo did the opposite. He lived quietly in River Forest, a respectable suburb. He dressed well, but not flashily. He stayed married to his wife, Clarice, for 58 years until his death. No girlfriends, no wild parties. To outsiders, he looked like a successful, legitimate businessman. Behind the scenes, Accardo was modernizing the outfit. He moved them into new rackets, coin-operated machines, counterfeiting cigarette and liquor tax stamps, narcotic smuggling. He sent representatives into non-traditional territories, Iowa, Nebraska, Oklahoma. He invested in Las Vegas casinos and Cuban gambling operations. Most importantly, Accardo understood delegation. In 1957, he stepped back from day-to-day operations and let Sam Giancana take over as boss. Accardo became consigliere, the senior advisor. But everyone knew who really called the shots. When Giancana's flashy lifestyle attracted too much FBI attention, Accardo removed them in 1966 and installed Joey Aiuppa. When Giancana returned from exile in Mexico in 1975, he was murdered while cooking dinner in his basement, shot in the back of the head. The order almost certainly came from Accardo. Paul Ricca died in 1972. That left Accardo as the ultimate authority in the Chicago outfit. And he'd done all of this while barely spending a day in jail. The arrest record that led nowhere. Accardo's arrest record started in 1923 and continued for decades. He was arrested multiple times, questioned about murders, including the 1929 St. Valentine's Day Massacre, investigated for extortion, gambling, labor racketeering. In 1950 and 1951, Accardo testified before the Kefauver Committee, the Senate committee investigating organized crime. He took the Fifth Amendment 172 times. In November 1960, the government finally won a conviction, tax evasion. Accardo was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison and a $15,000 fine. It looked like the FBI had finally got him. Then, an appeals court overturned the conviction. The judges ruled the prejudicial newspaper publicity during his trial had denied him a fair hearing. Accardo was acquitted at retrial. That was it. His only conviction overturned on appeal. Despite 80 decades in organized crime, despite ordering countless murders, running gambling empires, controlling unions, laundering millions, Accardo spent exactly one night in jail. That one night happened on Lincoln's birthday in 1945.
He was taken into custody for questioning about a gambling case. The courts were closed for the holiday. He had to stay overnight until they reopened. One night in 86 years. No other major American mob boss can claim that record.
The 1978 massacre. By the mid-1970s, the FBI considered Accardo semi-retired. He was in his early 70s. He spent winters in California. He lived quietly with his wife. He had legitimate business interests, real estate development, trucking companies, restaurants. The FBI still listed him as part of Chicago's ruling triumvirate, alongside Jackie Cerrone and Joey Aiuppa. But they thought he was mostly advisory, a ceremonial figurehead. The 1978 burglary proved otherwise. Here's what happened. In December 1977, John Mendel's burglary crew pulled off a major jewelry store heist. The store was owned by Harry Levinson, a Jewish bookie who paid protection money to Accardo. Levinson complained to Accardo. The big tuna ordered Mendel to return everything. Mendel was furious. His crew had risked arrest for that score. Now they had to give it back, but they obeyed. They returned the jewelry to Levinson through Accardo. Then Mendel made a fatal decision. He'd rob Accardo's house and take back what was rightfully theirs. January 6, 1978, early morning. Mendel and his crew broke into the River Forest mansion. Accardo was in California. His housekeeper discovered the burglary later that morning and called him. The FBI assumes Accardo made one phone call to Joey Aiuppa. The message? Handle it. What followed was systematic elimination. January 15th, John Mendel disappeared. His body was found February 20th in the trunk of his car, naked, hogtied, stabbed, strangled, throat slashed with a rope tied next to the wound to slow the bleeding. January 20th, Bernard Buddy Ryan found shot in the head sitting in his car. February 2nd, Steve Garcia discovered in a trunk at a Sheraton hotel near O'Hare Airport. February 4th, Vince Moretti and Don Reno beaten and stomped to death at a Cicero bar. The jukebox was playing Strangers in the Night while they died. Moretti had been seen wearing Accardo's monogram gold cufflinks around town. April 6th, Bobby Hertog's found in a trunk, shot in the head, throat slashed. April 14th, Johnny McDonald, shot in the head, dumped in an alley. 6 burglars, all dead within 4 months. But Accardo wasn't finished. October 5th, 1978, Michael Volpe, Accardo's houseboy, vanished. He testified before a grand jury investigating the murders. He talked too much. His body was never found. Then the hitmen themselves were eliminated. May 22, 1979, Anthony Little Tony Borsellino, shot in the back of the head, body dumped in a Will County cornfield. Months later, Gerald the Jerry the Dinger Caracello, Joey Aiuppa's bodyguard and driver, shot execution style. 10 murders, all connected to one burglary. Nobody was ever arrested. The FBI finally understood. November 10, 1978, FBI agents raided Accardo's River Forest home. Officially, they were investigating Michael Volpe's disappearance. The houseboy had been scheduled for another grand jury appearance, but vanished before he could testify. The agents searched the entire mansion. In a basement safe, they found $275,000 in cash hidden in a wine box, a police scanner, a glass-enclosed gun case, a 30 by 30 foot basement workshop. The FBI realized this wasn't a retired mobster's house. This was an operational headquarters. And the 10 murders connected to the burglary proved something more important. Accardo still controlled everything. A truly retired boss doesn't order 10 revenge killings. A figurehead doesn't have the power to eliminate an entire burglary crew
plus the witnesses and hitmen. Only someone still actively running the organization could orchestrate that level of violence. The FBI had been wrong. Accardo wasn't retired. He'd simply delegated the day-to-day operations while maintaining final authority over major decisions. And when someone robbed his house, disrespected him on his own territory, Accardo responded the same way he had for 50 years. Swift, brutal, total elimination. The message was clear. The old man in River Forest might look like a retiree, but he was still the boss.
The final years. 1979. Accardo sold the River Forest mansion and moved elsewhere in the suburb. Eventually, he moved to Barrington Hills, living with his daughter and son-in-law in an in-law cottage on their 22-acre estate. The FBI continued linking him to union racketeering and organized crime operations, but they never built a prosecutable case. Accardo continued offering counsel to Chicago outfit members. He carried a wooden cane with a handle carved into the shape of a fish, his Big Tuna nickname memorialized in wood. Younger mobsters came to him for advice. He was the institutional memory of the outfit. He'd worked for Capone, he built a modern organization, he knew everyone, every operation, every secret. May 22, 1992. Accardo died of congestive heart failure and acute respiratory failure at 86. He died at home, surrounded by family, a free man, never having served significant prison time. His funeral drew mobsters from across the country. Over 2,000 people had attended his daughter's wedding in 1961, a who's who of American organized crime. His funeral was quieter. The outfit was weakening. RICO prosecutions had destroyed most of the leadership. The glory days were over. But Accardo had lived those glory days for nearly 70 years, and he never paid the price. Why Accardo succeeded. Every other major mob boss from Accardo's era went to prison or got murdered. Al Capone, prison. Luciano deported. Frank Costello retired under threat. Vito Genovese, prison. Carlo Gambino died before prosecution. Paul Castellano, murdered. Sam Gianica, murdered. John Gotti, prison. Accardo outlasted them all. Why? First, he kept a low profile. While Gianica dated Phyllis McGuire and drew FBI surveillance everywhere he went, Accardo stayed home with his wife. He looked boring, respectable, not worth watching closely. Second, he delegated. Accardo installed front bosses, Gianica and Ayupa, who took the heat while he made the real decisions from the background. When the FBI investigated the Chicago outfit, they focused on the visible boss, not the retired consigliere. Third, he was smart about money. Accardo ran legitimate businesses. He paid taxes on his legal income. He didn't flaunt wealth. The IRS couldn't build the tax evasion case like they did against Capone. Fourth, he was ruthless about internal security. Anyone who robbed him died. Anyone who testified against the outfit died. Anyone who showed weakness died. The 1978 massacre sent a message to every Chicago mobster: don't cross the old man. And fifth, he was patient. Accardo never made impulsive decisions. He thought things through. He waited. He let problems resolve themselves when possible, only using violence when absolutely necessary. This combination, low profile, delegation, financial discipline, ruthlessness, and patience, kept Accardo free for 86 years. The Architect's Fate. One story captures Accardo's approach perfectly.
In the 1960s, Accardo hired an architect to design his River Forest mansion. The architect did the work, got paid, and the house was built. Then, the architect gave the blueprints to the FBI. Maybe he thought it was his civic duty. Maybe the FBI pressured him. Either way, he betrayed Accardo's trust. The architect vanished. His body was never found. Accardo was protective of that house. It was his sanctuary, his private territory, the place where he felt safe. When the burglars broke in during 1978, they violated that sanctuary. 10 people died as a result. The house on Ashland Avenue wasn't just a house, it was a symbol of Accardo's power. Attacking it meant attacking him, and nobody attacked Tony Accardo without consequences. For decades, the FBI watched Anthony Accardo. They investigated him for murders, racketeering, extortion, tax evasion. They testified about him before Senate committees. They raided his house. They never made a case stick. When Accardo died in 1992, he'd spent 86 years as a criminal, 70 of them in organized crime, and served 1 night in jail. He'd outlived Al Capone, Paul Ricca, Sam Giancana, and every other boss from his generation. He'd survived Prohibition, the Kefauver hearings, the FBI's war on organized crime, RICO prosecutions, and multiple internal power struggles. And he died peacefully, at home, a free man. The FBI's mistake was assuming that because Accardo looked like a retiree, living quietly in the suburbs, spending winters in California, he must have been retired. The 1978 massacre proved otherwise. 6 burglars, 1 fence, 1 houseboy, and 2 hitmen, all dead within 16 months of that January break-in. The old man in River Forest wasn't retired. He was just smart enough to look harmless while running the most powerful criminal organization in the Midwest. That's what made Tony Accardo the most successful mob boss in American history. Not the longest reign, not the most money, not the biggest territory. The fact that he did it all for 86 years and never spent the night behind bars. The FBI finally understood that in 1978, 40 years too late.
1986, Long Island, New York. Michael Franzese pulled into a gas station, regular unleaded, $1.18 per gallon. At the station across the street, $1.32 per gallon. Same gas, same octane, 14 cents cheaper at Franzese's station. Customers lined up around the block. Nobody asked questions. Cheap gas was cheap gas. What they didn't know, those 14 cents represented the federal and state taxes that Franzese wasn't paying. He collected the money from customers, then kept it. At his peak, Franzese operated hundreds of gas stations across New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Florida, selling millions of gallons per week, collecting taxes, never remitting a single dollar to the government. Fortune magazine called him number 18 on its list that of 50 most wealthy and powerful mafia bosses in America. Vanity Fair named him one of the biggest money earners for the mafia since Al Capone. This is the story of Michael Franzese, the Colombo family capo who discovered the most profitable scam in mob history. How he made $8 million a week selling gasoline, how he partnered with the Russian mafia to build a billion-dollar empire, and how the whole operation collapsed when his partner became an FBI informant. The mob had controlled drugs, gambling, and unions for decades. But gasoline? That was Michael Franzese's invention, and it made him richer than any drug dealer.
The medical student who dropped out. May 27, 1951. Brooklyn, New York. Michael Franzese was born to John Sonny Franzese, a Colombo family underboss, and Christina Capobianco, who was only 16 when she gave birth. Sina had been a cigarette girl at the Stork Club in Manhattan when Sonny got her pregnant. Sonny was already married with 3 children. To avoid scandal, Christina married Frank Grillo. Michael grew up thinking Grillo was his biological father. At 18, Michael learned the truth. The mob allowed Sonny to divorce his first wife. Grillo disappeared. Sonny married Christina officially. Sonny didn't want his son in the mob. He'd spent decades as an enforcer, accused of 30 to 35 murders. He knew the life ended in prison or debt. He pushed Michael toward legitimate success. Michael enrolled in a pre-med program at Hofstra University. Smart kid, good grades, a future as a doctor. Then, in 1967, when Michael was 16, federal agents arrested Sonny. Bank robbery, 50-year sentence. The family lost everything. Sonny's criminal earnings dried up. Legal fees piled up. Michael's mother couldn't afford to support him and his siblings. In 1971, Michael dropped out of Hofstra. He needed money, fast. He met his father's associates, including Joseph Colombo Sr., boss at a Colombo family crime family. They offered him work. Nothing violent at first. Collections, errands, learning the business. By 1975, at 24 years old, Michael became a made man, fully initiated into the Colombo family. His father had tried to keep him out, but Michael joined anyway, for the money, to support his family while Sonny was in prison. He'd spend the next 12 years becoming the most profitable mobster in America. The Partner. 1981, Long Island. Lawrence Salvatore Urizo approached Michael Franzese with a proposition. Urizo was a Jewish businessman with connections to the gasoline industry. He owned several gas stations. He understood petroleum distribution, wholesale networks, tax structures, and he'd figured out a loophole. Here's how gasoline taxation worked in the early 1980s. Federal and state governments imposed excise taxes on gasoline, roughly 18 cents federal, plus state taxes varying by location. When a wholesale company sold gas to a retail station, the wholesale company collected taxes from the retailer. Then the wholesale company was supposed to remit the taxes to the government. But what if the wholesale company never paid? The government would eventually come after them for the missing tax revenue. But if the wholesale company only existed on paper, no assets, no employees, just a shell corporation, there'd be nothing to seize. Urizo's scheme was elegant. Set up a chain of wholesale gasoline companies. Company A sells to Company B. Company B sells to Company C. Company C sells to retail stations. When the government demands payment from Company C, the company dissolves. The owners disappear. The trail leads nowhere. Meanwhile, the people who actually control the operation had already collected millions in unpaid taxes. Urizo had been running small-scale versions of this scam, but he faced a problem. Other criminals in California were muscling in on his operation. He needed protection. That's where Michael Franzese came in. Franzese listened to the pitch. He immediately understood the potential. This wasn't like drugs or gambling, activities that were inherently illegal. Selling gasoline was legal. Collecting taxes was legal. The only illegal part was not remitting the taxes. And by the time the government figured it out, the shell companies would be gone. Franzese offered Urizo protection and mob backing. In return, Franzese would take a percentage of the profits. The partnership was formed, and the gasoline tax scam exploded.
The Empire. 1981 through 1986. The operation expanded rapidly. Franzese and Urizo set up 18 stock-bearer companies based in Panama. Under Panamanian law at the time, gasoline could be sold tax-free from one wholesale company to the next. Perfect for creating layers of shell corporations. They established a network of wholesale distributors across 4 states: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Florida. The system worked like this. Step 1. Create a new shell company. Give it an official-sounding name. Register it in Panama or another jurisdiction with loose regulations. Step 2. The shell company buys gasoline from a legitimate supplier. The supplier delivers real gasoline to real storage facilities. Step 3. The shell company sells that gasoline to retail stations, legitimate gas stations that needed product. Step 4. The retail stations pay the shell company. That payment includes federal and state taxes collected from customers at the pump. The shell company collects millions in tax revenue, then vanishes, never remits a single dollar to the government. Step 6. Create a new shell company and repeat. The retail gas station owners weren't necessarily aware of the scam. They bought gasoline from a wholesaler, paid their bills. As far as they knew, the wholesaler was handling taxes properly. But Franzese's operation offered them a deal. Buy from us, and we'll sell you gasoline at below market rates. Why below market? Because Franzese wasn't paying the 18-cent per gallon federal tax or the state taxes. He could undercut every legitimate wholesaler and still make massive profits. Gas stations across the region started buying from Franzese's network. They could sell gas cheaper than competitors. Customers flooded their pumps. Revenue officials later estimated that New York State alone was losing $250 million per year in stolen gasoline taxes. Florida lost between $40 and $250 million annually. Across 4 states, the operation was stealing an estimated $1 billion in tax revenue during the 1980s. Franzese's personal take? Up to $8 million a week at the operation's peak. The Russian connection. Franzese couldn't run this operation alone. He needed partners who understood the gasoline industry, who could move product, who wouldn't attract FBI attention. He found them in Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, the Russian Mafia. There in the 1970s and 80s, thousands of Russian immigrants settled in Brooklyn. Many were legitimate, but some, particularly those from the Soviet criminal underworld, brought their criminal expertise to America. Franzese partnered with Russian mobsters who controlled gasoline distribution networks. They had the infrastructure, the trucks, the storage facilities, the retail connections. Franzese provided protection and mob legitimacy. If anyone tried to muscle in on the Russians' territory, the Colombo family would handle it. In return, the Russians managed the day-to-day operations. They moved the gasoline, they handled logistics, they kept the scam running smoothly. Years later, Franzese described them, "Best partners I ever had. I taught them how to defraud the government out of hundreds of millions of dollars of tax money." The partnership worked perfectly. The Russians brought business acumen, Franzese brought mob muscle and political connections. Together, they built the most profitable scheme in organized crime history. But the operation attracted attention.
The crackdown, 1984 and 85. Federal and state tax authorities noticed something wrong. Gasoline tax revenues were plummeting. Retail stations were selling millions of gallons, but the wholesale companies collecting taxes weren't remitting payments. Investigators started tracking the shell companies. They discovered the Panama registrations, the constantly changing corporate names, the non-existent addresses. They realized this was organized fraud, not isolated incidents, a systematic operation stealing hundreds of millions. The FBI opened an investigation. They identified Lawrence Iorizo as a key figure. They started surveilling him, wiretapping his phones, following the money. They also identified Michael Francesi, the Colombo capo, the one providing muscle and protection. But proving the case was difficult. The shell companies existed legally. The gasoline sales were legitimate transactions. The only crime was the unpaid taxes.
and by the time investigators identified a shell company, it had already dissolved. Francesi was careful. He never personally handled the gasoline, never signed corporate documents. He stayed insulated from the day-to-day operations. But federal prosecutors had a tool that changed everything: RICO. The Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act allowed them to target the entire criminal enterprise, prove a pattern of racketeering, and everyone involved could face decades in prison. They just needed someone to flip, to provide inside testimony about how the operation worked. The betrayal. 1986. Federal agents arrested Lawrence Irizzo. They didn't charge him with the gasoline tax fraud, not yet. They arrested him for an unrelated offense. But they made it clear: cooperate on the gasoline case or face decades in prison. Irizzo had a choice: stay loyal to Francesi and the Colombo family, or save himself. Francesi knew what Irizzo would choose. Francesi later said, "I predicted he would cooperate. I believed my partner was weak. I knew he would cooperate with the authorities to avoid jail time." Francesi was right. Irizzo became an FBI informant. He provided detailed testimony about the entire operation: shell companies, Panama registrations, money flows, Russian partnerships, Francesi's role. He also revealed something critical. Francesi and Irizzo had a bank account in Austria containing $33 million. The FBI seized it. December 1986, federal prosecutors indicted Michael Francesi on racketeering, tax fraud, and conspiracy charges. The evidence was overwhelming: Irizzo's testimony, financial records, wiretapped conversations, documentation of the shell companies. Francesi had three options: fight the charges and risk decades in prison, flee the country, or plead guilty and negotiate a reduced sentence. He chose the third option. Francesi pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison, $14.7 million in restitution, $5 million in forfeitures. He served his time, released in 1989, rearrested in 1991 for a parole violation, finally released in 1994. He walked out of prison having served a total of about 8 years. His gasoline empire was gone. His fortune was seized, except for whatever he'd hidden in places the FBI never found. Francesi claimed he buried money in safes underground. To this day, he says authorities never located those funds.
Why it worked. The gasoline tax scheme was the most profitable mob operation since Prohibition. Why? First, it was technically legal until the final step. Selling gasoline wasn't illegal. Collecting taxes wasn't illegal. Only failing to remit taxes was criminal. That made detection difficult. Second, the profits were enormous: $8 million a week for Francesi alone. The Colombo family netted at least $80 million annually during the mid-1980s from gasoline tax frauds. Compare that to drug trafficking. Selling heroin or cocaine carried mandatory sentences. Every transaction risked arrest. Violence was constant. Informants were everywhere. Gasoline, legal product, legal transactions, clean money until the government realized it was missing. Third, scalability. Francesi operated hundreds of gas stations, millions of gallons sold weekly. The operation printed money faster than any drug network. Fourth, political insulation. Francesi laundered money through his film production company, Miami Gold. He owned car dealerships, leasing companies, auto repair shops, restaurants, nightclubs. He looked like a legitimate businessman. When investigators came around, Francesi could point to his legal businesses and claim that's where his wealth originated. And fifth, the Russian partnership. The Russians brought expertise. They managed logistics, they took risks Francesi wouldn't take himself. When authorities cracked down, many Russian partners were prosecuted. Franzese stayed insulated. Until Iorizzo flipped. The aftermath. After Franzese went to prison, the gasoline tax scam continued, but not for long. The Colombo family tried to maintain the operation. Vic Arena Jr., son of acting boss Vic Arena, took over as the family's point man for gasoline operations. The Russians continued running their networks. They paid tribute to the Colombo family, 1.5 to 3 cents per gallon sold. But federal and state authorities had learned how the scam worked. They closed the legal loopholes, they cracked down on shell companies, they prosecuted Russian and Italian mobsters involved in tax fraud. By 1993, the gasoline tax scam was finished. Estimates vary on total stolen taxes. Some say $600 million, others over $1 billion. Revenue officials will never know the exact number. Too many shell companies, too many cash transactions, too many years of fraud. What's certain? Michael Franzese made more money than almost any mobster in American history. Without selling a single gram of cocaine, without running a single gambling operation, without controlling a single union. He sold gasoline and kept the taxes.
Michael Franzese is 73 years old now. He left the mob in 1995 after his release from prison. He became a born-again Christian, moved to California with his wife and 7 children. Today, he's a motivational speaker. He travels the country speaking in prisons, schools, and churches. He's written 7 books about his mob experiences. He's one of the few high-ranking mobsters who walked away from the life and survived. Most who try end up dead. But Franzese negotiated his exit, paid his debts, stayed quiet about certain things. And he occasionally tells the story of the gasoline tax scam, the most profitable criminal operation since Al Capone's bootlegged empire. The scheme that made him $8 million per week, that stole over $1 billion from federal and state governments, that proved white-collar crime could be more profitable than drugs, gambling, or murder for hire. Fortune magazine listed him as number 18 on the most powerful mob bosses list. But by profit per year, Franzese was likely number 1 during the mid-1980s. All from selling gasoline. The mob had spent decades trafficking heroin, cocaine, marijuana. They'd risked life in prison for drug money. They killed rivals over territory. They'd faced mandatory sentences and 3 strikes laws. Michael Franzese proved there was a better way. White-collar crime, tax fraud, exploiting legal loopholes. Sell a legal product, collect a legal tax, just don't pay it. By the time the government figured it out, he'd made hundreds of millions of dollars. And when they finally caught him, he served their years, far less than drug dealers received for far smaller operations. That's why the gasoline tax scheme changed organized crime. It showed that the biggest money wasn't in drugs or violence, it was in exploiting the system, finding legal gray areas, operating businesses that look legitimate until you examine the books. The Russian Mafia learned that lesson. After Franzese taught them the gasoline scam, they moved into Medicare fraud, healthcare billing scams, insurance fraud, all white-collar crimes that generate millions with minimal violence. The old mob, the Prohibition-era gangsters, used violence and intimidation. The new mob, the one Franzese helped create, uses shell corporations and offshore bank accounts. And it's far more profitable.
September 1952. Lido Beach, Long Island. FBI agents had been searching for Tommy Lucchese for 10 days. They needed him to testify before the New York State Crime Commission. But Lucchese had disappeared. Finally, through his attorney acting as intermediary, Lucchese agreed to appear. When he walked into the hearing room, he looked nothing like a gangster. 5 feet 4 inches tall, slight build, well-tailored suit,
soft-spoken, polite. He told the commissioners he was a legitimate businessman. I make $100,000 a year with my dress factories. I got 1,500 people working for me. I give them all the fringe benefits, plus turkeys twice a year. If a girl has a baby, I give her a carriage of $50. If it's twins, the parents get a car. Triplets, I build them a house. It sounded generous, charitable, the work of an upstanding entrepreneur. The FBI knew better, because Tommy Lucchese didn't just run dress companies. He controlled Manhattan's entire garment district, not through legitimate competition, but through murder, extortion, and union corruption. This is the story of Tommy Three Finger Brown Lucchese, how he built the criminal empire behind legitimate businesses, how he became one of the 5 most powerful mob bosses in New York while convincing politicians, judges, and businessmen he was just a dress manufacturer, and how the FBI spent decades trying to prove what everyone suspected but nobody could document until his own words and connections exposed the truth. The kid who lost 2 fingers. December 1st, 1999, Palermo, Sicily. Gaetano Lucchese was born to Baldassare and Francesca Lucchese, working-class immigrants who dreamed of better opportunities in America. In early 1911, when Gaetano was 11 years old, the family emigrated to the United States. They settled in East Harlem, Manhattan's Italian neighborhood. First, at 213 East 106th Street, then 316 East 118th Street. His father worked hauling cement, hard physical labor, low pay. Young Gaetano, who would later Americanize his name to Thomas, wanted something different. As a teenager, he got a job in a machine shop. 1915. He was 15 years old when an industrial accident changed his life. The machine severed his right thumb and index finger. The injury ended his factory work, but it gave him something else, a nickname that would follow him forever. Years later, when police arrested him for the first time, a booking officer noticed his deformed hand. The officer compared it to Mordecai Three Finger Brown, a famous Major League Baseball pitcher who also had a deformed hand. Three Finger Brown, the cop said. That's what we'll call you. Lucchese hated the nickname. Years later, testifying before the Crime Commission, he said, "I'd spit in the face of any man who called me that to my face." But the press loved it, and Three Finger Brown stuck. After losing his fingers, Lucchese spent more time on the streets. He joined the 107th Street Gang, a crew of young Italian immigrants who stole wallets, burglarized stores, and ran protection rackets. The gang operated under the protection of Tom Rayner, a Bronx-based Mafia boss. Lucchese learned the business, how rackets worked, how to collect money, how violence kept people in line. By age 18, Lucchese started his first legitimate business, a window washing company in East Harlem. The business model was simple. Anyone who refused to use Lucchese's window washing services would have their windows broken. This was Lucchese's introduction to what would become his specialty, using legitimate businesses as fronts for extortion and racketeering.
The only conviction, 1920, Riverhead, Long Island. Police arrested Lucchese for stealing a car, grand larceny. January 1921, he was convicted. March 27, 1922, he was sentenced to 3 years and 9 months in Sing Sing prison. Lucchese served 13 months. Model prisoner. Paroled early. It would be his only conviction, ever. Over the mixed 45 years, Lucchese was arrested 5 more times. Murder charges, theft, possession of stolen goods, homicide again. 0 convictions. When he was released from Sing Sing in 1923, Prohibition was in full swing. His old friends, Charlie Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, Meyer Lansky,
had partnered with Arnold Rothstein to sell bootleg alcohol. Lucchese joined them. During the 1920s and early 30s, Lucchese rose through the ranks of Tom Rainer's organization. He became a strong ally of Luciano. He participated in the Castelli-Marese War, the bloody power struggle that reshaped New York's Mafia families. When the war ended in 1931, Luciano organized the five-family system. Tom Gagliano, who'd taken over after Rainer's murder, became boss of one family. Lucchese became his underboss. For the next 20 years, Lucchese would be second in command, learning, planning, building the empire he'd one day control. The Garment District Racket. 1933. Prohibition ended. The mob needed new revenue. Lucchese founded in Manhattan's Garment District, the blocks around 7th Avenue and West 37th Street, where hundreds of clothing manufacturers operated. Lucchese formed an alliance with Louis Lepke Buchhalter, the mob boss who controlled Murder, Inc., the enforcement arm that carried out contract killings for organized crime. Together, they took over the garment industry. Here's how it worked. First, they infiltrated the unions, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, the Teamsters locals that controlled trucking, the cement and concrete workers who handled deliveries. Lucchese and Buchhalter placed their own people in leadership positions, union officials who answered to the mob, not the workers. Second, they controlled the trucking. If a garment manufacturer wanted to ship their products, they used mob-connected trucking companies. If they refused, the Teamsters would strike, production would stop, the manufacturer would lose contracts. Third, they offered knockdown loans, high-interest loans to cash-strapped manufacturers who couldn't get legitimate bank financing. The interest rates were usurious. If the manufacturer couldn't pay, the mob took over the business. Fourth, they provided protection. Pay a percentage of your profits, and the mob ensures your workers don't strike, your shipments arrive on time, and your competitors don't undercut you. The Garment District generated tens of millions in annual revenue, and Lucchese controlled a huge piece of it. Between the 1930s and the 1960s, Lucchese had ownership interests in more than a dozen garment shops across New York and Pennsylvania. These weren't fronts. They were actual operating businesses, but they also served as legitimate cover for income tax purposes. Lucchese could show the IRS his dress company profits and claim that's where his wealth came from. The FBI knew he was running rackets, but proving it was difficult when he owned real businesses making real money.
The legitimate facade. By the 1940s, Tommy Lucchese looked like a success story. He lived in Queens, then moved to a ranch-style home at 74 Royat Street in Lido Beach, Long Island. Nice house, respectable neighborhood, nothing ostentatious. His daughter Frances attended Vassar College. His son joined the Air Force after attending West Point. Lucchese attended charity dinners. He bought blocks of tickets to events like the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick Dinner and the Alfred E. Smith Memorial Fund. Judges, politicians, and businessmen considered him a friend. One federal judge later said Lucchese had impressed him as an agreeable little man who rarely said anything. Mayor Impellitteri of New York was among Lucchese's supporters. So was Thomas Murphy, who would become New York City's police commissioner. Lucchese had connections to Armand Chankalian, administrative assistant to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Think about that. The top federal law enforcement office in Manhattan had an assistant who was personal friends with a mafia boss. Chankalian later testified he didn't realize Lucchese had a criminal past until 1950. Then he claimed he told Lucchese, "I introduced you to some very nice people, and I owe an obligation to them. I'm sorry, I can't see you anymore." But investigators found Chankalian's car parked in front of Lucchese's house multiple times after that supposed break. Chankalian claimed he didn't recall why he'd been there. Lucchese's political connections were his greatest asset.
They gave him legitimacy, protected him from prosecution, allowed him to operate his rackets while maintaining the facade of a respectable businessman. In 1943, those connections paid off. Lucchese became a naturalized American citizen. He also obtained a certificate of good conduct that expunged his arrest record from 20 years earlier. On paper, Tommy Lucchese was clean. The boss. 1951 or 1952, Tom Gagliano died in natural causes. The exact date is disputed. Some sources say 1951, others 1953. But during the 1952 questioning, Lucchese referred to Gagliano as deceased, which suggests 1951 or early 1952. Lucchese had been underboss for 22 years. He was the obvious successor. The family took his name, the Lucchese crime family. As boss, Lucchese concentrated on core Cosa Nostra values, making money, keeping a low profile, avoiding prosecution. He expanded operations beyond the garment district. He controlled rackets at Idlewild Airport, later renamed Kennedy Airport, trucking monopolies, warehouse theft, hijacking, drug trafficking networks with Santa Trafficante Jr. in Tampa. He appointed Stefano LaSalle as underboss and Vincenzo Rao as consigliere. In 1953, Lucchese's daughter Frances married Thomas Gambino, oldest son of Carlo Gambino, who was then underboss of what would become the Gambino family. Over 1,000 guests attended the wedding. It was a who's who of American organized crime. Carlo Gambino gave Lucchese a $30,000 wedding gift. In return, Lucchese gave Gambino a share of his airport rackets. The marriage created an alliance between two of New York's 5 families, an alliance that would dominate the commission for the next 15 years. A Treasury agent of that era wrote, "Gaetano Lucchese has become as dangerous a character, if not more so, than Costello in his heyday." After Frank Costello's embarrassing appearance before the Kefauver Committee destroyed his political connections, Lucchese replaced him as the mob's primary political fixer. Kefauver Committee counsel Rudolph Halley said, "Nationally, I'd say that Lucchese is the big boss." But Lucchese still maintained his dress company cover. The Crime Commission, September 1952. The New York State Crime Commission began hearings on organized crime. They wanted Tommy Lucchese to testify. For 10 days, Lucchese avoided them. He knew testifying would expose his connections, force him to take the Fifth Amendment, put his legitimate facade at risk. But eventually, through his attorney, he agreed to appear. When questioned, Lucchese stuck to his story. He was a dress manufacturer, nothing more. "I make $100,000 a year with my dress factories," he told the commissioners. "I got 1,500 people working for me. I give them all the fringe benefits, plus turkeys twice a year." He described his generous employee benefits: baby carriages for new mothers, cars for parents of twins, houses for parents of triplets. It sounded absurd, over the top. Nobody believed it. But that was the point. Lucchese was daring them to prove otherwise. The hearings unearthed his connections to sitting politicians, to the U.S. Attorney's Office, to a future police commissioner. Time magazine ran an article titled "The Rise of Three Finger Brown." The article noted that, until last week, many New Yorkers had never heard of Tommy Lucchese, describing him as someone who appeared to be merely a prosperous, well-tailored manufacturer of ladies' coats and dresses. The magazine detailed his criminal associations: Frank Costello, Lucky Luciano, Trigger Mike Coppola. The article exposed what investigators had known for years. The dress manufacturer was actually a Mafia boss. The publicity destroyed his carefully constructed facade. The denaturalization attempt. November 17, 1952, days after the Crime Commission hearings ended. U.S. Attorney General James McGranery
filed a complaint to denaturalize Lucchese, strip him of his American citizenship. The government's claim? Lucchese lied on his naturalization application. He didn't reveal his entire arrest record. He deliberately left out homicide charges. He used multiple aliases that he failed to disclose. If the government succeeded, they could deport him back to Italy. The case dragged on for years. Lucchese's lawyers filed motion after motion, challenging the government's procedures. April 8, 1958, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the denaturalization order on a technicality. The government had failed to properly file required affidavits when initiating the case. Lucchese won, but the government wasn't finished. The next day, April 9, 1958, U.S. Attorney General William Rogers filed a new denaturalization case against Lucchese. This time, the government got the paperwork right. The case proceeded, but Lucchese's lawyers continued fighting. Appeals, delays, legal maneuvering. The government never succeeded. Lucchese was never denaturalized, never deported. He died an American citizen.
The proof they couldn't get. The FBI investigated Lucchese for decades. They knew he was running criminal operations. They documented his connections to other mob bosses. They tracked his rackets in the garment district, airports, and unions. But they couldn't prove it in court. Why? Because Lucchese actually owned legitimate businesses. His dress companies were real. They employed real workers. They generated real revenue. They paid taxes. Yes, those businesses also served as fronts for extortion and racketeering. Yes, Lucchese used them to launder criminal proceeds. Yes, the union control and trucking monopolies were illegal. But separating the legitimate business from the criminal activity was nearly impossible. When prosecutors accused Lucchese of extortion, he could point to his dress factories and say, "I'm a businessman. I own these companies. I make legitimate money." When the IRS investigated his income, he had tax returns showing earnings from Monica Modes Inc. and other garment businesses. His lifestyle matched his declared income. Nice house, but not excessive. No yachts, no mansions, nothing obviously criminal. And Lucchese was careful. He didn't personally commit murders. He didn't personally collect extortion money. He didn't personally shake down business owners. He had people for that. The FBI also faced another problem. Witnesses wouldn't talk. Garment district business owners were terrified of retaliation. Union members know what happened to people who cooperated with authorities. Lucchese's own organization was tight-knit and loyal. And Lucchese's political connections protected him. Prosecutors who got too aggressive found themselves transferred. Investigations stalled. Cases fell apart. In the early 1960s, the federal government tried one more time, tax evasion charges. They'd gotten Al Capone that way in 1931. Maybe they could get Lucchese the same way. But Lucchese's health deteriorated before the case could proceed. The end. 1967. Tommy Lucchese was 67 years old. He'd been suffering from heart disease for years. Then, doctors discovered a brain tumor. He underwent surgery, but he never fully recovered. July 13, 1967, Lucchese died at his Long Island estate, in his own bed, surrounded by family. His funeral at Calvary Cemetery in Queens drew over 1,000 mourners, judges, politicians, businessmen, and hundreds of mobsters from across the country. The FBI photographed everyone who attended. They knew the funeral would be a reunion of organized crime leadership. They documented every face, hoping to build future cases. But for Tommy Lucchese, it was over. He'd run one of the New York's 5 families for 16 years as boss, 22 years as underboss before that, 38 years at the top of organized crime.
He'd controlled the garment district for over 30 years, made tens of millions of dollars, influenced mayors, judges, and federal officials. And despite being arrested 6 times, including twice for homicide, he'd only been convicted once. Auto theft in 1921, served 13 months. In 46 years of criminal activity after his release from Sing Sing, Tommy Lucchese never spent another day in prison. He died a free man, a naturalized American citizen, officially a dress manufacturer.
Why the facade worked. Tommy Lucchese succeeded where flashier bosses failed because he understood a simple truth. Legitimacy is the best disguise. Sam Giancana dated Phyllis McGuire and hung out at nightclubs. The FBI followed him everywhere. John Gotti wore expensive suits and held court at the Raven Night Social Club. He was convicted and died in prison. Lucchese ran dress factories, lived quietly on Long Island, acted like a boring businessman. Nobody wants to believe a 5'4" dress manufacturer is a dangerous mafia boss. It doesn't fit the image, and that's exactly why it worked. Lucchese's legitimate businesses weren't just fronts, they were functional enterprises that generated real income. That made them perfect cover. The IRS couldn't prove his wealth was criminal when he had tax returns showing business profits. His political connections provided protection. When prosecutors got too aggressive, Lucchese's friends in government applied pressure. Cases stalled, investigations went nowhere. His low profile kept him out of the headlines. While other bosses drew attention, Lucchese stayed quiet. No flashy lifestyle, no public confrontations, no mistakes. And his patience paid off. Lucchese never made impulsive decisions. He thought long-term. He built systems that would outlast any individual prosecution. The FBI spent decades investigating him. They know he was guilty. They documented his crimes. They built files. But they never got him.
In 1952, when Tommy Lucchese sat before the Crime Commission, he told them, "I make $100,000 a year with my dress factories." It was technically true. He did own dress factories. They did make money. What he didn't mention, those factories were built on union corruption, extortion, and decades of racketeering. The trucking companies that delivered fabric were mob-controlled. The unions that supplied workers answered to him. The loans that financed competitors came with interest rates that destroyed them. The dress company was real, but it was also a front, and the FBI knew it. They investigated for decades. They exposed his connections. They filed denaturalization cases. They pursued tax charges. They never made it stick. When Lucchese died in 1967, the New York Times obituary described him as the reputed head of one of New York's 5 mafia families. Reputed, not proven. That word, reputed, defined Lucchese's entire career. Everyone knew what he was. Nobody could prove it in court. He built an empire behind dress companies and legitimate businesses. He controlled one of the most powerful criminal organizations in America while maintaining the facade of a respectable entrepreneur. And he died having never served significant prison time. The FBI realized long ago that Tommy Lucchese's dress company was a front. But realizing it and proving it were 2 different things. Lucchese understood that. And he used America's legal system, the presumption of innocence, the requirement of proof beyond reasonable doubt, the right to competent legal defense, to protect himself for 46 years. The dress manufacturer was a mafia boss, but on paper, he was just a businessman. And in America, that was enough.
February 14, 1969, Springfield, Missouri. Vito Genovese, boss of the most powerful crime family in New York, died in his prison cell. heart attack, age 71. He'd been in prison since 1959, convicted of narcotics trafficking, sentenced to 15 years. The FBI considered it a victory. The boss was dead. His family would weaken, maybe collapse entirely. They were wrong, because while Vito Genovese ran the family from prison until his death, someone else had been quietly building power on the outside. Vincent the Chin Gigante, a former boxer and failed hitman who would become the most successful mob boss in modern American history. This is the story of how the Genovese family appeared finished in the early 1970s, their boss dead, their organization in chaos, federal prosecutors targeting them with the new RICO Act, and how they not only survived, but became the most powerful, most disciplined, most untouchable crime family America had ever seen. Until December 2001, when the FBI finally admitted what organized crime investigators had known for years. The Genovese family wasn't just alive, they were running New York. The death and the chaos. When Vito Genovese died in 1969, the family entered a period of uncertainty. Genovese had ruled from prison for a decade. He'd ordered murders, settled disputes, approved major decisions, all from behind bars. His death left a power vacuum. The family had a ruling panel, a group of high-level members Genovese had created to supervise operations while he was imprisoned. But a committee isn't a boss. Someone had to take control. Philip Benny Squint Lombardo became the new official boss. He'd been acting boss since 1962 when Genovese was imprisoned. Now the role was permanent. But the early 1970s brought chaos. Tommy Ryan, had been front boss, the public face, while Genovese pulled strings. In 1972, Eboli was murdered, shot multiple times in the head and neck while leaving his girlfriend's apartment in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. The killing sparked speculation about internal power struggles. Who ordered it? Was Lombardo consolidating control, or were other families making moves? The Genovese family appeared vulnerable, and federal law enforcement thought they finally had the tools to finish them off. The RICO weapon. 1970. President Nixon signed the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, into law. RICO revolutionized how prosecutors could target organized crime. Instead of charging individual crimes, they could charge entire criminal enterprises. Prove a pattern of racketeering, and you could take down an entire family at once. The FBI believed RICO would destroy the Mafia. Other families felt the impact immediately. The Bonanno family was decimated by prosecutions. The Colombo family descended into civil war. The Gambino and Lucchese families faced major RICO cases through the 1980s. But the Genovese family seemed different. They kept operating quietly, carefully, without drawing the attention that destroyed their rivals. By the early 1980s, federal investigators realized something. The Genovese family they thought was weakened after Vito's death had actually grown stronger, much stronger.
The front boss strategy. 1981. Vincent Gigante became boss of the Genovese family. Philip Lombardo had officially led the family since 1969, but in 1981, at age 73, Lombardo retired. He'd served 12 years as boss, a rare accomplishment in the RICO era, and walked away a free man. Gigante took over and immediately implemented a strategy that would keep him in power for 24 years. He appointed Anthony Fat Tony Salerno as front boss. Salerno was perfect for the role. He was visible, accessible, recognizable. He wore expensive suits and fedoras. He smoked cigars. He held court at the Palmer Boys Social Club in East Harlem.
He looked like a mob boss. The FBI surveilled Solano constantly. They bugged his social club. They followed him everywhere. They assumed he was running the Genovese family. They were wrong. Solano was a figurehead. He had real power. He was a capital. He controlled rackets. He earned millions. But he wasn't the boss. Gigante was. And Gigante operated completely differently than any mob boss before him. The Odd Father. Vincent Gigante had been a mobster since the 1950s, born March 29, 1928 in New York, one of 5 brothers. 3 of them, Mario, Pasquale, and Ralph, joined the Mafia with him. Only Louis stayed out, becoming a Catholic priest instead. As a teenager, Gigante became a professional boxer. He fought in 25 matches between 1944 and 1947, winning 21. His mother called him Vincenzo, but her heavy Italian accent made it sound like Chin. The nickname stuck. Vito Genovese became his mentor. Gigante did anything asked of him. Between ages 17 and 25, he was arrested 7 times, possessing stolen goods, possessing unlicensed handguns, illegal gambling. In 1957, Genovese ordered Gigante to kill Frank Costello, the boss Genovese wanted to replace. May 2, 1957. Gigante shot Costello in the head outside his apartment building. The bullet only grazed Costello's scalp. He survived. A doorman identified Gigante as the shooter, but when prosecutors brought Costello to testify, Costello claimed he couldn't identify his attacker. Gigante was acquitted. 2 years later, Gigante was convicted with Vito Genovese of heroin trafficking. He got 7 years in prison. He served 5. After his release, Gigante was promoted to captain. He ran the Greenwich Village crew, headquartered at the Triangle Civic Improvement Association. And he started acting crazy. At first, it seemed minor, muttering to himself, looking disheveled. But through the 1960s and 1970s, the act became more elaborate. Gigante wandered Greenwich Village in a robe and pajamas, unshaven, hair uncombed. He talked to himself. He urinated in public. Once, when he spotted law enforcement, he walked across the street, knelt on the sidewalk, and appeared to pray before a statue. He admitted himself to psychiatric hospitals. Between 1969 and 1983, he checked himself into St. Vincent's 22 times. Always briefly, a few days, maybe a week. Just enough to build a documented psychiatric history. His goal was simple. If he was ever indicted, he could claim incompetence to stand trial. The psychiatric records would support it. The strategy worked for decades. The real power structure. While Gigante pretended to be insane, he ran the most sophisticated criminal organization in America. He took extreme precautions against surveillance. First, he never left his home unoccupied. He knew FBI agents would sneak in and plant bugs, so someone was always there. Second, he avoided phones. When he absolutely had to use one, he'd whistle into the receiver or speak so softly it was barely audible. Third, the Genovese family members were forbidden from saying Gigante's name, ever, on phones, in meetings, anywhere. Instead, they pointed to their chins or made the letter C with their fingers when referring to him. Fourth, he held meetings while walking. Movement made surveillance difficult. No bugs could capture conversations on the street. Fifth, he used intermediaries for everything. He never personally ordered crimes. Messages went through multiple people before reaching their targets. The FBI tried everything.
They bugged social clubs. They followed his associates. They wiretapped phones. They captured very little. Meanwhile, Gigante expanded the family's operations. He controlled construction and union rackets across New York. The Javits Convention Center, built in the late 1980s, became a hiring hall for mobsters and convicted felons. 35% of carpenters who worked there were convicted felons. From 1978 to 1990, the Genovese family rigged bids for 75% of window contracts awarded by the New York City Housing Authority. $142 million worth of contracts. He dominated the Fulton fish market through extortion and labor control, the waterfront, garbage hauling, loan sharking rings, bookmaking operations. He had influence in the Feast of San Gennaro in Little Italy, running gambling games, extorting vendors, pocketing church donations. At his peak, Gigante controlled an empire of close to 300 made men. His influence extended from New York's Little Italy to Miami's docks to Philadelphia's streets. He made the Genovese family the most powerful in America. The Commission leadership. After the Commission trial in 1986 destroyed the leadership of the other four families, Gigante became the de facto boss of the New York Mafia. John Gotti had taken over the Gambino family by murdering Paul Castellano, a violation of Commission rules. Gotti didn't get approval first. That angered Gigante. Gigante hated flashy mobsters. Gotti wore expensive suits. He held court at the Ravenite Social Club. He courted media attention. Everything Gigante despised. Gigante put a contract on Gotti. April 13, 1986, a bomb exploded under Gambino underboss Frank DeCicco's car. DeCicco died instantly. Gotti, the intended target, had changed plans at the last minute. The hit failed, but it sent the message. Gigante was in charge now. After Gotti was convicted in 1992, Gigante became what some called the Capo di tutti capi, the boss of all bosses, a title that had been abolished in 1931, but now applied to Gigante in everything but name. He coordinated activities between families. He settled major disputes. He approved significant decisions. And the FBI still thought Fat Tony Salerno was the real boss.
The FBI finally understands. February 6, 1985, FBI wiretap at the Palmer Boys Social Club. Fat Tony Salerno and a Genovese captain named Sabato were discussing the upcoming federal indictments. The commission trial was about to hit. Sabato said if they get Chin, they're wrapped up. He referred to all the finagling and manipulating to fool the government. Salerno responded, if he gets pinched, all them years he spent in that asylum would be for nothing. The FBI agents listening realized Gigante was the real boss. Salerno was just the front, but proving it would take another 12 years. January 19, 1984, another wiretap caught Salerno and Sabato discussing Gigante's power. Salerno asked about another mobster. What the hell move could he make without Chin? Sabato replied, Chin would kill him right away and he knows it. Then, nobody knows more about this thing than Chin does. The FBI finally understood every investigation that focused on Salerno was wasted effort. The real boss was the crazy man in the bathrobe wandering Greenwich Village. But Gigante's insanity defense was documented. 22 psychiatric hospital visits, doctors' reports, witnessed incidents of bizarre behavior. Proving he was faking it would be nearly impossible. The trial. January 1990. Gigante was indicted on 41 counts of racketeering and conspiracy to murder. He immediately claimed incompetence to stand trial, too mentally ill to participate in his own defense. The case stalled for years. Psychiatric evaluation after psychiatric evaluation. Doctors disagreed about his competence. Some believed he was genuinely mentally ill. Others suspected he was faking. Meanwhile, witnesses started breaking omerta. Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano, Gambino underboss, testified against Gotti in 1992. He also testified about Gigante's activities. Phil Leone, Philadelphia underboss, became a government witness. He testified that during the 1980s, Gigante ordered several murders of Philadelphia associates. Other witnesses came forward: associates, former family members, people who'd seen Gigante operate normally when law enforcement wasn't watching. They described how Gigante had a wife and 5 children in a suburban home, but he also kept a longtime mistress on the Upper East Side. Late at night, when surveillance wasn't watching, he'd visit her, fully dressed, lucid, normal. The crazy act was exactly that, an act. Finally, in 1996, Judge Eugene Nickerson ruled Gigante competent to stand trial. The trial began, and the evidence was overwhelming: wiretaps, testimony, financial records showing the construction rackets, union control, extortion schemes. July 1997, the jury convicted Gigante of racketeering and conspiracy to murder. December 1997, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison and fined $1,250,000. U.S. Attorney Jack Ricarda said the lengths that Vincent Gigante was willing to go to conceal his leadership of the Genovese family speaks volumes about his importance as their leader. His loss will be a devastating blow to the family and to organized crime in general. Carter was wrong about the devastating blow.
The family survives. Even with Gigante in prison, the Genovese family remained powerful. Acting bosses took over. Dominic, Quiet Dom Cirillo, ran things until he suffered a heart attack in 1998. Matthew, Matty the Horse, Aniello stepped in next. The family maintained its core operations: Fulton Fish Market, waterfront control, construction rackets, gambling, loan sharking. In 2003, Gigante admitted in court that he'd faked mental illness for decades. He pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice. He received an additional 3 years. December 19, 2005, Vincent Gigante died in prison. Heart attack, age 77. He'd been boss from 1981 to 2005, 24 years, longer than any other modern mob boss except for Joseph Bonanno. After his death, Liborio Barney Bellomo took over as boss, and the family kept operating. Why they succeeded. December 2001, the FBI issued a report describing the Genovese family as the largest and most powerful of the 5 families. This wasn't during Vito Genovese's reign in the 1950s. This wasn't during Lucky Luciano's era. This was 2001. 32 years after Vito Genovese died in prison. 31 years since RICO became law. While every other New York family had been decimated by prosecutions, informants, and internal wars, the Genovese family thrived. Why? First, omerta. The code of silence actually worked for the Genovese family. While hundreds of mobsters from other families turned informant through the 1980s and 90s, the Genovese family had only 11 members and associates ever turn state evidence in its entire history. 11 total, ever. Compare that to the Gambino family, where Sammy Gravano's testimony alone helped convict dozens, or the Bonanno family, where Joe Pistone's undercover operation destroyed an entire generation of leadership. The Genovese family's discipline was unprecedented. Second, the front boss strategy. By making Fat Tony Solano the visible leader, Gigante protected himself from surveillance and prosecution. The FBI spent years investigating the wrong man. By the time they figured it out, Gigante had consolidated power so thoroughly that removing him barely weakened the family. Third, Gigante's security measures. No phones, no names spoken, meetings while walking, never leaving home unoccupied. These precautions made electronic surveillance nearly useless. Fourth, patience. Gigante spent 30 years building his insanity defense before he became boss. He checked into psychiatric hospitals 22 times. He wandered streets in bathrobes for decades. That level of commitment and long-term planning was extraordinary. Fifth, avoiding attention. While Gotti courted media, Gigante avoided it. While other bosses lived flashy lifestyles, Gigante appeared to be a mentally ill man wandering Greenwich Village. The FBI focused resources on visible threats. The Genovese family operated quietly. Detective Joseph Corfey of the New York Organized Crime Task Force called the Genovese family the Ivy League of the underworld in April 1998. That reputation was earned.
When Vito Genovese died in 1969, the FBI thought the family would weaken, maybe collapse. When the RICO Act passed in 1970, prosecutors believed organized crime's days were numbered. When other families fell apart through the 1980s, informants, prosecutions, internal wars, investigators assumed the Genovese family would follow. They were wrong every time. Because while the Genovese family appeared vulnerable, they were actually implementing the most sophisticated criminal operation in American history. Vincent Gigante's 24-year reign as boss, longer than Vito Genovese, longer than Frank Costello, longer than any modern mob leader, proved that with enough discipline, enough patience, enough careful planning, organized crime could still succeed in the RICO era. The FBI finally admitted it in December 2001. The Genovese family was the largest and most powerful of the five families. 32 years after their boss died in prison, they were stronger than ever. That's what made the Genovese family different. Not their violence, not their territory, not their money, their discipline. They followed on murder when everyone else broke it. They operated quietly when others sought attention. They planned for decades when others acted impulsively. And when federal prosecutors thought they destroyed organized crime, the Genovese family was still there, still operating, still powerful. The Ivy League of the underworld.
January 1st, 1959, Havana, Cuba. Santo Trafficante Jr. stood in a Sanssouci cabaret, his flagship casino, watching chaos unfold outside. Revolutionaries poured into the streets, celebrating, chanting, smashing swap machines, throwing gambling equipment into the gutter. Fulgencio Batista had fled hours earlier. Fidel Castro was marching toward Havana from the mountains, and Castro had promised to close the casinos. Trafficante thought Castro was bluffing. The casinos generated millions in revenue. They employed thousands of Cubans. The government needed that money. He was wrong. 6 months later, Castro imprisoned Trafficante in the Tresconia detention facility, then deported him back to the United States. This is the story of Santo Trafficante Jr., the Tampa mob boss who appeared to be a legitimate cigar factory owner. How his father built connections to Cuba starting in the 1940s. How Santo Jr. became one of the most powerful casino operators in Havana under Batista's corrupt regime. And how the FBI finally realized the quiet Tampa businessman wasn't just selling cigars. He controlled Cuba's entire gambling empire and ran drug trafficking networks from South America through Havana to the United States, until Castro destroyed it all in a single night. The Cigar City Boss. 1886, Sicily. Santo Trafficante Sr. was born in Chanchana, near Palermo. At age 18, he emigrated to America, landing in Tampa, Florida, just after the turn of the century.
Tampa was Cigar City, the center of America's hand-rolled cigar industry. Ybor City, Tampa's Cuban-Italian immigrant neighborhood, housed hundreds of small cigar factories. Workers rolled tobacco leaves by hand, while Electa read newspapers and novels aloud to pass the time. Trafficante Sr. married and started a family. 4 sons, Frank, Santo Jr., Sam, and Henry. He became a naturalized citizen. He joined civic organizations, the Elks Lodge, the Robin Hood Social Club, the Italian Club, and he started working in organized crime. During Prohibition, Tampa became a smuggling hub. Rum from Cuba, whiskey from the Caribbean, all flowing through Port Tampa Bay into speakeasies across Florida. Trafficante Sr. became heavily involved in bootlegging. He also ran bolita games, a popular illegal lottery among Tampa's immigrant communities. Players bet on numbers drawn from a bag of 100 balls. The profits were enormous. By the late 1920s,
The Cuban Connection. 1946. Havana, Cuba. Santo Trafficante Sr. dispatched his 24-year-old son to Cuba. The island was 90 miles off Florida's coast. Tourists flocked there for nightlife, gambling, beaches. The Batista government welcomed foreign investment, especially mob investment. Santo Jr.'s mission? Learn the casino business, make connections, establish the family's presence. For the next 8 years, Santo Jr. operated between Tampa and Havana. He helped run mob-owned casinos. He met Maya Lansky, Lucky Luciano, and other major crime figures invested in Cuba. He formed a friendship with Fulgencio Batista, the military strongman who controlled Cuba through puppet presidents until he seized power directly in 1952. And he learned to speak fluent Spanish, rare for an American mafioso. August 11th, 1954. Santo Trafficante Sr. died of natural causes. Santo Jr. was 39 years old. He immediately took control of the Tampa family, and he expanded the Cuban operations dramatically. By 1955, Trafficante had moved to Cuba full-time. He maintained the luxurious residence in Havana's Vedado neighborhood. He held resident status, essentially living as a Cuban. He openly operated the Sanssouci Cabaret and the Casino International. Behind the scenes, he had interests in the Hotel Habana Riviera, the Tropicana Club, the Sevilla Biltmore, the Capri Casino, the Comodoro, the Deauville, and the Havana Hilton. Second only to Maya Lansky, Trafficante controlled more casino operations in Cuba than any other American mobster. The casinos generated millions annually. Tourists poured in from the United States. High rollers gambled at the tables. Entertainment drew crowds. But the casinos were just the visible business. Trafficante also ran narcotics trafficking through Cuba. Cocaine from Colombia, heroin from South America and Asia. Using Cuba's military airports as transfer points, drugs flowed through Havana into the United States. He partnered with Tommy Lucchese's New York family on narcotics networks. He coordinated with the Tampa family's operations in Florida. He built an international drug empire. And he maintained his legitimate cover, the cigar factory owner from Tampa. The Revolution. December 31st, 1958. Batista's regime was collapsing. Fidel Castro's guerrilla army had been fighting since 1956. By late 1958, they controlled much of rural Cuba. Batista's military was losing ground. Corruption had destroyed public support for the government. Meyer Lansky saw the writing on the wall. On New Year's Eve, he contacted his casino partners. Close everything, take all the cash for safekeeping. Some listened. Others, including Trafficante, thought they could ride it out. January 1st, 1959, early morning. Batista fled Cuba on a plane to the Dominican Republic. Castro's rebels entered Havana. Citizens flooded the streets. Revolutionaries smashed casino slot machines and threw them into the gutters. The casinos were symbols of Batista's corrupt regime, foreign exploitation, inequality. At the Capri Hotel, rebels stormed the gaming room. Actor George Raft, who worked as a greeter, jumped onto the gaming tables and pleaded with them not to destroy anything. Trafficante watched from the Sans Souci. Castro hadn't even reached Havana yet. He was still marching from the mountains to the capital in a walkathon, giving interviews along the way. And in every interview, Castro said the same thing: the casinos will close. Trafficante hoped he was posturing. Surely Castro would realize the casinos generated revenue Cuba needed. February 19th, 1959. Castro's government issued a decree allowing some casinos to reopen: the Tropicana, Comodoro, Riviera, Habana Riviera, Capri, Hotel St. John's, and Hotel Nacional. The Dorville, Sevilla Biltmore, Plaza, and Sans Souci remained closed. Trafficante's properties stayed shuttered, possibly because of his close relationship with Batista's brother-in-law. Even the reopened casinos struggled. American tourists stopped coming. News of Castro's revolution had killed the flow of visitors to the island. Trafficante stayed anyway. He thought he could reason with Castro's government the same way he'd reasoned with corrupt cops and judges in Tampa. He was wrong about that too.
The imprisonment. June 9th, 1959, evening. Trafficante relaxed in his Havana apartment. His mind was weighed down by the loss of casino revenue, the direction Cuba was heading. He'd heard a detention order was imminent. Harry Anslinger, head of the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics, had sent the Cuban government a list of major American narcotics figures residing in Cuba. Trafficante's name was on it. Trafficante sent the casino employee to visit Cesar Blanco, Cuba's director of public security. He tried to negotiate, to explain his position, to make a deal. It didn't work. Cuban authorities arrested Trafficante and imprisoned him at the Trascornia detention facility. Other American mobsters faced similar treatment. Castro's government had no interest in accommodating foreign criminals. Trafficante spent weeks in Trascornia. During his imprisonment, he received a notable visitor, Jack Ruby, the Dallas nightclub owner who would later kill Lee Harvey Oswald after President Kennedy's assassination. A British journalist working in Cuba claimed he saw Ruby visit Trafficante frequently, bringing food to the imprisoned mob boss. This detail would fuel conspiracy theories for decades. In July, the Cuban government announced Trafficante would be deported. They made reservations on a National Airlines flight from Havana to Tampa on July 15th at 7:45 p.m. Tampa Sheriff Ed Blackburn prepared to receive Trafficante back on American soil. But at the last minute, the Cuban authorities suddenly held up the deportation order on orders from a higher authority. Eventually, Trafficante was released and deported to the United States. He relocated to Miami. His Cuban casino empire was gone. Millions of dollars in investments vanished overnight. The island he'd operated on for over a decade closed to him forever. Castro had nationalized all foreign-owned properties. The casinos, hotels, and nightclubs that generated the war's wealth were now Cuban government property.
Trafficante adapted. He expanded gambling operations in Florida. He maintained his narcotics networks through Cuban exiles in Miami. He continued running the Tampa family from his Cigar City base. But Cuba, the golden goose, was gone. The CIA connection. September 1960, Washington, D.C. The CIA had a problem. Fidel Castro, the communist revolutionary, had seized the Caribbean island 90 miles from Florida. He'd aligned with the Soviet Union. He threatened American interests throughout Latin America. The CIA wanted Castro dead. Director Alan Dulles passed the assignment to Deputy Director Richard Bissell. Bissell handed it to CIA Security Chief Colonel Sheffield Edwards. They needed professional killers, gangland-style hitmen. And the mob had motivation. Castro had destroyed their Cuban operations. Meyer Lansky allegedly offered $1 million reward for Castro's murder. Ex-FBI agent Robert Maheu, who later worked for Howard Hughes in Las Vegas, became the primary go-between. The CIA told Maheu to approach Johnny Rosselli, a mobster who worked for both the Tampa family and the Chicago outfit. Maheu offered $150,000 to have Castro killed. Rosselli declined payment but agreed to help. He introduced Maheu to two men, Sam Gold and Joe. Sam Gold was Sam Giancana, boss of the Chicago outfit. Joe was Santo Trafficante Jr. The CIA had recruited the mob boss who'd just been expelled from Cuba.
Trafficante worked with the CIA and Cuban exile groups on multiple assassination plots against Castro, poison pills, exploding cigars, Mafia hit teams infiltrating Cuba. None succeeded. Trafficante later testified that he acted out of patriotism, receiving no payment. But some believe Trafficante continued cooperating with the CIA primarily to avoid prosecution for his criminal activities in the United States. By 1962, Trafficante and his mob partners had become convinced the Cuban Revolution couldn't be reversed by simply killing Castro, but they continued playing along with the CIA plot. It protected them from federal prosecution. The FBI finally sees it. For decades, Santo Trafficante Jr. maintained his cover as a legitimate businessman. He owned cigar factories in Tampa. He listed his occupation on government forms as cigar manufacturer or talent agent for International Amusements Corporation, a company that booked entertainment acts. When law enforcement questioned him, he gave short answers or took the Fifth Amendment. In 1954, Florida convicted him of bribery. The Florida Supreme Court overturned the conviction. In 1957, he was arrested at the Appalachian meeting, the infamous summit where law enforcement caught over 60 mob bosses gathered at a Utica, New York estate. Those charges were dropped. In 1981, at age 66, Trafficante faced his first serious federal charges, a RICO indictment for labor union kickbacks. 16 defendants, a 2-year federal probe into the Laborers International Union Trust Fund. The racketeering charge carried a mandatory 20 years in prison and $25,000 fine if convicted. U.S. Magistrate Sherbert Shapiro asked Trafficante what he did for a living. Trafficante replied, "Nothing," then added, "I take the Fifth Amendment." The case eventually fell apart. Trafficante avoided conviction. March 17, 1987, Trafficante died of natural causes in Houston, Texas, age 72. He'd run the Tampa family for 33 years, from 1954 to 1987. He'd controlled massive narcotics networks.
He'd operated casinos in pre-Castro Cuba. He'd worked with the CIA on assassination plots. He'd been arrested multiple times. He never spent a single night in an American prison. The FBI eventually documented everything. Treasury Department reports detailed his narcotics trafficking. Bureau of Narcotics files tracked his drug channels through South America and Cuba. FDI reports documented his casino operations, his mob connections, his Cuban exile networks in Miami. But documentation isn't conviction. Trafficante understood how to insulate himself. He used frontmen. He avoided direct involvement in criminal acts. He maintained legitimate businesses that explained his wealth. He took the Fifth Amendment when questioned. And most importantly, he kept a low profile. While Sam Giancana dated celebrities and drew FBI surveillance everywhere, Trafficante stayed quiet. He lived modestly compared to flashier mobsters. He acted like a boring Tampa businessman. The FBI knew he was guilty. They documented his crimes. They built files spanning decades. They never made it stick.
Why he succeeded. Santo Trafficante Jr. ran one of America's most successful crime families for over 3 decades because he understood 3 principles. First, legitimacy is the best cover. The cigar factories weren't just fronts. They were real businesses, generating real income. That made it nearly impossible to prove his wealth came from crime. Second, low profile beats high profile. Trafficante avoided attention. He didn't seek media coverage. He didn't cultivate a public image. He was boring, and boring doesn't attract FBI resources. Third, patience beats impulsiveness. When Castro took Cuba, Trafficante didn't start a war. He adapted. He moved operations to Florida. He built new networks. He waited for opportunities. The Cuban casinos generated millions annually. Losing them should have destroyed the Tampa family. Instead, Trafficante survived. He rebuilt. He maintained power for another 28 years after Castro's revolution. Most mob bosses from his era went to prison or got murdered. Vito Genovese died in prison. Carlo Gambino died before prosecution. Sam Giancana was murdered. Paul Castellano was murdered. John Gotti died in prison. Trafficante died a free man at home, never having served federal time. For years, Santo Trafficante Jr. presented himself as a Tampa cigar manufacturer, a legitimate businessman, an immigrant success story. The FBI knew better. They documented his narcotics trafficking networks. They tracked his Cuban casino empire. They recorded his mob connections from New York to Chicago to Miami. But known and proven are different things. Trafficante's cigar factories were real. His talent booking agency was legitimate. His business licenses were valid. His tax returns showed legal income from legal sources. The criminal operations, the drug trafficking, the casino skimming, the mob violence happened behind that legitimate facade. And Trafficante was careful enough to keep the two worlds separate. When Castro's revolution destroyed his Cuban operations in 1959, the FBI thought they'd finally corner Trafficante. Without the casinos, where would his wealth come from? But Trafficante adapted. He expanded in Florida. He maintained narcotics networks. He worked with Cuban exiles in Miami. He kept operating. And he kept his cigar factory cover intact. That's what made Santo Trafficante Jr. so effective. Not his violence, not his territory, not his connections. His patience, his discipline, his understanding that in America, looking legitimate is almost as good as being legitimate. The FBI realized he controlled Cuba. They documented his drug empire. They tracked his mob activities for 40 years. But the cigar manufacturer from Tampa died a free man anyway.
July 30th, 1975, Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Jimmy Hoffa stood in the parking lot of the Marcus Red Fox restaurant. 2:15 p.m. He'd been waiting 45 minutes. He walked to a payphone outside the nearby hardware store, called his wife, Josephine. "I've been stood up," he told her. "I'm gonna wait a few more minutes." Hoffa hung up, walked back to his green Pontiac Granville. He was supposed to meet Anthony Tony Provenzano, the New Jersey Teamsters boss who controlled Local 560, the man Hoffa had once mentored, the man who'd become his enemy. Hoffa wanted to make peace. He needed Tony Pro's support to regain the Teamsters presidency he'd lost years earlier. Instead, witnesses saw Hoffa approach a maroon Mercury. Get inside. The car drove away. Jimmy Hoffa was never seen again. This is the story of Anthony Tony Provenzano, the truck driver who became a Genovese family capo and Teamsters vice president simultaneously. How he built an empire where union power and mob muscle were the same thing. How he controlled billions in pension funds, thousands of workers and politicians across New Jersey. And how, when someone crossed them, they didn't just lose their job, they disappeared. 17 years later, their bodies still hadn't been found. Tony Pro didn't need to raise his voice. One phone call was enough. The truck driver. May 7th, 1917, Lower East Side, Manhattan. Anthony Provenzano was born to Sicilian immigrants Rosario and Josephine Provenzano, fourth of 6 children. They lived in a crowded tenement, struggling through poverty that defined immigrant life in early 20th century New York. At age 15, Tony Pro quit public school 114. He got a job as a helper at H.P. Welch Trucking Company, $10 a week, lifting boxes, loading trucks. 3 years later, he became a driver. The 1930s were the Great Depression. Millions unemployed. Tony Pro had work, barely paying enough to survive, but it was something. He also had talent. As a teenager, he'd been a gifted athlete. He boxed professionally, considered making it a career. But the money wasn't there. Trucking paid more reliably than boxing purses. In 1945, at age 28, Provenzano became shop steward at his trucking company, his first taste of union power. He discovered he was good at it, negotiating, organizing, standing up to management. He also discovered something else. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters was controlled by men who understood that unions weren't just about workers' rights. They were about power, and Tony Pro wanted power. Between 1948 and 1958, Provenzano worked as a business agent for Teamsters Local 560 in Union City, New Jersey. He built relationships with truck drivers, warehouse workers, dock laborers. In 1958, he became president of Local 560. His salary, $100,000 annually, half of it approved in a 1962 vote when 98% of union membership was absent. Nobody questioned it. The ones who did had a way of disappearing. 17 years later, their bodies still hadn't been found. Tony Pro didn't need to raise his voice. One phone call was enough.
The mentor and the protege. 1950s, Jimmy Hoffa was rising through Teamsters leadership. Hoffa understood organized crime's value to the union movement. The mob provided muscle when management refused to negotiate. They broke strikes by rival unions.
They ensured Teamsters contracts got signed. In return, the mob gained access to the Teamsters Central States Pension Fund, billions of dollars that could be loaned to mob-connected businesses with minimal oversight. It was a marriage of convenience, and Tony Pro was the perfect hybrid. He was both Teamsters president and Genovese family capo. He answered to mob bosses and union leadership simultaneously. When disputes arose, labor or criminal, Tony Pro could resolve them. Hoffa loved them. Tony Pro got things done. When federal labor officials demanded Hoffa remove Provenzano from the Teamsters because of his mob connections, Hoffa simply promoted him. Tony Pro became International Union Vice President, covering East Coast operations. The relationship worked for years. Hoffa protected Tony Pro. Tony Pro delivered New Jersey for Hoffa. Then everything changed. The prison feud. July 1963. Tony Pro was convicted of extortion, sentenced to 7 years in federal prison. He served his time at United States Penitentiary, Lewisburg in Pennsylvania, starting May 1966. Jimmy Hoffa arrived at Lewisburg in 1967, convicted of jury tampering and fraud, sentenced to 13 years. For the first time in their relationship, they were equals, both imprisoned, both stripped of official positions, both relying on subordinates to maintain their power on the outside. The dynamic shifted. According to multiple accounts, they had a physical altercation in prison. Hoffa allegedly made a disrespectful comment. Tony Pro responded violently, reportedly smashing a bottle on Hoffa's head. The friendship was over. In 1970, Tony Pro was released after serving 4.5 years. He returned to New Jersey, where his brother Nunzio had been managing Local 560. Tony Pro resumed control. Jimmy Hoffa remained in prison until December 1971, when President Nixon commuted his sentence. But Nixon's order included a condition. Hoffa was banned from union activity until 1980. Hoffa couldn't accept that. The Teamsters was his life, his identity, his power base. He began fighting to regain the presidency, and he needed support from Teamsters leaders across the country, including Tony Pro.
The threat. 1973 and 74, Hoffa repeatedly approached Tony Pro for support. Tony Pro refused. Frank Fitzsimmons, Hoffa's successor as Teamsters president, had grown comfortable in the position. He didn't want Hoffa back, and Tony Pro preferred Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimmons looked the other way while mob-connected officials looted pension funds and used union resources for personal gain. Hoffa, for all his corruption, had standards. He drew lines. He occasionally pushed back against mob overreach. Fitzsimmons didn't. According to witness testimony, Hoffa's requests for support became more aggressive. He threatened, promised retaliation, suggested he'd expose Tony Pro's criminal activities if he didn't cooperate. Tony Pro responded with his own threat. "I'll pull out your guts and kidnap your grandchildren." It wasn't an idle threat. Tony Pro's reputation was built on violence against anyone who opposed him. In 1961, Anthony Castellito, Secretary-Treasurer of Local 560, had tried to challenge Tony Pro's control. He'd maneuvered politically, built support among rank-and-file members. Tony Pro's response was swift. He ordered his underlings to kill Castellito. They lured Castellito to a meeting, murdered him, disposed of the body. 17 years later, when Tony Pro was finally prosecuted for that murder in 1978, investigators believed Castellito's body had been put through a tree shredder. It was never found. That was Tony Pro's method. You didn't just die, you disappeared. Your family never got closure,
Your body never got buried. It was a message to everyone else. Don't cross Tony Pro. By 1975, at least 2 of Tony Pro's union opponents had been murdered. Others who'd spoken out had been assaulted, homes shot up at night, workers beaten. It was an era when challenging Tony Pro meant risking your life. Jimmy Hoffa knew this, but he was desperate. The meeting that never happened. Summer 1975. Hoffa called for a meeting. He wanted to sit down with Tony Pro, settle their differences. Maybe Hoffa hoped his old protege would remember their friendship. Maybe he thought he could negotiate. Or maybe, as later Senate testimony suggested, Hoffa was planning his own preemptive strike. Philadelphia mob hitman Charlie Allen testified in 1982 that Hoffa planned to have Provenzano killed along with Frank Fitzsimmons and 3 others. Provenzano got tipped off, Allen told the Senate Subcommittee on Investigations. July 30th, 1975. The meeting was scheduled for 2 p.m. at the Marcus Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, a Detroit suburb. Hoffa arrived early. He waited in the parking lot, made calls from the payphone. 2:15 p.m., he called his wife. "I've been stood up." Witnesses saw Hoffa approach a maroon Mercury. He appeared to recognize whoever was inside. He got in willingly. The car drove away. Jimmy Hoffa vanished.
The alibis. Within hours, the FBI knew where to look. Anthony Provenzano and Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, a Detroit mobster with Teamsters connections. The investigation moved quickly. Both men were questioned. Tony Pro's alibi? He was playing cards with Stephen Andretta, a local 560 member and mob associate in Union City, New Jersey that afternoon. Another account said Tony Pro was seen fraternizing with local union members in Hoboken, which borders Union City. Either way, he wasn't in Michigan. Witnesses confirmed it. Records supported it. Tony Jack Giacalone had similar documentation. He wasn't at the restaurant that day. But the FBI didn't believe they'd personally carried out the hit. These were bosses. They ordered murders. They didn't commit them. December 4, 1975, a federal investigator testified in Detroit court that a witness had identified 3 New Jersey men who participated in the abduction and murder of Jimmy Hoffa. All 3 were close associates of Tony Pro: Salvatore Briguglio, his brother Gabriel Briguglio, and Thomas Andretta. December 1975, 400 members of Local 560 at Tony Pro's urging volunteered to help the FBI search a jump where informant Ralph Picardo claimed Hoffa's body had been buried. Think about that. The prime suspect's own union members offering to help find evidence against their boss. The FBI declined. If Hoffa's body was there, Tony Pro's people would never let him find it. Over the following years, multiple informants came forward. Frank, the Irishman Sheeran, a Teamsters official and mob associate, confessed late in life to being involved in Hoffa's murder. He claimed he'd shot Hoffa in a Detroit house. Other accounts varied. Some said Hoffa was knocked unconscious and buried alive. Others said he was killed in Detroit and brought back to New Jersey so Tony Pro could personally verify the body. One investigator said, "We were told that Hoffa was grabbed, killed there, and brought back to New Jersey for Provenzano to personally verify that he was dead." A former mob associate explained the mentality. The way they kill a guy is a message, and there'd be no better way to claim victory over Jimmy Hoffa than by driving by him every day. A trophy. There he is, that's where he still sits. Tony Pro wanted to see Hoffa dead.
wanted to know for certain his enemy was gone, wanted that satisfaction. Jimmy Hoffa's body has never been found. The empire continues. After Hoffa's disappearance, Tony Pro stepped down as president of Local 560. His brother Nunzio took over. Then, when Nunzio couldn't continue, Tony Pro's nephew became secretary-treasurer. The Provenzano family controlled Local 560 for another decade. The pension fund loans continued. The mob's grip on trucking operations remained tight. 10 weeks after Hoffa disappeared, President Richard Nixon made his first public appearance since resigning. He golfed with Frank Fitzsimmons and Tony Pro. The optics was stunning. A former president playing golf with the prime suspect in a union boss's disappearance. But Tony Pro was untouchable, for now. December 9th, 1975, Tony Pro was indicted for conspiracy to violate anti-kickback statutes, a $2.3 million pension fund loan scheme. July 1978, he was convicted, sentenced to 4 years. But the FBI had something bigger: the 1961 murder of Anthony Castellitto. June 23, 1976, Tony Pro was indicted in Ulster County, New York, for conspiracy and murder in Castellitto's death. The case took 2 years to bring to trial. Tony Pro's lawyers fought every motion, delayed everything. But in June 1978, the evidence was overwhelming. Witnesses, associates who'd flipped, testimony about how Castellitto was lured to his death. June 14, 1978, Tony Pro was convicted of murder. June 21, 1978, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was 61 years old. He'd spent 30 years building a criminal empire through union control, and it ended with a murder committed 17 years earlier. In 1981, Tony Pro faced another RICO indictment, this time for union kickbacks involving the Laborers International Trust Fund. 16 defendants, a mandatory 20 years if convicted. U.S. Magistrate Herbert Shapiro asked Tony Pro what he did for a living. Tony Pro replied, "Nothing." Then, "I take the Fifth Amendment." The case eventually fell apart, but it didn't matter. Tony Pro was already serving life. December 12, 1988, Tony Pro died in prison at age 71. He never admitted involvement in Hoffa's disappearance, never gave up information about where the body was buried, never cooperated. The omerta held even in death.
Why it worked. For 3 decades, Tony Pro operated with near impunity. He murdered union opponents. He extorted trucking companies. He looted pension funds. He made people disappear. And he got away with it until the Castellitto prosecution in 1978. Why? Because Tony Pro understood something most mobsters didn't. Union power is more valuable than mob muscle. A made man in the Genovese family could order a hit, but he'd be breaking the law, risking prosecution, creating evidence. A Teamsters vice president could make one phone call, tell a trucking company they'd face a strike if they didn't fire someone, tell warehouse workers to refuse to unload a competitor's goods, tell pension fund managers to deny a loan to a business owner who didn't cooperate. All perfectly legal, all devastating. Tony Pro didn't need to threaten people with violence, though he did. He could destroy them economically, take away their livelihoods, bankrupt their businesses. That's why bosses feared him. Not just because he was a Genovese capo, but because he controlled Local 5, one of the most powerful Teamsters locals in America. When Tony Pro made a phone call, things happened. Trucks stopped running. Workers walked off jobs. Money disappeared from accounts. And if economic pressure wasn't enough, people disappeared too.
Jimmy Hoffa learned that the hard way. July 30th, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa stood in a parking lot waiting for Tony Pro. He thought he could negotiate, make peace, regain support for his comeback. He didn't realize Tony Pro had already made the decision. One phone call, one meeting set up by trusted associates, one last car ride. Hoffa's body was never found. Despite decades of investigations, multiple informants, FBI searches across New Jersey and Michigan, nothing. Tony Pro took that secret to his grave in 1988. The FBI believes they know what happened. Witnesses described the plot. Informants gave details. Associates explained the logistics. But without a body, without physical evidence, the case remains officially unsolved. That's what made Tony Pro terrifying. He didn't just kill people, he made them vanish, erased them so completely that 17 years later, when prosecutors finally charged him with Anthony Castellito's murder, they had to proceed without ever recovering the body. One phone call, that's all it took. And Jimmy Hoffa, the most powerful union leader in America, the man who'd built the Teamsters into a national force, the mentor who'd elevated Tony Pro from truck driver to vice president, disappeared forever. Tony Pro never raised his voice. He didn't need to. One phone call was enough.
May 1980, Brooklyn, New York. FBI agents arrested Henry Hill on narcotics charges. They found him at home with his wife Karen, hiding from the mob associates who'd been calling his house all day. The agents showed Hill a surveillance video. His former partners, Jimmy Burke, Paul Vario, the guys he'd worked with for 25 years, discussing how they'd whack him. Hill watched the tape. Then an FBI agent made the offer. Testify against him, we'll protect you. Or refuse, and you'll be dead within a week. Hill didn't hesitate. I knew I was a dead man, no matter how you cut it. If I stayed in prison, I was dead. Went out in the street, I was dead. May 27, 1980. Henry Hill signed an agreement with the Brooklyn Organized Crime Strike Force. He became an FBI informant. His testimony would lead to 50 convictions. Paul Vario, his mentor since age 13. Jimmy Burke, his closest friend, and dozens of Lucchese family associates. Everyone thought the mob would kill him. They had a $500,000 contract on his head. Professional hitmen looking for him. Associates in every city watching for a glimpse. But Henry Hill died June 12, 2012. Natural causes. Heart disease. Age 69. In a Los Angeles hospital. Not in an alley with 2 bullets in his head. This is the story of Henry Hill, the mob associate who broke every rule of omerta and survived 32 years to tell about it. How he went from Brooklyn street kid to Lucchese family insider. How the Lufthansa heist made him rich and paranoid. And how he became the most famous rat in mob history. Not because of what he did, but because he lived long enough for Hollywood to make him a legend. The Kid from Brownsville. June 11th, 1943. Brownsville, Brooklyn. Henry Hill Jr. was born to Henry Hill Sr., an Irish electrician, and Carmela Costra, a Sicilian immigrant. Mixed heritage, half Irish, half Sicilian, which meant one thing in the mob world. Henry could never be a made man. Full Italian blood was required for formal membership in La Cosa Nostra. But as a kid, Henry didn't know that. He just knew the wise guys across the street looked cooler than anyone else in the neighborhood. Brownsville was mob territory. The Lucchese crime family controlled the area. And across from Henry's apartment building at 3857 Glenmore Avenue sat a cab stand, Pitkin Avenue Cab Company. It wasn't really a cab company. It was a front for Paul Vario's crew. Vario was a Lucchese capo. The cab stand was where his associates guarded, planned hijackings, divided stolen goods, and collected loan shark payments. At age 11, Henry wandered across the street looking for a part-time job. They hired him, running errands, fetching sandwiches, parking cars. At 13, Henry met Jimmy Burke, the hijacker, known as Jimmy the Gent, because he always tipped well. Henry served drinks at a card game. Burke tipped them $20, then another $20. He was sore-bucking me to death, Hill later said. Henry was hooked. These guys wore silk suits, drove Cadillacs, had beautiful women. They commanded respect. Nobody messed with them. At 14, Paul Vario's brother Tutty got Henry a union card in the bricklayers local. The job paid well, $90 a week on paper, but Henry only saw $40. The rest went to Vario as tribute. Henry didn't care. He was in, part of the crew. He dropped out of school. When his father found out, he beat him so badly that Tutty Vario went to his house and told the father, "If you ever touch that kid again, you're gonna deal with me." Message received. Henry never went back to school. The hijacker. 1950s and 60s, Henry Hill became a professional criminal, hijacking trucks, burning down competitors' businesses for insurance fraud, loan sharking, bookmaking, extortion. He worked under Jimmy Burke, the most prolific hijacker in New York. They stole everything: cigarette trucks, liquor shipments, electronics, clothing. Burke knew which trucks carried valuable cargo. He knew their routes, when to hit them. Henry was the inside man. He bribed airport workers at Idlewild, later renamed Kennedy Airport, for information about incoming shipments. He found out which trucks were carrying Marlboros, which had Johnny Walker, which had expensive electronics. Then, Burke's crew would hijack the truck, sell the goods to fences, split the profits. They were making $30,000 per month. In 1960s money, that was a fortune. Henry also became a maid associate of the Lucchese family, as close as he could get without being full Italian. On October 31st, 1975, Henry participated in his initiation ceremony alongside several others who were being formally made. He couldn't be a full member, but he was protected, trusted, part of the inner circle. By the 1970s, Henry had everything he wanted: money, respect, a wife, Karen Friedman, who he'd married in 1965, 2 kids, Greg and Gina. He also had a side business: drugs. The Lucchese family officially banned drug trafficking. The punishment for dealing was death. Too much heat from law enforcement, too risky. But Henry and Jimmy Burke couldn't resist. The profits were too good. They started dealing marijuana, then cocaine, then heroin, then quaaludes. They made enormous amounts of money, sometimes $250,000 per week. Paul Vario didn't officially know. Or maybe he know and looked the other way as long as he got his cut. Either way, Henry was making millions and getting slappy. The heist. December 11th, 1978, Kennedy Airport. Jimmy Burke orchestrated the Lufthansa heist, stealing $5 million in cash and jewelry from the Lufthansa cargo building. It was the largest cash robbery in American history at that time. $6 million total if you count the jewelry. Henry wasn't directly involved in the actual heist, but he'd provided inside information from airport workers he'd bribed. He knew the cargo was there. He knew the security was weak. After the robbery, Jimmy Burke started killing everyone involved. The standard rule after a big score: lay low, don't attract attention, don't buy flashy things, wait 6 months, then slowly start spending. But the crew ignored that advice. One guy bought his wife a mink coat. Another bought a new Cadillac. A third bought jewelry. Burke panicked. If they kept acting stupid, the FBI would connect them to the heist within weeks. So he started eliminating them, one by one. Stax Edwards, shot dead January 8, 1979. He'd bought a Cadillac and drew attention. Tommy DeSimone, Killed January 14, 1979. He'd become a liability, too violent, too unpredictable. Martin Krugman disappeared February 6, 1979. Body never found. He knew too much about the planning. By 1980, Burke had killed or arranged the murders of at least 8 people connected to the heist. Henry realized he was next. He was also getting sloppy with his drug dealing. A young kid who'd been working as a drug mule for Henry got arrested. The kid told detectives about Henry's operation. NYPD detectives Daniel Mann and William Broder started surveillance. They got wiretaps. They listened to thousands of Henry's phone calls. Henry and his crew used coded language. The Pittsburgh connection meant drugs from Pennsylvania. Golf clubs meant kilos. Dogs meant payment. But the detectives understood. They built the case. April 1980, police arrested Henry on narcotics charges. They raided his house, found drugs, arrested his wife, Karen Toe. Henry knew what was coming. Jimmy Burke had killed everyone else connected to the heist. Henry was the last loose end.
The deal. May 1980. Federal custody. Edward McDonald, head of the Brooklyn Organized Crime Strike Force, made Henry an offer. Testify against your associates, Polverio, Jimmy Burke, everyone involved in the drug operation, everyone involved in crimes we can prove. In exchange, immunity from prosecution, protection for your family, a new life in the witness protection program. If you refuse, face decades in prison for the drug charges and hope the mob doesn't kill you before trial. Henry thought about his mentor, Polverio. He'd known the man since age 13. Vario had given him his first job, protected him from his father, taught him the business. He thought about Jimmy Burke, his best friend for 25 years, the guy who'd made him rich. He thought about his wife, Karen, his kids, Greg and Gina, 13 and 11 years old. I was in trouble, Henry later said. I knew I was a dead man no matter how you cut it. If I stayed in prison, I was dead. Went out in the street, I was dead. So my choice was already made. May 27th, 1980, Henry Hill signed the cooperation agreement. He became a rat, an informant, the worst thing you could be in the mob world. The testimony. Over the next few years, Henry testified in multiple trials. He gave prosecutors everything: names, dates, locations, methods, how Polverio ran his crew, how Jimmy Burke organized hijackings, how the loan shark operations worked, how they'd bribed cops, judges, airport workers. He testified about murders he'd witnessed, crimes he'd participated in, money he'd helped launder. His testimony led to 50 convictions. Polverio sentenced to 10 years on gambling charges, more time for extortion. Jimmy Burke sentenced to 12 years for the Boston College point-shaving scandal, then life in prison for murder. Dozens of Lucchese associates went to prison on various charges: racketeering, extortion, drug trafficking. Henry had destroyed the crew he'd worked with for 25 years, and he put a target on his back that would last the rest of his life.
The Witness Protection Program. June 1980. Henry, Karen, Greg, and Gina Hill entered the U.S. Federal Witness Protection Program. The U.S. Marshals gave them new names, new social security numbers, new birth certificates, new identities. They moved to Omaha, Nebraska. Land, the cornfields, far from New York City, far from anyone who knew them. The government gave them $1,500 per month, a rental house, instructions to never contact anyone from their old life. The only thing the marshals told them: don't tell anyone you're from New York. Greg and Gina had to pack their entire lives into garbage bags, leave their friends, leave their school, leave everything. Up until that time, all my father's exploits really only affected him, Greg later said. This was the first time we started feeling the impact of what he was doing. and to be told we were leaving forever, it was a hard fact to sink in. But Henry couldn't stay quiet. He called drug-dealing friends in New York. He called his girlfriends. He went to bars and told people he was from Brooklyn. The information got back to Jimmy Burke. The $500,000 contract on Henry's head was still active. The Marshals moved the family again. Independence, Kentucky. Henry got drunk and drove recklessly, got arrested, drew attention. They moved again. Redmond, Washington. Same problems. Henry kept getting arrested for drunk driving. He fought with his son Greg. Finally, at age 19, Greg couldn't take it anymore. One of the most painful things I ever did was leave my mother and my sister, Greg said. But I knew if I stayed there, something terrible would have happened. Greg left, never came back. Henry didn't shed a tear. By 1987, Henry and Karen had been kicked out of the witness protection program. Henry kept getting arrested, kept blowing his cover, kept committing crimes. Drug possession, drunk driving, parole violations. The Marshals gave up. If Henry wanted to get killed, that was his choice. The aftermath. 1985, Nicholas Pileggi published Wise Guy, Life in a Mob Family, based on extensive interviews with Henry. The book became a bestseller. Everyone wanted to know about the inside of the mob. 1990, Martin Scorsese adapted the book into Goodfellas. Ray Liotta played Henry. Robert De Niro played Jimmy Burke, renamed Jimmy Conway in the film. Joe Pesci played Tommy DeVito, renamed Tommy DeVito in the film. The film was a massive critical and commercial success. 6 Oscar nominations. Joe Pesci won for Best Supporting Actor. Henry made $550,000 from the film. He claimed he was still owed millions more. But money wasn't Henry's problem. His problem was staying alive. After leaving witness protection, Henry moved to California with his girlfriend Lisa Casetta. He lived openly, used his real name, made public appearances. He went on the Howard Stern show repeatedly, often drunk, slurring his words. Stern's listeners threatened to kill him on air. Henry kept calling back. He appeared on 60 Minutes, AMC's Mob Week, Locked Up Abroad. He wrote books, did speaking tours. Everyone expected the mob to kill him. $500,000 contract, 50 convictions from his testimony, the ultimate rat. But decades passed. Paul Vario died in 1988. Jimmy Burke died in 1996. Most of the people Henry testified against died in prison or of old age. And Henry kept living, drinking, smoking, getting arrested for drunk driving and bar fights. June 12, 2012, Henry Hill died at age 69 in a Los Angeles hospital. Heart disease, complications from decades of smoking, and a recent heart attack. His girlfriend, Lisa Casetta, said he went out pretty peacefully for a good fella. Why he survived. Henry Hill survived 32 years as the most famous rat in mob history. How? First, time. Most of the people who wanted him dead eventually died themselves. Paul Vario, Jimmy Burke, the Lucchese family members he testified against. After 20 years, the contract on his head became less urgent. The new generation didn't care as much. Second, visibility. Paradoxically, Henry's public profile protected him. After Goodfellas came out, everyone knew who he was. Killing him would draw massive media attention. The FBI would investigate intensely. Better to let him live and fade into irrelevance. Third, geography. Henry stayed away from New York. He lived in California. When he did travel, he moved quickly, never stayed in one place too long. Fourth, the mob was weakening. The 1980s and 90s were devastating for La Cosa Nostra. RICO prosecutions, dozens of informants.
FBI surveillance everywhere. The families had bigger problems than one old informant in California. And fifth, Henry had nothing left to give. He'd already testified. The damage was done. Killing him wouldn't undo the convictions. It would just create more problems. So, they let him live. And Henry took full advantage. He milked his story for everything it was worth. Books, movies, TV appearances, speaking fees. Henry Hill broke the ultimate rule of organized crime: never cooperate with law enforcement. His testimony put 50 mobsters in prison. He destroyed Paul Vario's crew. He helped convict Jimmy Burke, his closest friend, for 25 years. In the mob's code, that meant death. A contract on his head. Professional killers hunting him. Associates watching for any sign of him. But Henry Hill died in a Los Angeles hospital at age 69. Not in an alley, not in a car trunk, not with bullets in his head. He outlived Paul Vario. He outlived Jimmy Burke. He outlived most of the Lucchese family members who wanted him dead. And he became more famous than any of them because Martin Scorsese turned his life into Goodfellas, one of the greatest mob films ever made. Henry's survival wasn't because of witness protection. He got kicked out in 1987. Wasn't because of careful planning. He was reckless, drunk, constantly blowing his cover. He survived because time passed, because the mob had bigger problems, because after Goodfellas, killing Henry Hill would have been terrible publicity, and because Henry understood something important. Once you're famous, you're worth alive than dead. The mob could kill him, but that wouldn't undo his testimony, wouldn't erase the book, wouldn't erase the movie. Better to let him live. Let him drink himself to death. Let him become a pathetic cautionary tale. The rat who sold out his friends for 30 pieces of silver. Henry Hill died peacefully. For a rat, that's the ultimate victory. He testified against 50 mobsters and lived to tell about it.